Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy trained by old Nika Luffy when he was 7 Part 1. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow TheVictor for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Let's start this video. This is my first upload on as well as my first actual story. It's a time travel story, where Luffy is approached by his future self and is given his power as well as his memories and his scar. A word of warning though, Luffy is pretty OC in here. Also, I'll only be covering important parts and parts where things will be different. I also won't deal in great detail with fights of other characters. Another word of warning, the Luffy in this story is normal Luffy, future Luffy's strength, haki and memories, so yeah, he's going to be pretty overpowered. Not invincible, but given his overwhelming strength, memories and greater intelligence, he won't be challenged very often, which seems realistic enough to me. I know some similar stories, time travel, where his enemies are for no reason capable of resisting his power or miraculously either get haki, or know how to resist it. Trust me, there is no way East Blue captains would know about haki, apart from Buggy maybe, when they didn't even know about devil fruits, and there is no way some Captain Kuro or Krieg is going to be able to seriously challenge, or even just touch an Emperor-level opponent. Probably all fights until Marineford will be quite easy for him. If you don't like an overpowered Luffy, then I suggest you don't read. Now I've talked for more than enough time. Please read the story and review if you will. If you don't like, then don't read. 1. The Man from the Future. A 7-year-old Luffy stood in the harbor, surrounded by mountain bandits. He yelled at them for insulting Shanks, and they yelled back. The boss, Higuma, pushed a little kid with his back to a barrel, filled with water, and put his blade close to the boy's neck. Then Shanks arrived and addressed them. Then suddenly, everything went quiet. The air became cold, and it was dark. All the people were quiet and unmoving, some stuck in weird poses. Luffy would have laughed had he not been so scared. Shanks? He asked softly. Guys, can you hear me? Makino? Mayor? Please say some. They can't hear you. Another voice interrupted. The boy looked around and saw another man, the only other thing moving in the still world. The man wore a simple red unbuttoned vest with sleeves and black shorts and sandals. He had a nasty, X-shaped scar on his chest, as well as another, smaller scar underneath his eye. He wore a straw hat on his head. To many people it would have been obvious who this man was, but Luffy didn't know. The man did seem oddly familiar, and for some reason the little boy didn't fear him one bit. Who are you? The little boy asked curiously. The man smiled and stepped closer, now only a small distance away. I am you, he said, still smiling. The boy noted the man's smile was a bit sad, but genuine. What? The boy asked, not understanding. I am you, from the future. That's so cool. The boy beamed, stars in his eyes. Little me, the man began with a smile. I was sent from the future by a friend, because I lost all my nakama. I'm hoping to change that. The boy knew his older self wasn't lying, as there was sadness in his voice, so he too began to feel sad. He felt a small tear slip down his cheek and he looked wide-eyed at the older male. I'm going to lose all my friends? He asked, and the man nodded. The boy seemed ready to cry, but the man spoke again to calm his other self. Don't worry, now you'll be able to fix that, he said cheerfully, and the boy looked up. How? Easy, I will give you my strength. Though I'm told you will also gain my scar, as a reminder of what you can still lose. The man said, pointing to his big scar on his chest. Hey, did I become a pirate? The boy asked again. Yes, a very good one. But I couldn't become Pirate King. Why not? The man sighed and looked at the boy with tears in his eyes. My nakama died. Oh, without them I didn't have any will anymore. I couldn't kill myself, because that would be a slap in their faces, as they died to protect me, the man said, now sobbing. Why you, I must have been very sad. The boy said, looking at his older self, who was in pain. We were. The man begun. I continued to live for them. But I was so sad, all the time. Sometimes I just wanted to die. The younger Luffy wanted to say something, but the older one lifted his finger, gesturing that he still hadn't finished. So I did whatever to keep myself busy. I couldn't continue being a pirate, as it depressed me. The man spoke solemnly. So I went to a big island and begun to live there. I hid myself and made some new friends. I trained, although I didn't have a reason to train anymore, but I still became a little stronger. But training reminded me of my nakama, so I didn't train too much. I read a lot, a bit about history and a bit about war, fighting and such. Then the boy interrupted him, laughing softly. Then you can't be me. I don't like to read, the man laughed back. I know. But it kept my mind off all that I've lost. The boy nodded in understanding. So, do you understand why I'm here? The older Luffy asked with a soft smile. To give yourself another try. The boy replied immediately. The man smiled a bright, happy smile that the boy had not seen from him yet, and then he began to approach the boy. But the boy had another question. How will I know my nakama? The man stopped and smiled again. And they said I was always too dumb and reckless. The man said, proud of his younger self's good question. He noticed impatience in his younger self's eyes and spoke again when he saw him open his mouth. When I touch you, we will join together and become one. You sound like Shanks when he talked about the bees and the birds. His younger self interrupted. They looked at each other, and for a few minutes they both laughed uncontrollably. Then the older pirate recomposed himself and spoke again. It's nothing like that. He spoke with a shade of red on his face. The boy snickered, not quite understanding why the man was so embarrassed, but was amused anyways. When I touch you, I will literally disappear. Cool. Little Luffy interrupted. Yes, I know. You will get a bit of my strength, but you'll also get all my memories and skills as well as my scar, unfortunately. The man spoke. Then he noticed the little man was pouting. What? That's unfair to the others. The boy spoke and the man understood immediately. I know it is, then, but we want to protect our nakama, right? He said to the boy, whose pout quickly disappeared and he now nodded wildly. The older Luffy was surprised by how quickly he agreed to it, even though he hadn't met even a single one of his nakama yet. But then, he reminded himself that they are the same person after all, and that besides Shanks they don't have many friends yet. He smiled and continued to speak, and besides, it won't be the same. It will be kinda cool that we'll be much stronger now, he said kindly to the boy, who grinned happily at him. We'll be awesome. The boy screamed in his excitement and the man nodded, now very happy. Ready? The man asked kindly. Yosh, let's do it, the boy said with a smile. The man touched the boy's hand and began to vanish, slowly becoming more and more transparent. The boy was then overcome with pain as he received new muscles, as well as a new scar and plenty of new information in his brain. Then the pain eased somewhat and the boy looked up again, seeing the brightest smile he had ever seen in his life stretched across the man's his face. He smiled the same bright smile back at his now almost entirely transparent older self, as he finally fully understood everything. The older Luffy had one final thing to say to himself. Protect them, Luffy. Always protect your nakama. Then he finally disappeared entirely, and the pain ceased. The cold and dark air persisted for a few more minutes, and then the world began to work again. Thanks for another chance, Koby. I'll make sure you become a good marine again. YOSH, let's do this. To argue with Shanks how the entire incident isn't any of his business. I don't know why you're here, pirate, but you'd better leave, before you get hurt. The mountain bandit boss said, attempting to threaten the Yonko. The said man ignored him and looked straight at Luffy, who suddenly seemed very calm and much more composed, which was completely different from just a few seconds ago. He watched for a few seconds and then spoke again. Didn't you say your punch was as strong as a pistol, Luffy? Shanks spoke softly. I did. Luffy replied calmly, so calmly in fact that Shanks wondered if Luffy was even aware of the danger he was in. The villagers were also unnerved by how calm and uncaring the boy seemed. Makino addressed this. Luffy, what are you? She spoke distressed at him, but he stopped her by raising his hand. Then he looked Shanks straight in his eyes and spoke. Shanks, I got this. Luffy spoke those words in a very low voice, very much unlike him. The villagers were frozen in place, and everyone just stared at him. The bandit leader didn't know how to react to such bold words, coming from a 7-year-old boy. Then Luffy glared at the bandits, and every single one of them except their leader fell on the ground. Said man was on his knees, panting heavily. Jaws of every single person in the village dropped to the ground. The villagers had no idea what to think, while the pirate band knew what had just happened. There was only one thought going through the pirates' heads, and that was, no freaking way. Then Shanks recovered from his shock and picked his jaw up. Everyone else followed. They were still very much in shock from the display. They stared silently at the boy for a good while, and then Shanks suddenly screamed at the boy, startling everyone present. Luffy! That was the king's HAKI. Not only that, it was a controlled blast. I know. Luffy spoke silently, but everyone heard him. Shanks was never so shocked in his life. He was a Yonko, and he had never ever seen anything like this before. But how he started to speak again, but he was interrupted as the bandit leader stood up and attempted to slash Luffy. Shanks wanted to help, but Luffy dodged the blade effortlessly, without even looking. Then, with his Gomu Gomu no whip, he sent the mountain chief flying in the distance. Again, without a trace of effort. The boy had flicked the bandit aside like a bug. Jaws were on the ground again, and pirates and civilians alike were staring at the boy. He himself turned slightly to the right and looked at where he sent the detestable small-time villain. Well, there goes 8 million berry, he casually said. Shanks picked up his jaw again and unleashed what he was holding up for the minute. Luffy, what the hell was that? How did you do that? How can you have HAKI this strong? It took me my entire life to become a Yonko, and your HAKI is halfway there at the age of 7. He bursted out. Everyone now stared at him, only now realizing the true gravity of what they have just witnessed. They kept looking between him and Luffy, who looked patiently at the mighty pirate. I'll explain, Shanks, the boy said, but the pirate didn't listen. You aren't Luffy. Luffy is a weak little kid. You're an imposter. Or something. Shanks, let me explain, Luffy pleaded to stop his outburst. You can't master Conquering King's HAKI at age 7. Whatever you say, that's simply not possible. Shanks continued, ignoring Luffy. Now even Ben was annoyed by his captain's inability to stop and listen. Captain, just he started, but was also ignored. Luffy's eye twitched in annoyance. What the hell is going on here? Is this some kind of joke? Are you a shapeshifter or something? How can? Shut up! The little boy suddenly yelled with razor-sharp shark teeth, annoyed enough with the man. Shanks stopped and glared at the boy, who didn't flinch a bit under his gaze. Then he relaxed a bit and sighed. Sorry, the Yonko spoke softly. Please explain. The boy looked at him for a bit, then he also calmed down and slowly started to talk. I don't know if you guys will believe this, he spoke softly. Try us. Ben Beckman replied. Okay, said Luffy. Another me came from the future. Shanks looked ready to start talking again, but Ben put his hand over his captain's mouth. Others looked at him, clearly not believing. He merged with me and gave me all of his strength and knowledge. He noticed the looks and knew immediately what the problem was. You don't believe me, right? He said silently. Nobody answered, but Luffy knew that was the case. He looked at the Yonko. Shanks, you saw me trying to swim last week, right? Shanks didn't know what that had to do with anything, but he nodded. Then Luffy turned to the villagers. And you, Makino, saw me bathing yesterday? Makino also nodded, just as clueless. Luffy, I don't, she started, but he interrupted her again. When we merged together, my body changed too. I became a bit more similar to him, he said, and then slowly started undressing his shirt. Nobody understood anything, but then as he pulled the shirt higher, they knew. He had a very muscular chest, which wasn't that way even 1 day ago, and then, as he pulled it off, they noticed the X-shaped scar. Many villagers gasped, and Makino put her hand on her mouth. It hurt a bit as I changed, Luffy said slowly. Shanks was wide-eyed. What gave you this scar? He asked. Luffy looked him straight in the eyes as he spoke the next words. Admiral Akainu. Everyone was wide-eyed all over again. What? It's true. Okay, Shanks said slowly while massaging his head. Let's say I believe your story so far. He sighed. But why did you come from the future? Luffy answered in reverse order. A great friend, Marine, I will meet ate the Toki Toki no Mi, time devil fruit. Thanks to my encouragement he became a Marine Admiral. Luffy spoke silently, but everyone was quiet. He came to fight me, but I wanted to die anyway, so I just surrendered to him. Shanks was shocked. He saw in Luffy's solemn eyes that this was the truth, and he knew something terrible must have happened to him. Anyways, since he was my friend, he gave me a chance to do this and fix everything. Luffy continued. Shanks nodded to him silently. What happened? Why did you want to die? Shanks asked. My nakama, Luffy said with tears in his eyes. He dropped at his knees and began sulking. He killed them all. Who? Akainu. Luffy spat out the word like a curse. Shanks' eyes widened at this. He glanced at the others and he knew everyone believed him by now. He saw the looks of sympathy from the people and tears in Makino's eyes. And I had just kicked Kaido's ass. We won barely against Kaido. They saw him repeatedly punch the ground with his fist. And then when I woke up, everyone was dead. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook. All dead, and he was standing over them with his lava destroying my ship. He looked at the ground for a moment. I just snapped then. I don't even remember much of what happened then. Except that at the end, Akainu was dead. He smiled weakly at the end, sobbed quietly on the ground. The villagers and pirates were processing this information quietly. Then when Luffy looked up again they were startled by what they saw. He had a bright smile on his face and determination in his eyes. But that won't happen again, he said simply. I'll find them again, and this time I'll become the Pirate King. Shanks, surprisingly, started to laugh. Gahahaha. This has been one insane day, kid. Pirates started to laugh alongside him, and the civilians smiled in agreement. Then Luffy stood up and started laughing alongside them. Then he spoke again. Guys, please don't tell anyone about this. Not even any of my family or friends. Keep it to yourself, he pleaded. They looked at each other. Please, I don't want my chance ruined because of my big mouth. The people all nodded when he finished. Then Shanks walked straight up to him and took his hat and pushed it on Luffy's head. Villagers and pirates alike gasped at the sight. Shanks was extremely protective of that hat. He was mad when Luffy tried to take it when they first met. Here, kid. I wanted to give it to you for some time now, he said. Thanks, Shanks. I'll try to protect it, replied Luffy. In fact, I know I will. Oh, he had it. My other self had this hat. Shanks' eyes widened at this, but then he smiled warmly. Let's go have a party, kid. Let's celebrate our insane day and your second chance, kid, he announced loudly. You'd celebrate even if nothing happened, Shanks, replied Luffy. Everyone laughed, and Shanks pouted. Okay, but only if you give me lots of meat. Gahahaha. What's with you and meat? Asked Shanks, now happy again. Let's go, men. Let's party. With those words a huge party broke out, and even the villagers joined this time. Luffy and Shanks talked a lot, and Luffy told him a lot about his nakama and adventures. Shanks frequently interjected with his own comments, such as when Luffy talked about his nakama. A pirate hunter joins you, then a pirate thief? Really, Luffy? A liar? What do you do with a liar? Yassop's son, that explains the liar part, bonk hui. What was that for, Yassop? A perverted leg-fighting cook? By any chance is he connected to Cook Zeph? A pretty princess? Oh, but then she left? A talking transforming human reindeer? That is cool. What? Nico Robin? The demon of O'Hara? Bonk, sorry, Luffy. I promise I won't say demon again. Bonk, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Bonk, Luffy, stop now. A mafia cyborg shipwright in a Speedo? Oh, he helped you save your demon? Bonk, no, don't hit me anymore. Honestly, you're the scariest 7-year-old I've ever met. A perverted skeleton musician? Nope, not drunk enough to believe that. Oh, so that's who was singing in that triangle place thing. Nope, I won't try to recruit him. Yes, I promise, Luffy. Jimbei? Fishman pirate Jimbei? That big shot promised to join you. After a good while of drinking and eating, many pirates fell asleep. Villagers left the place, and Luffy fell asleep on Shanks' coat. Captain-san, what do you think? Makino, the bartender who was the only sober one left in the room. Shanks sighed. I know it's completely crazy and insane, but I believe him. He paused for a moment and looked her in the eyes. He'd have to be a really good liar to pull all that out of his ass. Makino smiled somewhat sadly at this. So, you think he really went through all this? She asked, tears in her eyes. Yes, replied Shanks. I didn't think I would be responsible for such a disaster. But you're not, Captain-san, Makino said to him. I am. I got him to become a pirate, he started, but a sleepy voice of a boy who just woke up interrupted him. Stupid Shanks, said Luffy sleepily. It was Akainu. Akainu and the rest of those bastards. Shanks smiled softly at this. He was glad Luffy didn't blame him. And you owe me your arm, stupid Shanks. So you'd better stay a while. Shanks and Makino were both confused by this. What do you mean his arm, Luffy? Asked Makino. Luffy smiled. First time I wasn't strong. Shanks lost his arm saving me from the bandits. Shanks and Makino looked at each other surprised. They talked for a bit more, but then it went dark and they went to sleep. Shanks on the ship and Luffy lied down behind the bar. Shanks, despite planning otherwise previously, stayed on the island for another month because of Luffy's pleading. He and Ben taught Luffy a few things, such as the basics of swordplay. Shanks gave Luffy one of his swords, one of the skillful grade Mido, named sword, Ashita no Kanashimi, Tomorrow's Sorrow, a relatively small katana with a black hilt and sheath with a green line coming from the middle of the hilt to the end of the sheath, on both sides, and a silver blade with a slightly purplish glow. Afterward, when Shanks left, things proceeded as they were supposed to, with meeting Dayton and Ace and Sabo and everything that was supposed to happen after that. Luffy hid his haki, his strength, as well as his knowledge from his family, so he appeared the weak little brother again. He actually enjoyed the experience of having two big brothers looking after his supposed weak self. Also, he thought it would be priceless to kick Ace's Logia ass when they next met, and then reveal to them that he wasn't weak after all. When Sabo was supposed to die and his boat was shot by the world noble, Luffy, with his super speed knocked out Sabo and made it appear as if he by some miracle survived and was washed up to the shore alive. He made himself cry by remembering the deaths of his nakama and friends in the previous life. Truly, he became quite devilish and very different from his first, less intelligent self. But in essence he was the same. He still cried quite a bit, though now for different, more serious reasons. He still loved meat and adventure, and was still horrifyingly careless at times. Then Ace and Sabo set sail, this time together, as co-captains. Sabo didn't have the ambition that Ace had, which was to defeat Whitebeard. He only wanted to be free and Ace wanted to protect Sabo. Also, they wanted to take Luffy with them, but he flatly refused them each time, stating that he will become Pirate King on his own. Afterward, Luffy could finally start to train without being worried about being found out. He took back his small katana from Makino, who was keeping it safe, and remembered his short, but useful training with Shanks. To his relief, he found out that his haki got no weaker from the discontinued use, but he wanted to become stronger. By 17, his chest became quite a bit more toned, now rivaling his future self that merged with him. At the same day as before, Luffy set out to the sea. Once again on a small boat, and although it seemed almost the same, it clearly was not. Luffy was different. He had his small Mido strapped to his waist, and he wore different clothing. He now wore what his future self wore, a red open-sleeved shirt revealing his mighty chest and scar. His hat was now secured to his neck by a string, and he had black shorts with pockets in which he had quite a bit of money from his days at Great Terminal, when he hunted small-time criminals for money, as well as a small box containing some important items. Hidden by his sleeve, he had a small tattoo on his right shoulder now. It read ASL. A was yellow with a red border, representing fire, S was light blue with a black border representing his hat, and L was red with a pink border representing him. The villagers waved at him as they left to shake the world. Again, noises woke him up. He just wanted to sleep for a little bit longer, damn it. He yawned silently and listened to the conversation. "You ain't seen nothin', kid." "Okay?" said a man with a gruff-sounding voice. "Hi," answered a scared-sounding voice. "Koby," thought Luffy with a fond smile. "You made all this possible. I need to make you a marine again." "All right," said the man now. "I'll just punch this barrel open and we'll drink." Seriously, who punches through a sake barrel to open it, thought Luffy. He then heard the man approach. Yosh! He struck his hands trough the barrel, punching the pirate. The man was sent flying through the ship hull and into the distance. What a great nap! The two remaining pirates and Koby all fell on the floor, staring at him. Luffy turned to Koby and asked casually if he had anything to eat. "Quit screwing with us, brat." "Who the hell are you?" asked the two pirates, while Koby just stared at Luffy. Said pirate waved his hands in front of Koby's face, ignoring the two screaming pirates behind him, and asked, "Koby, are you awake with your eyes open?" Koby's eyes widened. Luffy mentally slapped himself. "We weren't even introduced yet, moron brain. Who are you? How do you know my name?" asked Koby. "Oh, it's a secret. Can't tell. My name is Monkey D. Luffy," said Luffy. Then the two pirates both launched themselves at him with their swords. Koby closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there were 3 man-shaped holes in the ship hull and no pirates in sight. Koby was in shock. "So, food?" asked Luffy. Koby quietly nodded and led him to the food storage room. Luffy ate, and Koby complimented him on his strength. "The future Pirate King has to be strong, Koby," said Luffy, and Koby's jaw almost dropped. "Pirate King?" asked Koby. Luffy nodded. "The Pirate King?" Luffy nodded again. "That's impossible. Completely impossible. The Pirate King has everything in the world. He is the strongest pirate of all." Luffy simply nodded again. "You are going to the Grand Line to find One Piece?" Luffy nodded yet another time. "Impossible, impossible, completely impossible." "Bonk. Ow, why'd you hit me for?" asked Koby, touching the new bump on his head. "Because you're being hysterical," said Luffy in a low tone. "It doesn't matter if it's impossible. It's my dream and I'll do it anyway." Koby was in awe. Never had he heard such determined words. "You have a dream too, right, Koby? I see it in your eyes," said Luffy. Koby stood up, now looking determined too. "I want to become a marine. And want to become a man who captures criminals like Alvida here." Luffy smiled brightly. "Are you ready to follow it, Koby?" asked Luffy seriously. Are you prepared to stake your life on your dream? Koby, in his new surge of determination, nodded furiously. Then, let's go beat up a fat pirate, said Luffy. Koby paled a bit, but nodded anyway. They walked together up the stairs and on the deck. Who are you going to beat up, Koby? Asked a very fat lady pirate. Koby was now completely pale in fear as pirates descended upon them. Luffy knew exactly what to say at this point. Hey Koby! Asked Luffy for all to hear. Is this fat ugly whale Alvida? Jaws dropped, and everyone paled as they heard those words. Why you insulting brat? Kill them, men! Yelled Alvida, and then her pirates jumped them. Koby covered his eyes in fear. Luffy moved at incredible speeds, punching pirates left and right into the distance, and into the ship, creating massive holes in it. It feels good to fight again, he thought, content. He made sure Koby wasn't harmed. Very soon there were only 3 people standing on the ship. Koby, Alvida and Luffy. Then Luffy began to laugh. Ha ha! Such weaklings! Is this the best you can throw at me, you fat hag? Koby looked up in disbelief. There were holes in the ship. Several pirates were stuck with their upper bodies and a few were just laying there. Alvida was about to snap. Luffy-san, how did you beat them all? Asked Koby. Luffy looked at him and spoke softly, but Alvida also could hear. This is the weakest sea, Koby. I am far stronger than anyone here. Even that whale over there, Luffy said, pointing at Alvida. That was the last straw. Alvida jumped at him and hit his head with her giant mace. Both Koby and Alvida were both sure he was gone for about a minute, and Alvida looked viciously at Koby with a look that promised pain, but then, hey guys, I don't want to interrupt, Luffy said underneath the mace. But I'm still alive. Also, sorry about your mace, Alvida. Wah! Suddenly, the giant mace started cracking and after a few seconds it fell apart. Alvida stared at Luffy and took a few steps back. She was scared. She hit the offending man with her full force and her mace fell apart. She had never experienced something quite as terrifying as that. Koby's mind, on the other hand, completely collapsed. Pirate Iron Mace Alvida was the most powerful being he'd ever met, and she was completely and utterly dominated by a man of a quarter her size without him even doing anything. The man in the straw hat took a step towards her, and she took few more steps back and hit the mast. Like I said before you interrupted me, he spoke, I am far too strong for you. And with that, in a flash, Alvida was flying above the ocean. Koby blinked a few times and looked between Luffy and the dot in the distance. Before the boy could react, the Straw Hat pirate grabbed him and jumped down the ship in a small boat. Soon after, Marines appeared and started firing at both of the ships. Aye! Screamed Nami, very surprised when Luffy crashed into her boat with Koby in his hand. What the hell? Flashback. I'm Nami. I love money and mekons. Luffy stood up and smiled at her and put Koby on the ground. Hey, spoke Luffy cheerfully. Are you by any chance heading to Shell Town? She nodded quickly. She would have yelled at him, but she wasn't exactly stupid. She saw how he dealt with the pirates. He smiled at her. Then, he spoke again. Can we come with you? She said nervously. Sure, why not? Thanks, he said, smiling brightly. Then he suddenly got serious. Hey, were you by any chance with those pirates? He already knew the answer, but it appeared more natural if he talked to her. The question got a very angry response from the feisty woman. Of course not. I hate pirates, she yelled. Luffy took his sword from his sheath. Then I suppose I should do this, he said softly as he turned towards the other side of the boat, where Nami was. Nami and Koby both got the wrong conclusion. Nami was scared now. Koby jumped in front of Luffy. Koby, what are Luffy said softly. Luffy, I heard what she said and I know you're a pirate, Koby said while denying Luffy access with his body. Nami tensed up considerably at his words. But you can't hurt her just for hating pirates, you. Bonk. Luffy had just punched Koby over his head again and looked down at him on the floor. Nami put her hand on her mouth in horror, thinking about what the pirate will do to Koby. But then Luffy spoke. I wasn't going to hurt her, Koby, Luffy said in a low tone. Only a coward hurts people for their ignorance. Nami wasn't sure what to think of the guy. But thankfully, he gave her more time to make her opinion, as he turned around and faced the ship. He readied his blade and then looked at the other 2 passengers. Brace yourselves, he warned. What is he going to do? Both thought. Luffy slashed downward with his sword, like he was cutting an enemy. At that instant the 2 ships, the bigger civilian ship and the smaller pirate ship behind it, both fell apart. They were in 2. 2 jaws hit the deck. No, this just isn't possible, thought Koby. Nami on the other hand was on the edge of a mental breakdown, not that Koby was that far from it either. Luffy looked at them and smirked. It was fun seeing their reactions. What the hell did you do? Snapped Nami at Luffy. He simply smiled and replied, I cut it. He said. Koby and Nami both looked at him with shocked expressions. How? Yelled both of them in unison. Luffy's expression became a little more serious. I'm sure you both heard me before, when that fat whale was trying to fight me. Luffy replied in a casual tone. I am much stronger than anyone here in East Blue. Both just stared at him. Luffy then turned around towards Nami and asked her, though he already knew, but he'd rather ask than get into a weird situation later. What's your name? Why should I tell a pirate such as you? She asked in a menacing tone. Luffy looked at her with half-lidded eyes. You know, if I was going to hurt you, I'd have already done it. He said. She stuttered. And besides, I don't like hurting people if I can help it. He continued, interrupting her. Her face was confused. But he's a pirate. A freaking pirate, she screamed in her mind. Anyways, name? He said, pointing at her. And Nami. She stuttered. He grinned. All right, Nami, Koby, he said and looked at each of them. Get me to Shell Town. A few minutes and conversations about Zoro later. Bye, guys. This is where we part ways, said Nami. Luffy grinned at her. Don't worry, Nami. We'll meet again, he said casually and walked away before she could say anything. Koby simply shrugged at her and ran after Luffy. So what started Koby? When we meet next time, she'll join me, said Luffy simply as Koby walked alongside him. He looked at him in disbelief. She hates pirates, Luffy-san, said Koby. Luffy smirked. Obviously, replied Luffy. It's clear she suffered under one. What? How can you tell? Asked Koby, wide-eyed. Luffy looked at him and shrugged. Anyways, let's go see the pirate hunter, said Luffy. He'll join my crew. Koby was in disbelief. But he's a criminal. A bad guy. He'll kill you, yelled Koby. Bonk. Koby, don't be so narrow-minded. There are good pirates and bad marines. I've met both. Koby simply stared at him in disbelief. But the more he thought about it, the more his words made sense. Then Luffy suddenly stopped and turned to him. Do you think I'm evil, Koby? He asked in an almost whispered tone. Koby thought about it for a minute and then spoke up. No, he answered. I can't be sure, but you didn't really do anything bad as far as I know. Luffy smiled brightly and continued walking now. The boy walked beside him. That's good. You should really take the time to decide for yourself what to believe, Koby, he answered after a moment of silence. By the way, he continued, do you know a pirate known as Red-Haired Shanks? Koby nodded. Of course I do. He's very famous. He is said to be a monster though. Luffy nodded, but then took off his hat. Do you see this hat? He gave it to me. He spoke, holding his hat in front of him. Koby was surprised that his newfound friend had already met such a famous pirate. What was he like? Koby asked him. Luffy put his hat back on his head and turned to Koby. He was a very funny guy. Very nice. He stopped at my hometown for a year. Didn't cause any trouble at all. Luffy answered. The devil fruit I have, Gomu Gomu no Mi, was actually his. I ate it on accident. Koby stiffened at the thought of eating a Yonko's rare devil fruit on accident. How did he react? Koby asked. He was upset, replied Luffy. Koby nodded. It was pretty understandable to be upset if someone accidentally ate your 100.000.000 berry treasure, but not because the fruit was his treasure. Luffy continued, shocking Koby beyond belief with his words. Koby stopped and stared at him. He was upset because I'd never be able to swim again. I bet that's pretty hard to believe. Koby nodded dumbly. But it's true. Anyway, we're here, said Luffy. He jumped at the wall to find Zoro and Koby reluctantly followed. There was a ladder already on the wall, and he used that. They looked around for a bit, and then Luffy spotted a familiar sight. Flashback. Leave this guy to me, Captain. That's Zoro, he whispered, motioning to the man, bound to a wooden cross. There was a little girl in front of him. I'm pretty sure they are starving him, and that girl must have brought him some food. Koby and Luffy watched as a blonde-haired young man came and Luffy had to resist running off and punching him, repeating the words he'll be a good guy, in his head. He watched as Koby's belief in the absolute righteousness of the Marines shattered in front of his eyes as Helmeppo kicked the girl's rice balls and had her thrown over the wall. Luffy caught her masterfully, using only one outstretched hand and without moving from the spot, and set her down. He watched as the blonde-haired bastard kicked Zoro a few times and then left. Thank you, mister, the girl told him with a smile. Shishishi, no problem. I'm Luffy by the way, and this is Koby, he replied, pointing first at himself and then at Koby. I'm Rika, the girl said. So, I take it Zoro isn't so bad, after all, huh? Luffy asked, already knowing the answer. No, the girl yelled out, but then continued normally. He saved me from Helmeppo's dog, that's why he's over there. Luffy simply smiled. You can tell us all about it later, he said kindly. Please wait for me here, I want to talk with Zoro for a bit. They nodded and he jumped over the wall. He approached the bound man, ignoring the bad smell, and when he was very near, the man finally noticed him. Zoro looked at him, eyeing him up. The young man who approached him seemed harmless at first sight. He looked as any normal teenager would, except for his 2 scars, his straw hat which at the same time looked totally out of place, and like it was meant to be there, and his aura which emitted power, authority and restraint, very much in contrast with the man's appearance. Who the hell are you? He asked bluntly, putting on his most devilish glare. The man seemed completely undeterred. He still had a bright if for some reason nostalgic smile on his face. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirate answered simply. I'm here to get you to join my pirate crew. Zoro stared at him for a moment, but then chuckled. No way. I'm not going to be some pirate. I'm not a bad guy. Zoro answered simply, but did not snap at the guy, which surprised him. Zoro usually did not take such invitation well. Most often he would snap or even cut the guy who dared to ask such a thing. But this guy was different, or maybe he was just hungry. I know what you want, Roronoa Zoro, Luffy said quietly. But you won't become the greatest swordsman by staying in East Blue. Hey, how did? It's obvious, really, Luffy interrupted. The wandering swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, who goes around cutting wanted criminals, but doesn't join neither Marines, pirates nor any other group. It's pretty obvious when you think about it. Then what do you propose, pirate? Zoro asked, spitting the last word out like a curse. It's simple, really, said Luffy, and Zoro quirked his eyebrow, intrigued by the man. Don't take this the wrong way, Zoro, but you are far too weak to even pose a threat to Sir Dracula Mihawk of the Shichibukai. This angered Zoro greatly and started kicking around angrily, as if he could somehow hit Luffy. Why have you come here, really? He finally spat out, glaring dangerously at Luffy. Did you come to mock my ambition? Luffy was unhappy that Zoro thought he was insulting him. No, Zoro, not at all, Luffy finally answered with a sigh before Zoro could snap again. You're not weak, Zoro. And your ambition and will to fulfill it are admirable. And you're without a doubt the strongest swordsman in the East Blue by far. But unfortunately that doesn't mean shit in the Grand Line. He looked at Zoro cautiously, and he was glad that the man calmed down a bit. With me, he continued, you'll be able to fight many swordsmen and grow stronger. And I'll help you train if you want, teach you a few things. He grabbed his sheathed sword and pulled it up a bit. I'm a bit of a swordsman myself, he concluded. Zoro looked at him for a bit, considering his words. How do I know that I'm as weak as you say I am? He finally asked with a calm voice. Luffy smiled and replied, Zoro, can you cut iron? Can you cut steel? Can you send flying blade attacks? Can you cut a ship in half? Zoro stared at him in bewilderment. Of course not, he snapped. Those things are impossible. Luffy shook his head. Those are the minimum you'll be required to be capable of, if you want to stand a chance against Mihawk, he said, and Zoro looked at him in horror. If you still don't believe, join me temporarily. I've got it on good authority that Dracula Mihawk has recently attacked Don Krieg's fleet. They'll be running back to East Blue, no doubt. And he will follow. You'll be able to see for yourself how big a difference there is between you and him. Seriously? Zoro asked wide-eyed. He's coming here? Yep. So what'll it be? Asked Luffy. Zoro was now very eager to accept, but he still had a loose end. You know, I'll probably join you, replied Zoro after a moment of silence. But I can't leave yet. I have a promise to keep. I have to survive for a month without food and the bastard will let me go. Rika said something about that. But he doesn't seem like the type to keep a promise. Luffy mused. Sigh, look, I don't break promises. Zoro said a calm tone, and Luffy smiled at the proclamation. If he tries to kill me or says he will, you can intervene. But not before. Well then, I guess I'll see you later, first mate, chuckled Luffy. Hey, I didn't even say I'll actually join, yelled Zoro, but Luffy just grinned and ignored him. After that, Zoro asked him to hand him the dirted rice ball, which he did. Luffy then jumped over the wall and went to find his two friends in the bar. There he encountered a familiar redhead and waved at her, which she completely ignored. Rika told them all about Zoro's predicament, and later Helmeppo entered the bar and foolishly proclaimed aloud that he'll execute Zoro. Luffy of course punched him like before, holding back considerable amount and not using any haki, but still punching out a few teeth. Koby, Zoro will become my first crew member. Hello, I'm a pirate. Helmeppo will have you executed in 3 days, Zoro. Luffy announced while staring at Zoro. And if you don't believe me, Koby here can confirm. Koby just nodded fearfully when Zoro looked at him. Damn, I knew it. Zoro muttered under his breath. I'll free you and then I'll get your swords. Is that okay, Zoro? He asked. Zoro just nodded. I don't care about the rest, but get my white sword. It's my treasure, Zoro said. Luffy nodded with a grin, and cut him from his binds with his meitu. Koby, Zoro, wait here. I'll be right back, he said. Gomu Gomu no rocket. Zoro stared in disbelief as Luffy launched himself to the top of the marine base. On the roof of the marine base, various marines were pulling a statue of Captain Morgan. Helmeppo suddenly stormed in and tried to convince his father to have Luffy killed. Predictably, the man punched his son and denied him any help. TSK, 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 what a bad father. Someone spoke up. They looked up and Helmeppo was scared by the familiar-looking straw hat. Dad, that's the guy that hit me, yelled Helmeppo and pointed at him. Luffy jumped down. You know what I'm going to do to that ugly statue? Luffy asked, while clenching his fist. What are you on about, foolish commoner? Yelled Morgan in anger. Luffy grinned mischievously and punched the statue. To the surprise of the Marines, it wasn't his fist that broke, but the statue. In 1,000 pieces no less. Marine jaws dropped when he ran off while laughing out loud at them. Get him! Kill him! Yelled Morgan in furious anger. Marines saluted and ran after him. Luffy found Helmeppo's room, without help this time, and took the swords, while being deeply disgusted with the girlish decoration. At about the same time, a certain redhead was searching for something in the base, glad for the distraction. When Luffy looked out the window he saw his two rather panicked-looking friends surrounded by Marines. He sighed in frustration and jumped through the window, taking the bullets at the shock of everyone present. Yes, I ate a devil fruit. It's called Gomu Gomu no Mi and I'm a rubber man. He yelled irritated when he saw the shocked expressions. Now you'd better all run back to your base, before I kick your asses. The Marines flinched at the threat, but it made the captain even more angry rather than back away wisely. He handed the swords to Zoro, then he took out his own sword. He stepped forward and the Marines instinctively backed away. Zoro was impressed by the man's aura. He hadn't even done anything yet and fully grown Marines were scared shitless. You're not scared of this little brat now, are you? Yelled Morgan at his subordinates, who became even more scared now. Anyone who's scared, shoot himself now. That's an order. Marines reluctantly started to obey, assuming they were dead either way. Luffy face-bombed and Zoro chuckled at his reaction. He then used his devil fruit powers to whip them before they could do anything. Morgan was furious now and foolishly tried to attack Luffy. When the future Pirate King saw his approach he chuckled. Morgan tried to cut Luffy in half with his axe, but he was stopped by Luffy's sword. Armament hardening, muttered Luffy and his other hand became shiny black. What the hell is that? Yelled Zoro. Luffy ignored him and punched Morgan, who flew directly into the base, crashing into it and spitting out some blood. Luffy, Zoro begun. I know I promised to follow you, but don't interfere with my dream. If you do, you'll have to apologize at the end of your sword. I know, Zoro, grinned Luffy. You don't have to worry about that. Your fights are your own. Then he turned to the Marines. He grabbed Koby and Helmeppo, who tried to shoot him, but it didn't work. Hey guys! He yelled to the Marines, who flinched. Who's the second in command? An ordinary-looking Marine stepped forward, somewhat pale. I'm Commander Ripper. Commander, could you send those two to my grandfather, Monkey D. Garp? Alongside this message? He asked, receiving astonished looks. Luffy, your grandpa is Garp the Fist? Asked Zoro, totally shocked now. Is that true? Asked Ripper. Luffy nodded. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, pirate. He wanted me to be a Marine, but I won't be, so I'm sending these two as replacement. Do you want to be Marines? He asked the two. Koby nodded furiously, while Helmeppo just shrugged, but then nodded. All right. Sai, I'll see what I can do. He looked at the two pirates. You may stay for the day. Then I'll have asked you to leave, since you are a pirate, he said. Luffy nodded. I suggest you use this time to say goodbye to your little friend here. Koby, Zoro and Luffy all nodded and left the base and headed for the bar. The Marine commander sighed and looked at the message. He couldn't help but smile. After eating and saying goodbye to Koby, the two pirates left with their tiny boat. Before spotting the bird, the two had a conversation. Hey Luffy, could I see your sword for a bit? Zoro suddenly asked. Luffy handed him Ashita no Tamashimi and Zoro unsheathed it and looked it over and was visibly impressed. It's a named sword, Luffy told, seeing Zoro's reaction. But of a lower grade than your white katana. It's called Ashita no Tamashimi, tomorrow's sorrow. Zoro looked at him. So you're a swordsman? He asked. Luffy nodded. You could say that. But I'm not very skilled, he said. I can do a lot of stuff that you still can't though. Zoro raised an eyebrow at that. Then how can you say you're not skilled? Luffy sighed. I'm only a bit better than you. What I know extra about swordsmanship you could learn quickly, if you challenged yourself enough or if I taught you, though I'm crap at explaining things. But Luffy said and paused. But? Zoro repeated with a quirk eyebrow. But Luffy continued. I'd still pretty easily win against most considering I'm much stronger and faster than most opponents we'll meet. So, how's your skill a problem then? Zoro asked, for now ignoring the seemingly incredibly arrogant statement. If I fought someone with the same strength and speed level, I'd probably lose badly. Luffy answered. Zoro still didn't fully understand what Luffy meant as he was still staring at Luffy in confusion. Sai, listen, he said more loudly now. Swordsmen at my current strength level are much more skilled than I am. Oh, Zoro said simply. But just how strong are you then? He asked after a brief pause. Luffy looked at him skeptically. I don't think I can tell you that, he said, sighing. Why not? Zoro asked, confused. You'd never believe me. You'd say I was crazy or delusional or something probably. Luffy answered with a pout. Try me, smirked Zoro. Sigh, okay, Luffy said and took a long breath. I'm about as strong as a Yonko, he finally said. Zoro's jaw almost crashed through the wooden floor as his mind shattered because of the statement. Zoro? Are you asleep with your eyes open? Luffy asked while waving his hands in front of the swordsman's face. His eyes bulged out, and he looked at Luffy. That does sound crazy, said Zoro. Luffy just grinned. It's true though. I'll definitely become Pirate King with my strength, laughed Luffy. Zoro clutched his head. A headache was coming, that's for sure. Assuming that's true, Zoro started. It is, interrupted Luffy. Okay. But how did you get so strong? Zoro demanded. Luffy sighed. Can't tell you that, Zoro. Not yet, Luffy replied. I'll tell you when I have all crew positions filled though. Zoro sighed but decided to drop the subject and instead ask something he would get an answer for. So who else do we need? Let's see, Luffy answered while looking at his hands. We need a navigator, a sniper, a cook, a doctor, an informant and librarian, a shipwright and most importantly a musician. Priorities, Captain? We don't really need a musician, said Zoro with a sweat drop. But pirates love to sing, said Luffy with a pout, and Zoro's sweat dropped again. Anyway, we still might get some more, but I'll tell you all about my air pass when I have all those. I already know where to get all those members, but it'll take a while. Enlighten me then, Captain, asked Zoro. I didn't know you liked my voice so much, Zoro. Luffy laughed and Zoro almost fell down. We'll get a navigator on the next island, a sniper in Syrup Village, a cook on Baratie, a doctor on the Drum Island, the informant on Arabasta, a shipwright on Water 7 and a musician on the island of Sir Gecko Moria, Royal Shichibukai. I understand, Zoro said while drinking a glass of sake. Luffy's sweat dropped. You don't know where any of those places are, do you? Luffy asked in a deadpan expression. Nope, answered Zoro after some delay. Luffy laughed. CRA, a bird called. That's okay, because I don't either, said Luffy. Zoro spat out his sake and Luffy laughed as he launched himself at the bird. Was running away from some pirates, when she heard a cannon shooting. After a moment, a man literally fell down from the sky and created a small crater. Hey, are you Oka Luffy? Arara, hello again Nami, greeted Luffy. Anyway, I don't have time for this. You deal with them, boss, she said. Luffy turned around, while Nami ran away. Luffy saw 3 pirates. They tried to fight him, but he dodged all their swings and punches thanks to his observation haki. He saw Nami on the roof and grinned at her, while still dodging. Then he activated, for the first time since he was 7, his king's haki. The 3 men fell down, foaming at the mouth. Hey, what did you do to them? She asked, a bit shaken by the display. Ever heard of Haki of the Conquering King? Asked Luffy. She shook her head. Well, that was it. It allows a man to overpower the wills of weaklings. He replied. Grumble. I'm hungry, Luffy said. Nami's sweat dropped, but she decided to treat him with a meal. They arrived to an empty house and he started eating. What are you doing here anyway, Nami? Luffy asked while eating. Why would I tell a pirate that? She asked back, irritated. Because obviously you want to do something with me, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have treated me a meal? I'm an evil pirate, right? Luffy replied. Nami stared at him. Probably something involving a rope, another pirate and a map? He teased, knowing already what it was. Nami was wide-eyed. How did he know? But don't bother with all that. Luffy continued and swallowed a whole piece of bread. I'll kick this pirate's ass for you if you join my crew, at least temporarily. And you can have his treasure, since you probably need it. Nami considered his words for a minute. He could definitely protect her if their earlier encounter was any indication, and he didn't seem to want to hurt her even if he was a pirate. All right, she finally said, and Luffy beamed. I'll join you if you beat Buggy the Clown while I get the map and treasure. Let's go, then. Luffy smirked and ate the remaining food in one gulp. A few minutes later, hey, giant big hood read nose! Luffy yelled aloud in front of the pirates. The pirates wore mortified expressions and Buggy was pissed, of course. You dare say that to me, stupid thief? Buggy threatened. I'm no thief. I'm a pirate captain, you stupid moronic red nose! Luffy retaliated without fear. Nami, who was behind him, was horrified, however. Why, you stupid straw hat? Buggy tried to insult back. Luffy just laughed. I'm proud of Shanks's straw hat, Buggy, he replied. What? That hat belongs to that insufferable red-haired bastard. Buggy yelled out in rage. He's not a bastard, Buggy, he's a Yonko. Luffy replied, still laughing. Nami gasped at the words. How did this no-name pirate know one of the Yonko? And he told me about you, when he visited. He said you have a huge red nose and that you dress and act like a clown. Fire the Buggy bomb. I won't listen to these insults, ordered the clown pirate, and the men began loading the specialized cannonball in the cannon and lit the fuse. Nami urged him to start running, but he dismissed her words. Everyone watched in horror as Luffy used his Gomu Gomu no Fusion to push the cannonball back and hit the Buggy pirates. What the hell was that? Yelled Nami. Luffy replied while laughing. I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. I'm a rubber man, so you ate a devil fruit, same as me, said another voice. Both Luffy and Nami looked and saw Captain Buggy, who had shielded himself with two of his subordinates. That's right, Big Nose, Luffy answered, never dropping the insult. Buggy's face darkened once again in rage. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by a voice nearby. You sure know how to cause a ruckus, Luffy. The voice spoke. Everyone turned to where it came from and saw a green-haired man with 3 swords with a smirk on his face. So he did recruit him. Nami gasped. Oh, hi Zoro. Good to see that you found us, Luffy said, but then his motion to his left, where a certain redhead stood. And this is Nami, she's going to be our navigator once we beat that big red nose. I'm going to kill you, flashy bastards. Buggy screamed in a high-pitched voice. Allow us, said somebody to his right. He stood on a unicycle and had a sword in his belt. At his left stood an unarmed man, who had hair shaped like animal ears. He hopped on top of a big lion. The 3 of them approached Luffy and Zoro ran over to him as well. Zoro, you take the swordsman. I'll take the lion and the guy with weird ears, Luffy commanded. Nami, you can find the treasure and the map. Koby tried to attack Luffy, but Zoro blocked his sword. Luffy prepared to fight Moji and Richie the lion. The lion with the man on top of him threw himself at Luffy, but he simply punched the lion when he was near enough. The man managed to jump off the lion before Richie flew backward and imprinted himself into a nearby wall. Moji backed away in fear, but then Koby kicked him away in annoyance. He flew straight into Luffy, who simply dodged, and he plummeted into a nearby house. I think I'll just kick back and watch for a bit, he said casually, and turned his attention to the fight between Zoro and Koby. The swordsman easily blocked all the other man's attacks, despite him being a trickster. Luffy was of course forced to intervene, when Buggy tried to help Koby by using his devil fruit powers. The fight lasted a while longer, but then Zoro ended it with a single Santorio Onigiri. Buggy was enraged when his first mate was beaten by the swordsman, and was preparing to fight, when he spotted a certain redhead with bags of his gold. He was of course determined to get them back at all costs. That cost him dearly, however. You should pay attention to the one you're fighting, somebody behind him said. He turned around and to his horror, Luffy's face was right beside his. Goma Goma no bazooka! Luffy yelled, and with that attack Buggy flew high into the sky. After a while, a few of the villagers approached the three pirates and asked them who they were. Luffy said they were pirates and told them he kicked Buggy's ass. Then he tossed the mayor one of Nami's bags, which of course she protested, but he told her that they needed the money for repairs. After that they left the island together, heading for Syrup Village, where a certain long-nosed sniper lived. Pirates are coming. Hey Luffy. Would you like to hear the tale of how Captain Usopp once fought alongside the giants of Elbaf? Luffy felt a tear slip his cheek. He knew now that the tales were mostly bullshit, as entertaining as they were, but he couldn't wait to hear them again. His behavior did not go unnoticed. Both of his two crew members were staring at him. He finally noticed it. What? He asked in an unusually quiet tone. Were you crying? Asked Nami. Zoro looked at Nami, his glare telling her that she shouldn't push it. Flashback. Luffy looked at the dead bodies of his crew. He noticed Usopp with a burned hand clutching a round silver locket. In the front it had the symbol of the Straw Hat Pirates. He opened it and found the picture of Kaya on one side and the picture of him along his nakama on the other. He looked at the second picture, then at his dead friends. He was the last one. He felt more tears slip. He saw them looking at him worriedly. He begun. I remembered my friends. He looked at them and saw sympathy in their eyes. He took a breath and calmed himself. Don't worry about me, he said a bit more loudly. Anyway, I'm Hungy. They both fell over and Luffy threw himself at the beach in the distance. They followed after him. He pulled his head out of the sand. Suddenly he felt bullets approaching. He dodged them casually with his observation haki. Ella leave now, PP pirate. A long-nosed man on top of the hill stuttered. Usopp, and if I don't? He asked with a grin as Nami and Zoro jumped out of the boat that just reached the beach. TT then I'll call my 8 million minions and tell them to kick your ass. Usopp declared loudly. Pirate flags appeared all over the hill. Bring them on. Luffy yelled and took a battle stance. Zoro looked at him oddly and Nami face-bombed. I'll take all of them. Usopp looked at him with a look that said, are you insane? He doesn't have 8 million men, Luffy. Nami said. Oh? Luffy said with a pout. That sucks. Usopp looked panicked. Oh no, they found out. He yelled out. Nami just smirked. Usopp struggled to compose himself. It's true I don't have that many, but I have lots of loyal and strong companions, he declared. They saw as 6 flags started moving up and down. All 3 of them? Asked Nami, and they saw as 3 little boys threw the flags in the air and ran away in panic. Anyway, you don't have to be afraid, Usopp, son of Yasopp, Luffy yelled with a loud grin. We won't harm this village. Usopp gaped in surprise and took a step forward, but then fell down the small cliff. You know my father? He asked as he finally stood up again. Yeah, I'll tell you all about him, Luffy promised. Usopp smiled happily, now no longer scared of the trio. I'll treat you some food. Come, he declared, and they happily followed. At the small restaurant, Luffy told Usopp all he knew about his father, and they quickly became fast friends. Then Usopp had to leave and he went to Kaya. After this, his 3 friends came looking for him. After playing a little joke on them, the kids took the trio to the mansion. With his devil fruit powers, Luffy took them over the high fence, and they crashed down just in time to interrupt arguing between Usopp and Crocodile. Luffy did not feel the need to reveal his true identity, however, so he allowed things to proceed as they were supposed to. Later he found Usopp sitting near a tree on top of another cliff and they talked a bit more. Like the first time, they overheard the conversation between Kuro and Django, only this time Luffy didn't show himself. They sneaked away and Usopp formed a plan. Luffy convinced him to wait for the pirates at the other side, however. The next day a pirate ship with the front in the shape of a cat landed on the place Luffy knew it would. Luffy, Zoro, Nami and Usopp were all waiting on top of the hill. Luffy watched as the pirates ascended and then he suddenly fell back on his butt. What are you doing? Asked Nami with an annoyed expression. I'm leaving this boring stuff to you guys, said Luffy casually. Nami and Usopp cringed while Zoro gave him an odd look. You guys need to get stronger. Nami and Usopp paled while Zoro in contrast gave a confident smirk. Nami stomped to Luffy and grabbed his cardigan and shook him violently. I'm a navigator, not a fighter, she yelled while shaking him. Luffy grabbed her hands and looked her in the eyes. She looked back and everyone could see she was scared. "I'll be here," he reassured her. "If I see that you're in trouble, I'll help." She looked at him with uncertainty. "Besides, Usopp put all those traps, so you'll be fine," he finished, with a small smile. She sighed and turned to the pirates who had almost reached the trap and were just about beginning to notice them. One could tell that the two weaker members were nervous. "Hey pirates! Come to kill us?" Luffy suddenly yelled out and waved to the pirates. All of them noticed. Usopp and Nami turned even paler. At that moment pirates started running towards them, which of course didn't work too well considering that the next part of the path was covered with oil and small iron spikes. The pirates that ran over the oil mostly slipped and fell down the slope. Some pirates continued and walked over those that fell. A few used their weapons to help them get across. Usopp used his slingshot to take out such pirates, but he wasn't particularly fast, so a few of them reached him, however. "Santorio, Anajirai!" Zoro yelled and slashed 3 pirates, and sent them flying down the slope. Usopp, having seen his monstrous strength for the first time now, was stunned. "You're that strong?" he yelled out. Luffy simply grinned. "He's Roronoa Zoro after all," he said with a proud smirk and folded arms. "The greatest swordsman of East Blue." Usopp's eyes bulged out. "The Roronoa Zoro?" he asked, yelling. However, a few of the men again managed to get across to him, and he turned around and ready for the worst, but when he did he saw them flying. "What the hell?" he yelled and turned around and he saw a sitting Luffy with a clenched fist, but otherwise he was in the same position. "Pay attention to your fight, Usopp. We'll talk later," Luffy said to the baffled Usopp who had no idea what just happened. After a bit more fighting, the small fries were all down the slope, laying on their backs, mostly bloodied and or exhausted from attacking. The captain, Django the hypnotist, was slowly starting to panic, so he hypnotized his men. "When I say 1, 2, Django, you will become stronger, faster, and you will fear no pain. 1, 2, Django," he told them. Afterward, their eyes changed and their muscles bulged. One of them punched a nearby cliff and a part of it cracked and fell apart. The 3 defenders cringed at the display of raw strength. Zoro glanced at Luffy, who was disinterested and was looking at his nails for some reason. Django ordered his minions to attack and they ran towards the defenders. A few of them fell down again on the oil and the rest ran across them, trampling them underneath their shoes. Zoro was barely containing those that tried to run past him, while Usopp and Nami were completely overwhelmed and most of the pirates were able to get by them. Seeing this, Luffy finally stood up. This action alone seemed to stop the hypnotized pirates in their tracks. "Goma Goma no Muchi!" he yelled out and stretched his right leg like a whip and sent all those who managed to get past his allies down the slope again. He smirked at the disbelieving faces of his enemies and allies alike. "Start over," he said and sat down again. Usopp gaped at him like a fish, while Nami and Zoro were honestly not that surprised anymore. It of course made Django panic even more, and he called his trump card, the Nyaban brothers. They were pretending to be weak and scared of Zoro, and Sham, the smaller one, used this act to snatch 2 of Zoro's katana and threw them down the slope. Luffy sighed when seeing this. Zoro would have easily defeated both of them with all 3 of his swords, but with just one he was barely defending himself. Nami ran down the slope, attempting to get the swords. She got them, but Django slashed her shoulder with his chakra and she fell on the floor, clutching her arm. At this moment, the real captain of the Black Cat pirates chose to appear. "What's this?" he yelled in anger, and all the pirates started shaking in fear. Django of course quickly launched into an explanation on how the Straw Hats were stronger than they thought, and that they set a trap. Kuro wasn't particularly amused by the explanation, but he allowed them 5 minutes to finish the fight. That of course wouldn't work. Nami stood up with the swords in her hands and threw them towards Zoro, who caught them. Django noticed too late, but didn't do anything about her afterward, not perceiving her as a large enough threat, and not seeing the addition of 2 extra swords as anything game-changing. Luffy relaxed when he saw that and plopped back to the floor. Kuro looked at him a bit confused. Nami, Django and Usopp continued to watch the battle. The Kuroneko pirates did the same, although they were much more nervous about it. Zoro, as expected, dealt with the both of them easily enough. Just as he finished, Kuro announced that it was time to kill everyone. But then, Kaya arrived and Kuro, thinking she was there to try to sneak attack him, tried to slash her. Just in time, Usopp tackled her to the ground. Kuro then used his stealth foot technique to try and kill them both, but a hand grabbed his wrist. Kuro then yelled in pain as the man in the straw hat broke his wrist. "Why, you bastard!" he screamed at the man and attempted to cut him, only hitting air every time. To the astonishment of everyone present, Luffy didn't seem to move much. Kuro was furious at him, and kept striking more and more wildly at him, hoping to get lucky and cut him. But nothing like that would happen, much to his misfortune. The other battles were done now, and the remaining foes watched alongside the Straw Hats and Kaya as Luffy humiliated Kuro more and more with each passing minute. Then Kuro jumped back and calmed himself a bit. Luffy quirked an eyebrow. Then Kuro started swaying left and right in a creepy way. This seems familiar, thought Luffy. Shikushi! The man yelled and disappeared. The Straw Hats and Kaya, along with the 3 kids, who watched from the forest, were confused, while the pirates down the slope were visibly terrified, right along with their captain, Django. Luffy watched as Kuro descended down the slope and attacked random things along the way. The pirates screamed in horror, and some tried to run away. Django was completely pale and clearly didn't know what to do anymore. This technique is as fast as your average Zoro, but he doesn't have any idea who he's attacking. He doesn't see anything. Luffy thought as he prepared to intervene. He unsheathed his sword and activated his own Zoro. He dashed ahead and blocked all 5 of Kuro's claws with his blade. He looked at a horrified Kuro straight in the eyes. The man behind him fell on his butt in fear. Too slow, Luffy commented, and Kuro's eyes widened. Everyone was startled by this new development. Why did he defend them? Nami thought. Despite seeing that Luffy was somewhat different from your average pirate, she still thought he would ultimately do only things that benefited him. And she failed to see anything good from defending enemy pirates. Wow, was all that went through Usopp's head. He was in awe of their speed. Damn, my captain really is not only strong but fast as well, thought Zoro as a small smile formed on his lips. Maybe that Yonko comparison wasn't complete bullshit. You should have let me kill them, Kuro said as he regained his composure somewhat. They are completely useless pawns. They are better off dead. He looked back at his fearful subordinates, and he smirked. But as he looked at Luffy, he saw that the man clearly was not amused by his statement. And whose fault is that? Luffy asked with an annoyed voice. You wanted pawns, you got pawns. You suck at being a pirate, Kuro. No wonder you're quitting. Usopp and Zoro smirked at his words, while Nami wore a puzzled expression. Kuro was surprised at his words. He finally stepped back and Luffy finally no longer had to restrain him, but he didn't sheath his sword. He did, however, ease his posture somewhat. He pointed with his sword at the hill. You see those 3? He asked. He was of course referring to his 2 crew members and his soon-to-be crew member. They held back your crew with hardly any help from me, and I found them all 3 in a week. Zoro's chest swelled in pride, Nami blushed at the compliment, and Usopp took his usual captain posture, while telling Kaya how brave and awesome he was. Luffy chuckled in amusement. Then he looked back at his adversary. And you, Captain Kuro, Luffy continued, spitting the word captain like a curse, are a really bad captain. No pirate worth his name harms his nakama. Hearing this, Kuro actually started to laugh, earning a glare from Luffy. Nakama? Kuro asked. What nakama? All I see are stupid pirates. Pawns, who are only good enough to live and die at their captain's command. Luffy's eyes darkened upon hearing this. Usopp is a better captain than you ever were, Kuro snorted. That kid? It's all a stupid game. He never even left the village. He's playing. Kuro yelled in frustration. Not right now, he isn't, Luffy said in a low tone. Kuro tried to slash him, but Luffy stopped every attempt. Re-GHT. Kuro snorted. Because he's doing something now, that makes him a better pirate. And he's always on about his worthless father. Luffy looked up and saw Usopp stiffen. He laughed. His father probably has a bounty 5 times bigger than you, moron. He seethed. This angered Kuro. Why, you bastard? He yelled out. Kuro then attempted once again to execute his random attacking technique, but he was stopped before he began. Luffy infused Ashita no Kamishimi with Haki and hit the swords. Like he thought, the blades were of rather poor quality. They may have looked exquisite, but they were obviously not made by a very skilled smith. Even when attacked by a skilled powerful using Haki, a good blade would not usually break, even when used by a weakling. The user would be pushed back, or he'd lose his grip or whatever, but a good blade would not break so easily. Kuro's blades were clearly not very good then, as all 5 of them were neatly cut in half. Kuro lost the last of his composure, and yelled in frustration, My plan cannot fail. He attempted to cut Luffy with the blades on the other hand, which were again blocked. He pulled his other hand back. Gomu Gomu no pistol! He yelled out and delivered a devastating punch straight to his face, breaking his glasses. His enemy fell backwards. There was complete silence. Everyone watched Captain Kuro, but he didn't rise again. With one punch he was completely finished. The pirates were panicking. Who the hell are you? Asked one of them. Luffy turned toward him. I'm Monkey D. Luffy and I'm the man who's going to be the Pirate King. Remember my name. Luffy sheathed his sword and walked towards his fallen enemy and grabbed him by his shirt. And then threw him toward Django and the others. Get him out of here! He yelled at them. Leave and never return. They picked up Kuro, despite him trying to kill everyone, and ran towards the ship, quickly boarded, and in less than a minute they were already sailing away. Luffy grinned in contentment. This is the going merry. Do you like it? Asked Mary, trusted servant of Kaya. You're giving it to us? Asked Zoro. Kaya nodded. Of course. You saved our village and our lives. It's the least I could do. Besides, I don't really need a ship. Kaya explained. Luffy looked at the ship in wonder. Mary, it's great to see you again. Luffy thought. And undamaged. Then his face fell as he remembered what happened to it, but then he smiled. You may not be able to go with us to the New World, but I'll make sure you get us to Water 7 safely. Arigato. He then said simply. I love it. Kaya just smiled. Then she heard some commotion and turned around. She saw Usopp rolling down the hill with a huge backpack. When he almost reached the sea, Zoro and Luffy stopped him with his feet, but unfortunately they hit his face. Thanks. Usopp mumbled, touching the giant bump on his face. Luffy and Zoro jumped on the ship, while Nami was already on it. Anyway guys, see you someday on the sea. We may be friends, but when we meet, Usopp tried to say. What are you going on about? Interrupted Luffy. Get on! Yelled a smirking Zoro. Usopp mumbled something under his breath while giving a surprised face. Kaya and Mary just laughed. We're already nakama, said Luffy. Come with us. Usopp's eyes bulged out in surprise, but he lifted his arm. I'm the captain, he yelled out. Only if you beat me in a duel, said Luffy. Zoro laughed loudly as Usopp's face fell. Vice captain then, he yelled out again. Luffy shook his head. That's Zoro, he told Usopp, and they all laughed as his face fell again. But you can be our sniper and inventor, and you can replace Zoro when he's asleep, which is pretty much all the time, yelled Zoro, trying to appear angry, but he couldn't hide his smile. He boarded the ship and they all waved to Kaya, Mary and the 3 kids, who were on top of the hill. Do you think he'll be okay? One of them asked. I'm sure he will, said another. He's Captain Usopp after all. The third smiled and nodded. Even so, I'm glad he's with those powerful guys, he said. After a few minutes of sailing, the Straw Hat Pirates were finally officially formed, again, as Usopp painted their Jolly Roger for the first time, again. However, after painting the sail, Luffy gave him a few black flags and ordered him to repeat his work. Needless to say, Usopp was pretty exhausted that day. At night, a few hours later, Nami had watch duty. Usopp and Zoro were in the men's quarters sleeping, while Luffy fell asleep next to her, and someone covered him with a blanket. Nothing was happening, but then she heard Luffy mumbling in his sleep. No, not again, he mumbled. Stop it! Get away from them, Akainu, she thought. That name sounds familiar. No, don't come near my brother, he mumbled while trashing around, fighting invisible enemies. No, Ace! Luffy suddenly screamed, scaring her half to death. But then he woke up in cold sweat. He started looking around and had an absolutely terrified look on his face, unlike anything else she saw on his face. He was always composed and smiling, he always had a look of absolute confidence. But now he looked like his world has just crashed down around him. He seemed so broken. After a few moments he calmed himself, not noticing her. He was on lookout duty during the day, and after that he fell asleep up there, and they didn't move him. Who's Ace? She asked, and he yelped, not expecting it. Why, Nami, you scared me, he mumbled. Who's Ace, Luffy? Nami asked again. Luffy sighed. Ace is my brother, Luffy answered after a few moments. Is he a pirate? She asked, genuinely interested. Luffy nodded. Ace is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, he told her. Her eyes bulged out in shock. Whitebeard? You mean Great Pirate Whitebeard? She asked. He simply nodded. She wanted to ask something else, but Luffy beat her to it with words of his own. I know what you're planning, he told her, and upon hearing those words she paled and started sweating. What are you talking about, Luffy? She said, trying to appear innocent, but it was obvious it didn't work too well. I saw your mark, Luffy said quietly, and her eyes widened and she stood up abruptly. She wanted to say something, anything, to stop this conversation, but no words would come to her, as she was too nervous under his watchful gaze. Then she touched her shoulder, where the tattoo was. It's obvious you hate him, he continued. But you must be trapped somehow. Does he have your family? She didn't say again, but she lowered her head and he could see a tear slipping down her face. He sighed. Take the ship, he suddenly said. She lifted her head and looked at him like he grew another head. You excuse me? She asked. You're collecting money, right? He asked, and she nodded. I've put on this ship half of my money, which is 6.000.000 berry. Her eyes widened. That will be enough, she thought. I'll have the 100 million now, he sighed again. Take the ship, take the money and give it to him. Get your family back, he said to her. We'll follow you. If he betrays you, I'll kick his ass. During the day, a few hours later, hey Usopp, can you hit that giant rock with the cannon? Luffy asked and motioned toward the rock, which was the size of a small island. Yosh! Usopp proclaimed and took his captain's stance. He lit the cannon and hit the rock with the first try. He was somewhat surprised at this himself, but he soon forgot about that when they heard screaming. Hey guys! Luffy yelled. Let's go over there to that rock. Someone screamed. They obeyed and tried to bring the ship close, but their thought process was interrupted when someone, namely Johnny, jumped on the ship and tried to slash Luffy. When he was just about to destroy a part of the fence, Luffy punched him, sending him toward the mast. He really didn't want Mary to get damaged so soon, even if it was just a fence. Johnny picked himself up. Luffy didn't use too much power, and lifted his katana again when Zoro called out to him. Johnny recognized him and finally calmed down. Then Nami fixed his partner Yasaka's scurvy problem, and in gratitude, the duo promised to treat them at the floating restaurant, while also mentioning that Dracula Mihawk was sighted somewhere nearby. They left for the restaurant. Who's the captain of this ship? A pink-haired man in a white striped suit asked. Luffy stepped forward. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The man seemed unimpressed. Your ship is an eyesore. Sink them, he announced, and one of his men loaded the side cannon. He lit the fuse and fired. Luffy jumped in front of the cannonball. Goma Goma no fusin! He yelled and became a balloon. He caught the ball with his enlarged body and threw it back at them. The cannonball flew past the mast, missing it barely. Full Body seemed shocked. If you try that again, I'm sinking you, Luffy announced in a casual tone as he hit the ground. He pointed toward the Baratie. Get us there, guys. I'm hungry. He went past Nami, who looked at him with uncertainty. Wait for the enemy to appear, he whispered in her ear. She nodded. With that they approached the restaurant. After securing the ship, they left one of the two bounty hunters guarding it. Luffy eyed the marine vessel suspiciously, but the annoying marine lieutenant made no move to attack, no doubt scared. Even so, he did not change his course and still headed for the restaurant. Luffy sighed in relief when Full Body exited the ship and headed to the restaurant entrance. When the door closed behind him, Luffy and the group followed. For the special occasion, you don't recruit such an excellent cook twice. Luffy wore a red captain's cloak, very similar to the one Gold Roger once wore, on top of his cardigan. He opened the door and entered, followed by Johnny, who was there to treat them, as well as the rest of his nakama. When he entered, all attention shifted to him for some reason for a moment. It may have been his powerful aura, but Luffy didn't particularly care at this point. Johnny pointed to an empty table and Luffy shrugged and went there. They waited for a few moments, and then he arrived. Sanji, flashback. Fine, shitty captain. I'll make you some meat, just make sure you take this to Nami Swan and Robin Schwan, Sanji said and handed him a platter with delicious-looking snacks. He eyed the snacks longingly, and looked at Sanji. He sighed. I'm sure the ladies will give you some. Just ask them first. Luffy nodded and smiled. The best cook in the world, Luffy thought and almost teared up. Sanji looked at him and sighed in irritation. What do you want to order? He asked in an annoyed tone. Meat, Luffy practically screamed. Sanji looked at him wide-eyed, not knowing whether to laugh, sigh or slap the bastard. He settled for the second. Give me lots of meat, Luffy repeated. Sanji nodded and murmured an insult under his breath. He turned to the rest of them and noticed Nami, and his visible eye immediately turned into a heart. Ah, what beauty! He sang out and kissed her hand. I think I'm in love. What is your name, oh beautiful lady? It's Nami, said orange-haired navigator answered. I'm Sanji, my love. he proclaimed while dancing around her in his love-induced state. Patty and another cook in the background both sighed and face-palmed. So what can I get you? Sanji asked. Just a light treat. Something with fruit, she answered. And I'd really appreciate it if I didn't have to pay. Hi, Nami-san. I can't really ask such a beauty to pay, he answered. She smiled sweetly. He turned to the rest of them, and his demeanor changed considerably. What do you shitheads want? He asked. They were taken aback by his rudeness, but nonetheless started to order things. Hey Sanji! A childish voice called after he took all the orders. Bring me meat soon, okay? Sanji almost bit his cigarette in half in irritation. A few minutes later, Sanji walked to the table alongside 2 other cooks. They brought lots of meat for Luffy as well as takoyaki for Johnny, some steak and sushi for Zoro, a big sandwich for Usopp and a fruit treat for Nami, which he proceeded to put in front of her along with a rose. He was then interrupted from his noodle dance by an annoying customer. Hey waiter! Full Body called, unaware of how dangerous it was to annoy a sea cook. Sanji sighed and excused himself from the table and stomped irritated toward the Marine lieutenant. Like I said before, I'm not a waiter, I'm a cook, he said to the man, but his words were completely ignored as the man motioned toward his dish. Hey, does this restaurant serve bug soup or something? The man said. Huh? Sanji asked. Bugs? Full Body punched the table lightly. Then what is this bug in my soup? He asked and pointed toward the bug in his soup. Sanji's lip twitched slightly. He couldn't resist it. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know, Sanji replied smugly. I'm not much of an expert on bugs myself. The entire restaurant was listening to their conversation, and with those words many started to snicker in amusement, including Full Body's date. Luffy laughed loudly in the background. Nice one, Sanji, he complimented. Even though Luffy wasn't a pretty lady, Sanji couldn't help but smirk proudly. Full Body of course was enraged and he stood up abruptly and punched the table, destroying it and the plates, spilling the soup, the wine and pissing off a sea cook. Oh! Luffy thought as Sanji's eyes darkened. Can money fill your stomach? Sanji asked suddenly. Full Body had a confused expression. I said, Sanji asked again. Can money fill your stomach? Luffy watched amused as his future cook kicked the crap out of an arrogant marine officer. Then he held him by the neck, bloodied as he was. Messing with a cook of the sea is a good way to get yourself killed, shitty marine, Sanji growled. Flashback. Don't touch our long nose, shitty marine. It was good to see Sanji again. Hey guys, Luffy said, getting the attention of his 3 crewmates. I think that's our cook, he grinned. He heard Zoro mutter a curse under his breath. Then they were all interrupted from their thoughts as several cooks arrived on the scene and got Sanji off Full Body, and restrained him as the idiotic marine continued to spew insults whilst being scared half to death by the restrained cook. Fighting again in my restaurant, a bloody ingrate, a voice said. Sanji calmed down somewhat. Owner Zeph. Finally, the owner, Full Body thought. Finally someone Sandash. He was interrupted from his thoughts by a kick with a wooden leg. You're another one, the owner yelled. Get lost, brat. Even the owner, Full Body roared. Even the owner of this crazy place doesn't respect his customer. You won't get away with this. Then, he and the fuming Sanji, who once again had to be restrained by the chefs, were interrupted by another voice. Lieutenant Full Body, sir, yelled a marine and saluted. Full Body turned around. What is it? He seethed. The marine seemed frightened. Sir, the prisoner has escaped, yelled the marine. Full Body's eyes widened. He took out most of the guards. When I left, a gunshot pierced his chest. The marine fell down on the ground. A few customers screamed. Behind him was a pale-looking man who looked like he didn't sleep for a month. He nonchalantly stepped over the fallen marine, and went to the nearest empty table and sat down. All eyes were on him. He looked around. Bring me some food, he yelled. This is a restaurant, isn't it? Oh, a customer, Patty yelled out in joy. Apart from that, everything stayed quiet. Full Body silently dragged himself toward the exit as the attention was no longer on him. Patty stepped in front of Jin, and asked him if he has any money. Jin asked if a bullet was okay, and Patty responded by slamming him into the ground and throwing him out, earning cheers from most cooks as well as customers. The commotion was over and the cooks went to their respective workplaces. Luffy noticed how Sanji lingered on a bit, but then followed them and returned quickly, with a place of food, and then stepped outside. Luffy followed him. Luffy stepped outside and watched what would happen. Jin lay on the deck on his stomach, muttering silent curses. Sanji placed the plate of food in front of him. Jin refused at first, but Sanji convinced him otherwise by telling him that by eating today he would be able to see tomorrow. Jin started to eat, and was so moved by the kindness that he started to cry. Sanji finally noticed a man behind him. "And you?" he asked. "What do you want?" Luffy shrugged. "I was curious what you'd do." Sanji lighted himself a smoke. "When you're alone at sea and have nothing to eat or drink, it's terrible." He started. "It's the most terrible feeling in the world. That's why I can't stand to see someone starving. Even if the old geezer fires me, I still won't stand for it." They stood there silently watching the ocean for a few moments, as Jin ate. When Jin was finally finished, he put the plate on the ground. He looked up to Sanji. "What's your name?" he asked him. Sanji smiled softly before answering. "It's Sanji." "Thank you, Sanji-san." "It was good," Jin said, bowing his head. Sanji just grinned in response. Then Jin turned to Luffy, who was still looking at the sea. "I can't help but notice your coat. You're a pirate, aren't you?" "What's your name?" he asked him. Luffy nodded. "I am. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy answered. The other man looked at him somewhat surprised by his words. "So you must be going to the Grand Line then, eh?" Jin asked after a few moments. Luffy nodded. "Listen, it isn't my place to prevent you from going, but I thought I should at least warn you. That place is a nightmare, but I have to go there," Luffy announced. "It's my dream." Shouldn't a man follow his dream? Sanji looked struck deep by his words, and Luffy noticed this, so he continued. "Besides, what was I supposed to do at home? Live from one day to the next? I'd prefer to do something more with my life, thanks." Jin couldn't begin to argue with those words. "Well, do what you like," he said, and stood up. "As for me, I must return to my captain." Sanji then asked him who his captain was, and Jin answered that it was Don Krieg. They talked some more, and Sanji told him to take on the boats, which Jin happily did as he didn't have any other choice. Then Zeph appeared. "You gave him free food, didn't you, lil eggplant?" Zeph asked in an annoyed tone. Sanji's eye twitched. "I'm sorry I got you in trouble, Sanji-san." Jin apologized. Sanji shook his head. "Jin, he started." "You didn't get him into trouble, Jin," Luffy interrupted, and all three looked in his direction. "After all, you paid," he said in a smug tone, as he handed a few coins to the cook. Jin looked ready to thank him, but Luffy just grinned and waved his hand as if trying to hit a fly. They waved as his boat disappeared into the distance. Zeph went back into the kitchen wearing a small smile. Luffy turned to Sanji. "Join my crew." Sanji stared at him for a moment. "I refuse. I have my own reasons to stay here," Sanji finally replied. Luffy put his head right into Sanji's face. "No, I refuse," he announced. "What?" Sanji asked, bewildered. "I refuse your refusal." Sanji just stared. "You're a great cook, you can fight, and I like you. You must join." Sanji looked ready to pull his hair out. "Hey, listen to me!" Sanji almost yelled in frustration. "So what's your reason?" Luffy asked. "I don't need to tell you!" yelled Sanji. "Can't resist," thought Luffy, and his lips twitched a little. "But you told me to listen!" he yelled. "My ship is a mess and I want a new one. Leave after you cook for my men and I won't hurt you. I won't guarantee the safety of anyone who stays behind," Don Krieg announced in an arrogant voice. Luffy sighed in annoyance, as he looked at the fallen figures of both Sanji and Jin, who were both laying wounded on the ground. Then he looked at the annoying face of Don Krieg, who was on the ground begging only moments ago until Sanji fed him, knowing full well what would probably happen after. He was the only one who remained seated. The cooks and costumers were all standing, keeping guard of any possible things Krieg might do. Zoro and Usopp stood on the balcony. Nami was on the ship, probably trying to get Yasaku and Johnny off it. Then Krieg ordered the cooks to give him food for 100 people, who were starving on his barely standing ship. Sanji complied, and the cooks confronted him, tried to stop him, calling him Krieg's lackey. They probably thought he was afraid of him, but Luffy knew better. Sanji wasn't a man who would fear another man easily or at all. Then Patty punched Sanji to the ground and tried to take out Krieg with a handheld cannon, which of course didn't work too well. Krieg then finally revealed the reason he was any good of a pirate, even if he wasn't, and that was his gold-colored metal armor with 100 weapons in it. Frankie is much cooler, Luffy thought. Then Krieg started talking about how his word is law and how everyone must obey him if they want to live. Luffy rolled his eyes in irritation. It's not that his tolerance for such people was that low. He was surprisingly patient with people, given his impulsive and reckless personality. But he wasn't really having a very good day. Flashback: last night, Luffy was in a cell, his hands and feet bound by sea-stone cuffs and connected with the wall, giving him very little space to move. Then he heard chuckling. First it was faint, then it grew louder and louder. Luffy stiffened as he recognized the voice. He heard the door open. A man entered the cell. Luffy looked up. Well, well, Dragon's son," Admiral Sakazuki said in a sarcastic tone. "You're looking well today, aren't you, Mugiwara?" Luffy just stared back at him with a scowl. He chuckled. "Don't look at me like that now, Mugiwara no Luffy. I have a present for you today," he said with a creepy grin. Luffy's eyes widened. He knew something horrible was about to happen. 2 Marines entered the cell and got his off the wall, but kept his cuffs on, of course. Luffy struggled when they forced him to walk, but it wasn't enough. They traveled a long corridor, and when they got outside, Luffy noticed the familiar surroundings. There were Marines everywhere, and as he walked they snarled at him, laughed, cursed his name, insulted his friends, and whatever horrible thing they could imagine. Then Luffy noticed why the place seemed familiar. He saw the ox bell. This was Marineford. He screamed, but his screams were muffled. He had cloth in his mouth. Then they stopped. Sakazuki turned around and grinned. He pointed somewhere. Luffy followed his finger. What he saw horrified him. There were 10 people kneeling on the floor, cuffed. Then Akainu walked towards them slowly. Luffy tried to run to stop him, but he was held back by many Marines. He tried to scream, but nothing would come out except muffled sounds. Akainu reached the first person. It was Ace. His fist turned into lava. Luffy tried extra hard to do anything that could help his brother, but he couldn't do nothing. A magma fist ran through the body of Ace and came out of his bare chest. Luffy's eyes widened. His mind screamed. He failed again. He looked at Ace's face. "I'm sorry, my brother. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he whispered, and Luffy barely heard him. "Nuh! I see." Luffy's mind screamed. "Luffy," someone close to him said. Luffy looked around and saw nobody familiar. Akainu walked toward him and pulled the gag out his mouth. "Why? Why are you doing this?" Luffy screamed at him. Akainu just chuckled. "Luffy," another voice close by said. Again no one. "Why not just kill me? If you're going to kill them, then kill me as well," he screamed on top of his lungs. Akainu chuckled. "Luffy!" a voice screamed this time. It sounded kind of like Zoro, but Zoro was over there on the ground, on his knees. Luffy was sure he was losing it. Akainu started laughing. "Oh no, Dragon son. You're not going to die," Akainu said in a low, threatening tone. "I'll make sure of that. You'll watch as everyone else you care about dies. But you'll live." Luffy looked at him in absolute horror. "Luffy!" Again a voice screamed. Sakazuki laughed once again. "That's your punishment, Monkey D. Luffy. For the sin of being born." Akainu walked back to the prisoners, chuckling to himself all the while, already turning his fist into magma, and Luffy screamed, unrestrained. "Luffy!" Usopp yelled. He felt pain on his cheek. Then he woke up. He was completely covered in sweat. He looked around, terrified. He saw the faces of his 2 male nakama staring at him, worried. He put a hand on his chest. His heart was beating fast. He ignored the questions of his friends. In fact, he almost didn't hear them. All he could hear was the constant chuckling of the Admiral. Needless to say, he did not sleep even a minute more that night. "You see, this armor is tougher than anything. It can withstand anything. Don't mess with the East Blue's greatest, Don K. Would you just shut up?" Luffy interrupted. Everyone looked at him in shock, including Krieg. "I didn't have any freaking sleep in 2 days, and now I have to listen to this stupid crap," Luffy yelled. "Just shut the hell up and go back to your stupid ship, Don Krieg, or whatever the hell your name is, jerk." Sanji blinked. This was totally different from yesterday, when Luffy was practically jumping around in joy. Luffy stood up, ignoring their shocked stares, and walked up to another table, picked up a glass of water and spilled it on his head, then casually walked back to his table and plopped in his seat. In the corner of his eye he could see Zoro smirking. He looked to Krieg. He could practically see the tick forming above his eye as he turned more and more red in anger. Then he exploded. You brat! How dare you disrespect me, the great Don Krieg!" he yelled out in rage. He took a deep breath. "But I guess it can't be helped," he said in a calmer tone with a smirk. One could see he was still mad, though. "You're too ignorant for your own good, brat. I'm Don Krieg. I'm the strongest man there is." Luffy smirked. "Really, Don Cribs?" he asked in a childish-sounding tone, saying the name wrong on purpose. "I think you're the ignorant one." Haven't you ever heard about Whitebeard? He could hear a few of the cooks fail to suppress a snicker. Sanji chuckled. Then Zeph arrived, and before Krieg could do anything else, he put a giant bag in front of him. Krieg gaped at him in confusion, the anger slowly leaving his face as he faced the owner. That's food for 100 men. Zeph clarified and turned around. Take it and leave. Then Krieg realized that Zeph was in fact Red Leg Zeph, a pirate famous for his leg fighting style. Luffy watched in irritation as Krieg mocked Zeph for losing his leg and becoming a pirate because of that, and Zeph denied that. Then Krieg demanded his ship log and Zeph blew him off, telling him he didn't deserve it. When I come back, I want the ship and the log, Krieg announced loudly. Leave if you wish to survive, Owner Zeph a cook exclaimed as Zeph and Krieg both prepared to leave. Why did you give him the food? Now they'll attack our restaurant. Zeph turned around. Only if they have the courage. Right, Mr. Couldn't get through the Grand Line? Zeph replied. Everyone gasped. Krieg gritted his teeth. Even Don Krieg failed? Someone whispered. True, I couldn't get through. Krieg began. But I'm Don Krieg and I'm the greatest. I had enough men and ambition. All I lacked was information. Luffy chuckled lightly. Jin began to shake and cover his face. But when I get that journal, I'll have that. And then I'll become the Pirate King, he announced. There was silence for a moment. Then everyone was startled by roaring laughter. Everyone turned to the only seated person on the ship and stared. The laughter calmed a bit, and Luffy turned to face Krieg. You know, I never said I'd give you my future title, Luffy told him. Krieg snapped. That's not funny, boy. It may have been just a lack of information, but even my fleet only lasted 7 days, Krieg announced. Everyone gasped in disbelief, but the mocking smirk on Luffy's face didn't fade. So, who did you piss off? He asked. Krieg turned around to leave. Like I said before, you'd better leave if you want to survive, he said and exited. Then the cooks talked about why Zeph gave them food. Afterward Zeph told them to better leave, but none of them would. The customers left immediately after Krieg was gone. Then Jin talked about how great his captain was and how they should all escape. Then the conversation started about the Grand Line and Jin told them who was responsible for it. Zoro was on edge. You may have disturbed his nap, Zeph said. Jin growled. That's not funny, he muttered. Then Luffy stood up, gaining the attention of everyone, since he was quiet during the whole conversation. Eyes followed him as he walked to the entrance. He looked to the right and saw Nami throwing the 2 bounty hunters overboard. He smirked. Then he looked ahead. Krieg was just giving a speech to his men. Suddenly he felt a powerful aura. He's here, he said. The cooks and Straw Hats looked at him in confusion. Who's here, Luffy? Asked Zoro. Luffy turned around and faced them. Dracula Mihawk, he said simply. He's come to hunt his prey. Then the ship behind him fell apart in 2. He looked at Zoro, who had his hand on his swords. Flashback. Will you fight him? Luffy asked. Yes. Even if I have no chance like you say, I still want to follow my dream. Don't interfere, Zoro answered. He sighed and nodded. Fine. He heard Yasaka and Johnny yelling outside. Damn, he cursed. I'm not in the mood for all this. You know, I'm not one of those idiots who would hunt rabbits using their awl. Dracula Mihawk mocked as he took his cross-shaped pendant and opened it, revealing a tiny knife. Zoro gritted his teeth, angered at the blatant disrespect the swordsman showed. Luffy too was angered by the Shichibukai, but decided to let it go, as Mihawk was probably just tired of random no-name swordsmen who constantly challenged him. Much to his annoyance, Mihawk and Zoro stood on the remains of Don Krieg's ship. Behind Mihawk was his small coffin-shaped boat. Luffy wondered how Mihawk navigated the Grand Line using that, but soon forgot about that. When Zoro started his attack, he could see all movements clearly, but Zoro could not. He used the very best of his techniques, but Mihawk stopped every single attempt quite easily with his tiny dagger. Zoro was fuming and let his anger control him, which made everything worse. The great swordsman continued to mock Zoro with both words and actions. Then he struck. Zoro looked down and saw the knife in his chest. A little bit deeper, and the blade would take his life. Mihawk asked him why he fought. Zoro answered. He asked why he refused to step back, and Zoro answered that question as well. The warlord took the little blade out and put it back where it belonged. Luffy noticed that something changed in Mihawk's aura. The swordsman acknowledged Zoro's potential, just as Whitebeard acknowledged his during the Great War after Luffy revealed his Haushoku Haki. The swordsman unsheathed his black blade from his back. Kid, tell me your name, he asked. Roronoa Zoro. He complied. Mihawk smiled a genuine for the first time since he arrived. I'll remember that. As a gesture to a fellow swordsman, I'll use my true weapon, this black blade, to end your life, he said. Luffy knew that Mihawk wouldn't kill Zoro, but still he could barely restrain himself. He also had to restrain 2 other foolish swordsmen, who constantly wanted to jump in. He could also see Mihawk eyeing him a few times for some reason. The swordsmen clashed. Mihawk emerged completely unharmed. Zoro's 2 regular blades cracked and fell apart. He got a big cut on his chest. I lost. Just like Luffy said I would, he said and smiled without a grudge. Mihawk's eyes widened. Luffy? Why does that name sound familiar? Zoro sheathed his sword and turned around. What are you doing? Mihawk asked. Zoro smirked. Attacking from behind is a shameless act among swordsmen. And then he cut him. Blood flowed freely. Zoro's blood. Flashback. Luffy ran across the deck, trying to find anyone alive. Zoro was on the grass deck, clutching his Wado Ikimonji with his right hand. His body was almost entirely covered in burns. The grass was covered with dead marines, most of whom looked powerful. Among them, Luffy recognized 3 vice-admirals. The grass was covered in blood. Zoro's face was almost the only part of his body that was not burned. It was covered in blood. Johnny and Yasaka had jumped in the water. Sanji yelled something to Zoro about his foolish ambition. Mihawk was sheathing his sword, but then he turned in the direction of the restaurant. He felt one of the most terrifying auras he had ever felt approaching him, fully intent on ending his life. Luffy was seeing red. Seeing Zoro get cut by the great swordsman made something inside him snap. He forgot his memory. He swung his katana. It crashed with Mihawk's giant sword, which the great swordsman unsheathed just in time. When the swords clashed, air exploded. The resulting shockwave sent most of the cooks flying back into the restaurant, and many pirates into the sea. Usopp was on his butt being pushed into the wall on the deck of Baratie, staring shocked at the scene. The 3 figures that didn't move were Krieg, Sanji and Zeph. Amongst them, Krieg had the least difficulty in doing that, and hid his shock behind an unconvincing smirk. As the 2 fighters struggled against each other, the glass windows at the front of Baratie shattered. The wood beneath the fighters cried like it was in the worst kind of storm, and tiny cracks started to appear. Zeph pointed towards something with his spare hand, while using his other one to shield his face. Sanji looked where his finger pointed and thought he was losing it. The clouds, which were abundant in the sky that day, have parted above the 2 fighters. Finally, the pressure dropped as each of the fighters jumped back. That wasn't the end, however, as immediately upon touching the ground, Luffy threw himself on Mihawk again. Each time their swords hit, it felt like an explosion. Luffy didn't limit himself to using just his swords, however. Using his devil fruit, Luffy used his legs and his free hand to try to get a hit on Mihawk. The Shichibukai noted this. This man is no swordsman. He seems to be primarily a user of free fighting style, he thought as he fended off his opponent's strikes. The attacks were no doubt powerful, but being on the defensive, Mihawk had no trouble defending against most of them. Then they heard violent loud coughing. Luffy jumped back and looked to his right. He saw Zoro being held above water by both of the pirate hunters. He looked back at Mihawk. His opponent noted that his eyes then lost all of their ferocity and rage. The only thing visible on his face was relief. This man, Mihawk thought to himself. It's him. There's no other explanation. It must be him. Both of the fighters sheathed their swords. Is Zoro okay? Luffy asked as the 2 dragged his swordsmen to the boat. They confirmed he was going to be okay and started treating his words. Mihawk stepped in the direction of the boat. It's still too early for you to die. The greatest swordsman in the world announced for all to hear. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Find your true self, your true world, and become stronger. No matter how long it takes, I'll await you at the top. Surpass this sword. Surpass me. Roronoa Zoro. The cooks and pirates picked themselves up and watched in disbelief. Then Zoro announced his intention to do what Mihawk said and lifted his sword, announcing to his captain that he won't lose again. Luffy accepted his words with a grin. Mihawk turned to Luffy, who was looking at his unofficial first mate. So you must be Monkey D. Luffy, he said to him. Luffy tilted his head confused. How do you know that? He asked him. The swordman chuckled. How would I not know? Red-haired keeps talking about you, he told him. Every time I visit him, he tells me about the scary 7-year-old he's met. Luffy laughed sheepishly. Everyone stared at him. So red-haired Shanks knows this boy? Zeph asked himself. Whatever, I'm not really that surprised anymore. Are you going to see him anytime soon? Could you tell him something for me? Luffy then asked. Mihawk considered his words for a moment. The boy was a friend of Shanks. Although the request was a bit annoying, he was sure he'd visit Shanks soon anyway. Finally he nodded. Alright, thanks. Tell him that Luffy started. Hawkeye's. Don Krieg then interrupted. Didn't you come to take my head? Dracula Mihawk would forever wonder how idiots like this could be pirate captains. How could an East Blue weakling possibly find it a good idea to interrupt the conversation of two men, each of whom was proven to be perfectly capable of pulverizing him with no effort at all and of whom one was clearly not in the mood to forgive the interruption? Mihawk has to suppress a chuckle as Luffy's entire face twitched in irritation. Give me a minute, Hawkeyes. Luffy spoke in a badly faked calm tone. Mihawk nodded. Luffy unsheathed his sword and slashed forward. Akainami, Red Wave. He announced, and a light red flying blade attack flew towards Krieg. The Don saw the attack coming, but it was way too fast, and it hit him straight on. His armor was barely any help against it as the red wave attack pierced straight through it. What's more, after the attack hit, the armor cracked and most of it fell off. The Don stood for a moment, and then fell backwards. The Krieg pirates surrounded their captain and checked his vitals. Then Luffy growled and they looked at him. Get lost, jerks. He yelled at them and they all fell on their butts. The thought going through their heads was the same one. SS scary. Then he growled again and they panicked and all started jumping in the nearby boat, until they were all in it. Somehow the boat didn't sink. Hey! Luffy yelled at them. You forgot Kong. He kicked Don Krieg at the human pile and he crashed into them, sending many of them into the sea. They quickly got back on the boat and started rowing like crazy to get away. As they were getting away, Luffy felt a presence behind him. It was a stupid-looking large man with various shield on his body. He tried to take him out with a sneak attack. Armament. Luffy murmured. As the large man crashed his fist into his back, the force of his punch was returned to him by Luffy's haki, and he was sent flying into the distance. Nu Perlesan! Someone yelled from the boat. Hawkeye's sweat dropped. I know now why Shanks thinks this kid is scary. Then Luffy walked back to Mihawk, but did not face him. He looked at the boat with Zoro, Usopp, Yasaka and Johnny. Another twitch formed on his face. What are you jerks still doing here? He yelled at them. Go get Nami or I'll punch you there. They, except Zoro who was resting, too started rowing, while muttering how scary Luffy was. And you! Luffy turned to the cooks and they fell on their butts, except for Zeph and Sanji who just sweat dropped. Do your job. Go make me meat. What is with this kid today? Sanji thought. Luffy then finally turned to Mihawk who took a step back. Tell him that I'll enter paradise in about a week. Luffy continued their conversation as though they weren't interrupted in the first place. Also tell him that I'm counting on him. What? About what? Mihawk asked confused. Just tell him that. He'll know what I mean by that. Luffy answered. Mihawk nodded and took off. Luffy turned around and walked into the restaurant. Where is my meat? Slept so well, Luffy announced when he woke up. He stretched his arms and hit the wall with one, accidentally damaging it a bit. He giggled. Then he jumped off the bed and walked out of the room. He entered the restaurant and looked around. There were customers here again. Hey guys! He yelled out. The cooks immediately paled. One of them ran up to Luffy and straightened himself, reporting like a soldier, except he didn't salute. We have your meat ready, sir, he said. Yay! Luffy exclaimed in joy. The cook looked at him oddly. Then Luffy noticed Sanji, who just brought some customers some food. Oi, Sanji! He yelled to him. The cook cringed and took a step back, but didn't try to run as he knew it'd make things even more difficult. When he tried that yesterday, Luffy's attempts to recruit him became pretty violent. Luffy, he stuttered, and some of the regulars were confused, because they knew how rude Sanji usually was to men. Will you join me, Sanji? Luffy asked. Sanji sighed. We've gone over this, Luffy. I can't join you, I even told you why. Sanji replied. I won't leave until the old geezer acknowledges me as a good cook. Luffy tried to speak and Sanji flinched. What is with you guys? Luffy asked while laughing. You're acting like I'm some ultra scary guy. You are. Every cook in the room yelled in unison. I am? Luffy asked, staring dumbfounded. Everyone's sweat dropped. Anyway, Sanji, after you stormed out yesterday, the old guy said that you are a good cook and he just says you aren't so that you'd leave and follow your dream. Sanji just stared at him in shock. He did? Then something crashed into the restaurant. Sanji, Luffy and a few cooks ran upstairs and saw Yasaku in the mouth of a shark laying on the floor. Yasaku! Luffy said childishly with a pout. Why didn't you tell me you were a merman? Everyone fell over. He's not a merman! A cook said and slapped him. Luffy looked at him. The cook fell on his butt. The cook's distorted memory, after completely wiping out the Don Krieg pirates and his own pirates, as well as scaring away a Shichibukai, Luffy returned to the restaurant. His eyes darkened and while breathing poisonous fire he yelled, Where is my meat? So scary! The cook muttered, nearly catatonic, while Luffy poked him in the face. A few hours and a teary goodbye later. Sanji, make us some food! Luffy yelled, while taking a heroic pose, with his sword in his right hand. You know, you guys are way too casual for this. Arlong is dangerous, said Yasaku. Sanji snorted. You're a moron, Yasaku. He may be dangerous, but didn't you see what Luffy did to Don Krieg? He asked. Yasaku sighed. Point taken. Hey guys, who's Don Krieg? Luffy asked after a while without moving from his pose. They both fell over. The guy at the Baratie who you beat up. Yasaku yelled. Oh, that guy! I beat that guy up good. Luffy proclaimed proudly. Serves him right for trying to rest while the rest of the cooks made my meat. They sweat dropped. What? Asked Yasaku. Sanji lighted himself a cigarette. He's talking about a cook he beat up after he noticed he wasn't making any food for him, he said and puffed out a smoke. What? Yasaku yelled. Don't you remember the pirates that were there? You know Don Krieg, the pirate? Huh? Luffy asked. But that guy's name wasn't Don Krieg. It's Dracula Mihawk. No, the other one. Sanji yelled. Luffy looked at him confused. You mean the one dressed like a yellow trash can? He asked. Sanji and Yasaku both blinked and blinked and blinked again, and then roared out in laughter. After they calmed themselves and Yasaku wiped his tears, he finally asked, Luffy and Ikki, why are you doing a posture? Luffy looked at him like the answer was completely obvious. Well, we need a bronze statue, he proclaimed without moving. Bronze statue? Yasaku repeated, while Sanji face-palmed. Why are you doing a posture though? Well, we don't have one, so I'm trying to fill the part, Luffy said proudly and knocked on his chest, then put his arm back into position. Why would we even need one? Sanji yelled. They watched as Luffy's face became more and more red. Then finally they asked, Why are you all red, Luffy and Ikki? Asked Yasaku. Luffy looked at him and took a deep breath. I tried to think of a reason, but it hurts. Luffy whined. What? Thinking? Sanji asked in a deadpan expression. Yes. Luffy confirmed. Then both they into the cabin, Yasaku shaking his head and Sanji muttering curses about stupid shooty captains. When they closed the door, Luffy erupted into laughter. Flashback. Luffy stepped over several marine bodies and found the body of Nami, but it was almost completely burned by magma. The only reason he even recognized her was because of her orange hair and climate act. Luffy gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, unknowingly using armament and making it shiny black. An action that did not go unnoticed by the rest of his crew. As he approached the villagers, who were arguing with the pirate hunters, Luffy finally relaxed a bit, feeling Nami following far behind them. I won't make it repeat itself, Luffy thought. I swear it. Move it. Luffy commanded and the people moved aside, clearing a path for them. Luffy and the others moved forward and when they nearly reached, Luffy stopped for a bit. Listen guys, he said quietly. I need each of you to take an enemy down. Arlong has 3 lieutenants, an ideal number. Usopp paled at this, knowing he couldn't avoid fighting. Zoro, you take the fisherman with 6 arms. He's a swordsman, but don't kill him. Zoro nodded. Sanji, yours is the guy with weird things on his elbows. You'll know when you see him. Sanji nodded. Usopp. The sharpshooter cringed. You take the guy with the big lips. Use whatever tricks you have, we aren't white knights. Be careful, the guy is very strong, but you'll be able to take him. Usopp was shaking, but he nodded. All right. Luffy nodded and started walking again. He heard annoying laughter ahead. Armament. He murmured and without stopping, walked straight through the giant gates, leaving a human-shaped hole in the gates. The 3 straw hats all sweat dropped, and the rest of them had their jaws on the ground. After a second, the gates cracked and collapsed. Arlong and his men blinked several times trying to determine whether what they saw had indeed happened. Luffy stepped forward with his fist clenched. Which one of you is Arlong? He asked, even though he already knew the answer. Arlong? A tough-looking fisherman with a saw-shaped nose answered. That would be my name. Luffy launched forward and hit Arlong with his fist, sending him flying. The fisherman crashed into a stone wall, destroying a part of it. Luffy made sure he didn't use any haki or too much strength. Don't you dare make my navigator cry! Luffy yelled on top of his lungs. Your navigator? Arlong replied mockingly. And who the hell are you anyway? I'm Monkey D. Luffy and I'm the future Pirate King. He replied. Pirate King? Arlong repeated. A few of the fishmen nearby snorted. Like a human, like you could become Pirate King. One of them yelled and he along with most other fishmen attempted to attack Luffy, but they were kicked away by Sanji, who just arrived on the scene. Don't hog all the prey, he told his captain. Then said man sat down on the ground. What are you doing? Asked Sanji. I'm letting you take care of things, Luffy announced. He pointed at Arlong. After you're done, I'm taking care of Ugly Nose over there. Why, you human bastard? Arlong yelled, gritting his teeth. How dare you insult Arlong-sama? Kurobi yelled out. Luffy just laughed. Sorry, Arpong, Luffy said in a completely insincere tone, mispronouncing the name on purpose. Kurobi jumped to attack Luffy in anger, but was stopped by Sanji's kick. Zoro stepped forward to challenge Hachi. Usopp peeked from the corner of the building, then stepped forward and proudly raised his chest, while shaking. I, the great Captain Usopp-sama, will take you on, he announced, took his slingshot and shot Chu. The fisherman was angered. Why you? He screamed and ran after Usopp, who was already far away from the park. Everyone's sweat dropped. You know, Sanji begun. I'm fine with us fighting, but that may be a little too much for Long Nose. Luffy shook his head and waved his hand as if hitting a fly. Nah, he said. Usopp can take him. Besides, even if he does get a beating, I'd much rather have him get it sooner rather than later when the enemies will be far deadlier. Zoro and Sanji blinked. Did he just say something smart? They both thought. Then Hachi walked away toward the ocean, much to the confusion of Zoro. He played his trumpet like octopus mouth. Mama! He called. After a few moments a gigantic sea cow appeared out of the ocean. Moma, take care of them, he called out. The sea cow menacingly looked over his targets, until his gaze ended on the boy with the straw hat, who was seated on the stone ground. Its eyes widened. Hey you! Luffy yelled and waved. I remember you, sea cow's memory. Momo was just enjoying swimming around when he smelled something yummy. He swam towards the smell and came across the Baratie. On a balcony on the upper floor of the restaurant, a boy with a straw hat was sitting. He had many plates of meat on the large table. Momo eyed the food hungrily and started drooling. Why are you looking at my meat? Luffy asked. He stood up. You want to steal my food, huh? Get lost, jerk. Luffy yelled at Momo and punched him, sending him flying. Momo started shaking and sweating and then swam away as fast as it possibly could. What's gone into him? Luffy asked in a confused tone. Sanji face-palmed, remembering Momo himself. Then they clashed. Luffy watched as Zoro barely kept himself up because of the wounds. Despite this, Hachi clearly had no chance against him and was barely able to touch him. Kurobi and Sanji were somewhat evenly matched. Sanji was faster and was able to dodge all attacks, but Kurobi was stronger and managed to block many attacks using his arms and large elbows. Then Arlong stood up. Why, Nami, did you come to see me destroy those idiots? He asked. Shahahaha. True to his word, Nami stood in front of the villagers. Sanji looked towards her and Kurobi used the distraction to send him flying through the wall with a heavy punch. Zoro did not allow himself to get distracted. No, Arlong, she replied, holding her shoulder, which Luffy noticed was now bandaged. I came to see you get beaten. Arlong laughed, and as on a cue, Usopp came running back and Sanji slowly stood up and walked toward his opponent, while muttering something about punches. You're stupid, Armbong, Luffy then announced. My guys are kicking your guys' butts. Sanji, Nami and the villagers couldn't help but smile at the simple words, while Usopp raised his chest proudly and announced that Captain Usopp is the coolest warrior because he finished first. The battles lasted a few more minutes and then Zoro finally finished his fight with Hachi and shortly after that Sanji kicked Kurobi straight through Arlong Park. Then Luffy stood up. Yosh! He announced in a childish tone. Now that Six Arms, Weird Elbows and Big Lips are finished, I'll be taking Ugly Nose over there. While saying those last words he rudely pointed towards Arlong. The man or rather the fisherman was fuming. How dare he? First they kill my comrades, then he insults them. On the outside, however, he appeared calm. He jumped towards Luffy, trying to bite him, but Luffy dodged and Arlong bit a column instead. The column cracked and was completely destroyed. Everyone was horrified at his strength, except Luffy, who was instead thinking about the celebration that would follow this. You see this? This is the true strength of a fishman. Humans will never be Arlong started. Then stop talking and show me. Luffy interrupted him. If fishmen are so great, then you should have no problems with me. Now? Arlong gritted his teeth in anger and launched forward. He used all kinds of attacks. He tried to punch, kick, bite, and whatever he could think of, but Luffy dodged everything, and rather easily at that. Also, with every strike that missed, Arlong became more and more enraged. TSK, TSK, TSK. If as a fishman, you're that strong, why are you in the weakest sea then? Luffy asked while dodging, fueling Arlong's anger even further. Shut up, human! He yelled. Also, why haven't you killed any admirals yet then? Luffy asked again in a confused tone as he dodged a vicious-looking kick. I'll kill you, human! I swear I'll kill you! Roared Arlong and jumped into the water. Luffy looked at the pool and saw Arlong's fin. Oh, a shark! He yelled excitedly. Everyone fell over. Shark on darts! Arlong announced and jumped out of water, aiming for Luffy's heart with his nose. At first it seemed as if Arlong had succeeded and a few people screamed in horror, but upon closer inspection you could notice that Luffy was holding Arlong's nose with his hand. Get lost! He yelled and threw him into Arlong Park. He crashed into it, but immediately jumped towards Luffy, attempting his signature attack a few more times. You coward! Are you dodging because you're scared? He yelled out. Luffy sighed. Idiot. You know, Arlong, as a general rule, I don't like having my chest pierced. Luffy whined. His crew members behind him couldn't help but snicker. The villagers were gawking at them, shocked at what the great tyrant of East Blue had been reduced to. Why, you damn human! Arlong yelled and punched him with all his might. Luffy decided to humor him, and did not even bother to dodge, and instead released a small amount of haki to shield himself. The villagers and crew members watched with their jaws hanging as their hero received a punch to the face and did not budge an inch. Arlong pulled back his fist and stared in horror. I thought superior meant better. Guess I was wrong, Luffy said and scratched behind his ear. I gave you 20 minutes to prove you're better than me. I didn't attack, I didn't use my devil fruit, and I barely moved. Guess you were proving something else. Arlong's eyes then changed and he lost whatever restraint he had left. He punched into Arlong Park and grabbed something and pulled it out. Luffy's sweat dropped. That's an interesting way of getting something. Nami's eyes widened in horror. No, Kuribachi. He only uses that when he wants to wreck everything. She yelled. Arlong ran towards Luffy and Luffy jumped up. He crashed into a room in Arlong Park, a room he remembered well. Arlong followed. He had no more restraint left, so he simply slashed left and right. Luffy sidestepped his slashes and Arlong mainly cut Nami's maps. Luffy punched the table out of the room as well as several stacks of paper. What are you doing? He yelled at him. Luffy laughed while dodging. Oh, are you angry, Arlong? Are you? Luffy asked. But then his eyes darkened. But I bet you're not as angry as me. You made my nakama cry. Then he punched Arlong out of the building. He landed underneath the park, where they fought first. There was map paper all over the plaza. Your nakama? Arlong asked as he picked himself up. What can you do with her? You can't use her as well as I can. She may be human, but she's got talent. If the rest of humans are like dirty mice, she's like a clever cat. Luffy decided he had enough of him. Armament. He murmured. His arm turned shiny black and he threw a punch at Arlong. He tried to block it with his kuribachi, but the weapon was broken immediately upon contact and Arlong was sent flying. Everyone watched in awe as Arlong struggled to even get up after that punch. He did not look like someone punched him. Luffy's knuckles were imprinted on his chest, and he was spitting blood. Look at your park for the last time, Arlong. Luffy announced, and unsheathed his sword. Akai Nami, Red Wave. Luffy announced and slashed the air a few times, sending several flying blade attacks towards the building, cutting it cleanly several times. The building collapsed into itself. Arlong looked at it in horror, and then he collapsed himself. Nami Swan! 3 Sanji announced proudly. Your security guard of love is at your service. Arigato, Sanji-kun. Nami thanked in a sweet voice. Hey, Nami, can I get a tangerine? Luffy asked. Nami's eye twitched. Why should I give it to you? And how do I know you won't take more than one? She asked. Luffy shrugged. Well, you can give me one because I'd like to see what it tastes like. He answered. You've never eaten a tangerine before? She asked. Luffy shook his head. Not that I'd remember. he replied. She stared at him dumbfounded. How do I know you won't steal them all? She then finally asked with half-lidded eyes. Well, then I wouldn't even ask you. I'd beat the crap out of Sanji and take them. Luffy answered in a whiny tone. Hey! Yelled Sanji. Then he put his finger on his chin and gained a thoughtful expression. Or maybe I'd use my speed and steal them without anyone noticing, he announced. Or I could steal them at night. Nami abruptly stood up. What? Asked Luffy confused. Why you're actually making sense, she yelled. Luffy tilted his head. Shouldn't I? He asked. But you're Luffy. You're a moron, she told him. I'm not a moron, he yelled in outrage. Nami, Luffy asked after a few moments. What's a moron? Everyone's sweat dropped. Can I get a tangerine now? Luffy asked after a moment. Nami wordlessly walked towards the plant, plucked a good, ripe one and handed it to him. Luffy smiled and peeled the fruit and then ate the fruit slowly, which freaked the girl out. What? He asked again. Why are you eating so slowly? She asked him. He sighed. To enjoy the taste? He asked back. She stared. He ate the last slice, then he laid down. It's good, he announced. A news bird then arrived and Nami stood up, took a newspaper and paid, complaining about the price. She sat down again and opened the newspaper and a paper flew out. Luffy ran after it and picked it up. He grinned as he looked at it. At Marineford, these were all high bounty pirate captains and he took them all out. A green-haired man said and pointed at 3 wanted posters. Easily at that. From what I hear, he wasn't even wounded. Not even once, he continued. And the pirates were formed less than a month ago. Do we have any information on him? A Marine Vice-Admiral asked. None, sir, Brand New answered. Given his unknown origin, we can't really know how strong he really is yet, but the government has decided on a price. He put a wanted poster with Luffy's smiling face on the wall with the other 3. This bounty is a true record for East Blue. Nobody has ever been given such a high first bounty in East Blue yet, and there are only a few people in other seas who surpass it, most notably perhaps Boa Hancock, Royal Shichibukai and the Demon Child. The government, however, believes that the figure is reasonable, given how easily he dealt with his enemies. At Marineford Fleet Admiral's office, Garp walked through a wall into the office. Hey, look at this, Sengoku! Garp yelled and put a wanted poster on his desk. Yes, I already saw this, the head of the Marines said in an irritated expression. Now if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Bwahahaha, that's my grandson, Garp proclaimed proudly. Garp, Sengoku said. I'll never get it how you can be proud of such a family, the Marine hero sighed. He's still my grandson and even if he is a pirate, at least he's a good one. Garp muttered and turned to leave. Use the door next time, Sengoku yelled after him. Garp turned around and huffed. Nope, not cool enough. And then proceeded to close the door of the office and walk through it, leaving another man-shaped hole. Garp, on some unknown island on the Grand Line. Yo, Hawkeyes, have you come to challenge me to a sword fight? A red-haired man asked. Mihawk shook his head. Perhaps later. I have some things to discuss, he said and revealed the bounty poster. Shanks smiled. After he dueled with me, beat Don Krieg with 1 slash and scared the hell out of everyone else, he told me to be his messenger to a Yonko. Mihawk told him in a totally emotionless tone. Shanks blinked. Gahahaha, just as I expected. He'll surpass even old Shirohige in a few years, Shanks announced. Then he sighed. Honestly, every time I think about that kid I always think that I had to be drunk that whole month. But then Ben always reminds me that it really happened. Shanks continued. So, what's his message? Mihawk sat down next to Shanks. He said that he will enter paradise in about a week, he said. Shanks nodded. That's good to hear. Anything else? He asked. That's the problem, red-haired. He said he is counting on you, but I don't know about what. Hawkeye continued. Shanks laughed and patted his back. Don't worry about it, Hawkeyes. He's just reminding me of something, he said. Now, Hawkeyes, Shanks announced in a fake menacing tone. I can't let you just leave here, on the Moby Dick. Hey, Sabo, come here, you are. A blond, pineapple-headed male called out. What is it, Marco? A blond-haired man with a blue hat and clothes asked and went in his direction. Marco chuckled and handed him a wanted poster. Sabo took it and looked at it. His eyes bulged out. LOL, you Luffy, he stuttered. The amount under his name startled him. What the hell? Marco smirked. Is there a problem, Sabo? He asked. Sabo looked at him dumbfounded. He's got higher first bounty than my and Ace's first bounty combined, he said. Can't wait to tell Ace you are, Marco said with an evil expression as he grabbed the poster back. Sabo's sweat dropped. Hey Ace, he yelled. What? A voice asked. Marco turned around and saw Ace. Yo, fireman, he called. A fireman puts out fire, Marco, Ace said with a twitch. I am fire, whatever. Marco dismissed him. Check this out, you are? Ace took the poster and looked at it for a full minute. Then he looked at Sabo, then at Marco. Tell me this is a joke, he said. Marco and Sabo blinked in confusion. No, it's real, you are. Damn it, he was right, Ace muttered. Sabo looked confused. Ace sighed and proceeded to explain. He said, and I quote, your bounties will be tiny compared to mine. He did say that. Sabo confirmed. Ace sighed, but smiled now. I need to show this to Pops, he said and walked away. A few minutes later, look, Pops, Ace exclaimed and practically shoved the poster into Whitebeard's head. This is my little brother. The Yonko took the poster and looked at it. So that's the brat, eh? He said with a quirk eyebrow. Yep. That's my weak little brother, Ace repeated. Whitebeard looked at him in confusion. What? Ace asked. The Yonko coughed. Well, I wouldn't say he was weak, given what is written on this poster, Whitebeard told him. He has a huge first bounty, and it says here that he took out the best of East Blue without getting wounded even once. Yeah? Elsewhere on the ship, Sabo stares at Teach eating a pie and gets an awful sense of foreboding. Marco notices this and comes over to him. What's wrong, Iwa? He asked. Sabo shook his head. It's just something Luffy said. He told us to stay away from fat pirates with missing teeth and bushy chest hair that like pies. He raised his hand when an angry Marco tried to say something. No, I'm not joking. He actually said that. Those exact words, Sabo said, and Marco stared at him in bewilderment. Well, that seems oddly specific, Marco said with a sweat drop. Did he say why, Iwa? Sabo smirked. He said that we should stay away unless we want to get raped. Marco fell over. He actually said that? Marco asked incredulously. When he was 11, no less, Sabo said. Well, Marco said in a deadpan voice as he patted Sabo's shoulder. You sure have one interesting brother, and his lips twitched. Even in the face of death he still couldn't resist it. Cool. I've always wanted to see an execution. He beamed. The clown almost fell over. It's your execution, he yelled. What? He exclaimed. No way. He chuckled silently to himself as the clown muttered something about stupidity and straw hats. Now look good, fair Lady Alvida, as I decapitate this bastard, Buggy yelled. He looked down, and indeed he saw a skinny Alvida in the front line. Alvida? Luffy repeated. He looked around in every direction. But I don't see any whales, let alone supersized ones. He had to concentrate hard not to roar out in laughter, as he could see Alvida's face get more and more red, before she erupted. I'm not a whale, she yelled. Luffy looked at her and blinked several times. Of course you're not, Luffy told her in a childish tone. You're not Alvida. I am Alvida, bastard, she yelled as a tick formed above her eye. But you're not a whale, Luffy replied. Alvida gritted her teeth in anger. I never was one, she roared out. Now, Lady Alvida, don't mind this brainless idiot. He won't be alive very much longer, Buggy announced and lifted his sword. Die, Straw Hat. This execution, yelled Sanji, is over, finished Zoro. They then fought their way through the pirates, but Luffy knew they were going to be too late. He would have freed himself already, but the sea stone was sapping all of his strength, disabling even his haki. Luffy didn't know if sea stone naturally sapped haki power as well or if it just weakened him too much to use it, but it didn't matter. The sword began to approach his neck. Luffy knew this could very well be the end, if the lighting didn't strike at the right time like the first time, so he smiled. He could see Smoker drop his cigars from his mouth in a building overlooking the plaza, and he wondered what that was all about. Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, Nami, he called out. And Chopper, Robin, Brook, Frankie and Vivi, he added in his mind. Sorry, but I'm dead. Then he grinned content and ready to die. And I'm the one dying this time, he thought, and thinking this his grin widened. He was content. All of his Nakama were still alive, and he at least saved 4 of them from their otherwise unhappy fates, and there was still hope for the rest. But death didn't come, and for once Luffy wasn't mad at it. Lighting struck the platform, but Luffy didn't feel anything, only heard it strike. Then the platform collapsed and Luffy fell down with it. Luffy stood up. Maybe Enel saved me, Luffy thought, but then started to snicker. Yeah, right. He stepped forward and picked up his straw hat before it hit the ground. He looked at the jaws on the ground and smirked. Well, that was an enlightening experience, Luffy said, and then started to giggle. Get it? It's a pun, Luffy told, but nobody would react. You know, enlightening? Luffy tried again. Whatever. Luffy huffed. You're no fun. Then he ran up to Sanji and Zoro and together they ran to the harbor. Zoro was stopped in his tracks by Tashigi. As they ran, Luffy felt a familiar presence. In front of them was none other than Captain Smoker. Smokey! Luffy thought. Flashback. Luffy was sitting on a hilltop, overlooking the ocean. As he thought about his crew again, tears slipped down his face. He felt someone behind him. Mugiwara! A familiar voice said. Luffy turned around. It was Smoker. I came to arrest you, he said, but his attention was clearly not on anything but his face, where tears flowed freely. Then do it, Smokey, Luffy said and faced the sea again. Take me and get this over with. So it's true then? Smoker asked and puffed a smoke. You lost your crew? Luffy didn't answer, but he didn't have to. Smoker knew this answer. Akainu is gone too. Disappeared alongside his fleet, and a few vice-admirals. What? I killed them, Luffy interrupted. Smoker's eyes widened. You never killed Mugiwara, he replied. I didn't. But it was already like I was dead myself, so might as well betray my principles too. I didn't care anymore and I still don't, Luffy said, his voice crackling. Smoker turned and left him. That was the last time he saw him. Smoker stepped forward. Mugiwara, he growled. I'm Captain Smoker. You're not getting past me. Luffy stopped. Sanji looked at them. Sanji, go ahead. I'll follow after I'm done here, Luffy commanded. Smoker smirked. I wouldn't count on it, he told him. Sanji ran forward, but Smoker didn't stop him. He activated his devil fruit power and turned into smoke. Smoke flew in all directions and Luffy noted that Smoker was trying to trap him. This was something he always respected about Smoker. He never really attempted to kill, always only to catch. Luffy activated his Sora for a moment and jumped into air, dodging the smoke that tried to form around him. Smoke followed him. Luffy kicked the smoke away, much to the surprise of his foe. A hockey user in the east? Smoker muttered in disbelief. Then he jumped towards Luffy again and attempted to hit him with his jetty, but Luffy easily caught his arm. I'm sorry, Smokey, Luffy told him as he gritted his teeth in frustration. But your hockey is shitty. Train some more and challenge me again. Anyway, Smoker growled and tried to strike again, but Luffy punched him hard in the gut. He didn't use too much hockey though, as Smoker was one of those rare Marines that he truly respected. He dropped the unconscious, but otherwise relatively undamaged Smoker on the ground. He looked at him for a moment, but then he heard footsteps in the rain. He turned around and saw a man, covered in a green cloak, approaching. Lighting flashed and a moment he could see the man's face. It was covered with tattoos. Flashback. I hear your dad saw you off at Loguetown. His name is Monkey D. Dragon. He's a revolutionary. My comrade, Revolutionary Dragon, son of Dragon. That's your punishment, Mugiwara. For the sin of being born. Dragon? Luffy asked quietly. The man kept walking towards him. Or should I say, Dad? Luffy continued. The man was now in front of him, and they looked at each other. Luffy looked at him with half-lidded eyes. Or maybe the best way to describe you would be sperm donor from hell, Luffy exclaimed after a moment of silence. The man stiffened for a bit, but then started chuckling. You know, if I was Ace, I'd hate you and I'd be trying to kill you right about now, Luffy said. The man paused in his amused laughter. Ace is my brother. Luffy answered the question that was never asked. As is Sabo. Brothers? The man said. You don't have any brothers. Not blood ones, no? Luffy confirmed. The man tilted his head slightly. Ace as in Porghast Ace and Sabo as in his crew member Sabo? He asked. Luffy nodded. The man's eyes widened slightly, but it seemed as if Dragon was used to surprises. So why don't you hate me? The man asked. You have every right to, Luffy sighed. You have done nothing yet. I have no reason to hate you, Luffy answered honestly. The man nodded. Luffy, don't misunderstand me, Luffy interrupted. You aren't a father to me. I don't hate you. It's just that I'm indifferent to you. I don't care about you at all. I don't care about faceless strangers. But I am your father. Dragon protested. Luffy shook his head. No, you're a stranger, who happens to be the sperm donor. If you want me to care about you, do something to make me care. Luffy turned to leave, but then turned back for a bit. And for the record, I hate the government too, Luffy said and put his hand on his scar. As he turned around, a wild wind flew forth and carried him and his crew to his ship. Well, it's a start, Luffy thought as he landed on the ship. Dragon stood in the harbor. Damn. That was cold, he sighed. Zoro noticed his unhappy disposition and put his hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? He asked him. Luffy sighed again. I met my father in Loguetown before we left, he told him. Zoro stared at him, for the first time. Luffy added when Zoro obviously didn't know what was the matter. Zoro sighed. I see, he told him. So how did it go? Luffy chuckled softly. I was a total ass to him, he answered after a moment of silence. Zoro blinked. I told him that until he actually does something I don't care about him, and see him as a stranger. Luffy continued. Zoro sighed. You were a jerk, yes, Zoro confirmed. But I honestly can't blame you. I'd probably do worse and smack him a few times and hate to interrupt your bonding, but we're about to crash. Nami interrupted. Luffy looked ahead and saw what looked like a giant mountain. Shit, Laboon, thought Luffy. He was unable to stop the figurehead from breaking off, and went pretty mad there for a moment. Then the whale swallowed the ship and he entered the whale through a hatch on the top. Then he found his way to the stomach and almost fell in it. 2 people who were apparently inside with him did fall in it. He rocketed himself into the ship just as Zoro was being restrained to not kick the crap out of Crocus for some reason. He crashed into them. Sanji managed to grab himself into the fence, but Zoro was thrown over it, straight into the whale's digestive juices, while displaying his colorful mastery of curse language. Yuck. Then 2 people climbed over the railing. One was a brown-haired man in green clothes with a crown on his head, and the other was a blue-haired girl. Flashback. Why do you sit there, Luffy-san? Isn't it dangerous? You're a devil fruit user. It's my special seat. Don't worry, I won't fall. Only right now, she wasn't acting anything like that. She seemed like the typical Baroque Works agent. Luffy didn't know whether it was a facade or the influence of her partner, who was actually quite annoying. They acted like they owned their boat and attempted to kill Laboon with their bazooka. Crocus intercepted their attack. Luffy wondered how the old man was able to do that without getting heavily injured. He seemed normal enough to him. Luffy then knocked them both out. After a few minutes of talking with Crocus, who explained about Laboon to them, then they exited the whale's stomach. After a while, Luffy proceeded to fight with Laboon and then painted a deformed Straw Hat Jolly Roger on his front to stop him from damaging his head any further. After a few minutes of conversations, Nami was eyeing her compass with a bewildered expression. Luffy lied on the grass of the small island near Laboon and watched the sky. Usopp was on the ship fixing things. Zoro was there, sleeping. Sanji arrived, carrying food. Here's your food, Nami-swan, Sanji exclaimed and twirled around in his love noodle form, while still carrying the plates, which always impressed Luffy. Hey, Sanji-kun, the compass seems to be broken, she told him. Sanji put his plates down and looked at it. Luffy started eating. You're right, Nami-san. It's spinning randomly, he added. Crocus laughed from his chair and everyone looked at him, except Luffy, who was eating Nami's food. That simple compass won't get you anywhere in the Grand Line, he told them. Nami looked at him with a horrified expression. The nature here in paradise, and even more so in the New World, is far too unpredictable for such a simple thing as a compass to work. Then what do we need? Asked Nami. Crocus chuckled. You didn't come very prepared, did you, young lady? He asked in an amused tone. You're going to need a log pose. This is serious. Why are you laughing? Nami yelled at him. Crocus pointed at Luffy's hand, which was offered to Nami, holding an actual log pose. Those weirdos dropped it. Nami took the log pose and simultaneously punched Luffy, who of course wasn't really affected but whined nonetheless. Why did you punch me, Nami? He asked childishly. Nami huffed. Just because, she said. Luffy pouted. Whatever, he told her and stuck his tongue out. You punch like a girl. I am a girl, she shouted and proceeded to punch him, but before she could, Sanji got angry on her behalf. Why, you shitty rubber, he yelled. First you eat my Nami-san's food and then you insult her. And then he kicked him in the head, which did absolutely nothing of course except make a small red mark on Luffy's face. Sanji-kun, Nami suddenly muttered in a dark, menacing tone that promised death. Luffy and Sanji both looked at her and noticed that the log pose had broken from the wind of the kick. Sanji tried to plead innocent, but Nami would have none of it, and proceeded to beat the crap out of him. Luffy laughed as she did so, but as Sanji laid on the ground in a heap, Nami turned his attention to him and approached him in a pitch-dark but also somewhat gloomy aura. As for you, monkey boy, she muttered darkly. Luffy's sweat dropped. As she neared him, he put his hand up. Wait, Nami? He told her in a calm tone. Nami stopped out of confusion. He didn't sound like he was making an excuse or trying to prevent being beaten. Wait a second, Nami, he said and opened one of his pockets. He pulled out a box, which although not very big still barely fit in his pocket. I hope it's still okay after all that, he thought and put the box on the ground. Opened it. Everyone looked at it. Inside the box was a small knife with an exquisitely shaped handle, a small badge with the straw hat Jolly Roger, which Luffy didn't ever wear for some reason, a few other objects, and another very small box, a bit bigger than the size of the kind of box where you'd put an engagement ring or something like that. Luffy took it and gave it to her. She opened it and gasped. Inside it was another log pose. She then proceeded to hug Luffy, at which his sweat dropped. Women and their mood swings, he thought. The hypocrite that he is given his own demon persona. She looked at Luffy, then at the log pose and then at Luffy again. What? He asked in a deadpan expression. You actually came prepared? Nami almost screamed. Luffy just looked at her confused. Don't look at me like that. She yelled at him, but then calmed a bit and sighed. It's just that it seems so unlike you. You never plan your battles. You don't care about our food stocks and just eat everything in sight. And you didn't even have a ship when we first met, or any crew members or nothing. Nami, Luffy replied in his "you're very stupid and here's why" tone. Firstly, I only had 18 million berry when I set out. That's not enough for any kind of ship. Secondly, I don't need to plan against weaklings, and thirdly, I always eat until I'm full. Gramps taught me to do that. Nami and Sanji stared at him dumbly. What's happening? He's making sense again. After more conversations, repairs, naps, begging, from Vivi and Mr. Nine, as well as setting sail. After a lesson in Grand Line weather, much to Luffy's hidden amusement, when it finally stopped snowing and they were relaxing on the deck, even the guests, Luffy came from the storage room of the ship with a few bandanas and wooden sticks. They all looked at him, and got a terrible feeling. Luffy, what are you? Nami started. Time for HAKI training, guys. Luffy interrupted. Everyone blinked. The what training, Luffy? Zoro asked on the other's behalf. Haki, Luffy said, but as they still looked at him, still confused, Luffy proceeded to explain. Oh, that's right. You don't know about it yet. So let me explain. He sat down on the wooden ground, put down his items, and everyone came over to him. As they sat down in a circle, Vivi and Mr. Nine sat down next to the railing, intrigued by the mysterious Haki but didn't want to come closer. Luffy sighed. Haki is sort of like weaponized ambition. My sensei told me that it's present in all people, but few manage to get it out. Luffy told them. They listened intently. My sensei called Haki the act of not doubting. He said that is true strength. The act of not doubting? Zoro repeated dumbfounded. Luffy nodded. Those who have no doubts fight better, he told them. Zoro and Sanji nodded, knowing this to be true. That's also why people who are already strong or strong-willed normally learn it faster. So what can Haki do? Usopp asked. Plenty of things. Luffy began. Increase your strength, protect your body, reflect attacks, better avoid attacks, and other things. They all looked at him in bewilderment. Then Haki is incredibly useful, Zoro concluded. They all nodded, but Luffy shook his head. Now it's useful, he said. But as we get deeper and deeper into the Grand Line, it'll become a must. But how will those things help us train Haki? Zoro asked and pointed at the bandanas and sticks. Luffy shook his head again. First, let me tell you more about it. There are 3 forms of Haki, as I've said, he said. Zoro nodded again. First, observation Haki. It allows you to feel the presence of beings and things around you, Luffy said and stood up. He turned away from them and closed his eyes. They looked at him confused. Zoro, he called. Try to cut me. The swordsman looked at everyone. They shrugged, so Zoro took out Wado Ikimanji and attempted to cut Luffy several times. He dodged every attempt with minimal movement, much to their amazement. Luffy then turned back to them and continued. It only works as long as your concentration is good enough and as long as your enemy's strikes aren't random, he told them. That's amazing, Usopp gasped out. Luffy smiled. The second is armament Haki. It basically shields your body. It allows you to make your attacks more powerful, shield your body from harm and bypass devil fruit defenses. Devil fruit defenses? Nami asked. Luffy nodded. If you had haki and hit me and my own haki didn't shield me, I'd feel the same pain as if I wasn't rubber. He said. S.J. Usopp said. Luffy looked at Sanji. Kick me. Once. He ordered. Sanji blinked, but then stood up. Luffy held the wrist of his right hand with an open palm with his left hand. The palm of the hand was opened in the direction of Sanji. I don't know how good this explanation is, but think about Sentomaru if you're confused. Sanji kicked him and Luffy caught his leg with his palm and Sanji was blasted away, almost crashing into Zoro. Stupid dark brow, Zoro muttered. Luffy tried not to laugh. This was the first time he had heard Zoro insult Sanji in this timeline. What did you say? Sanji asked in a threatening tone. Marimo? Stop! Luffy ordered and Sanji finally sat down. Both were still glaring at each other. Luffy would have loved to see them fight actually, but this was too important to delay. I saw your arm turn black a few times. Was that armament haki? Zoro asked. Luffy smiled. Yes, actually, but it's a little bit different. Instead of making armor around my skin, I make skin into armor. If that makes any sense. Luffy said. Then he put his left hand in a fist and muttered armament, and the hand turned shiny black like it was supposed to. Why do you always say armament? Zoro asked. Luffy's sweat dropped. Why do you say Centauri every time? Luffy asked back. Good point. Anyway, the last type is the haki of the conquering king. Or king's disposition. Luffy said and sat down. Only 1 in a million are supposed to have it. It's a chosen people kind of thing. How do you know if you can use it? Usopp asked. Luffy shrugged. Honestly? You just get stronger and hope it shows along the way. He answered. Aren't you going to show us? Zoro asked. Luffy shook his head. No. Even if it would work, it's not worth it. It's pretty unpleasant. Luffy told them. Why? Zoro asked. It allows you to overpower the minds of other people. Luffy answered and the others looked at him in shock. Your targets need to be both weak-willed and much weaker than you for it to work. It's good for dealing with weaklings. What does it do? Sanji asked. It literally breaks the minds of your enemies for some time, and they collapse. That can't feel too good. Luffy answered and scratched his head. Nami was hit by a sudden realization. You used it on those 3 pirates in Orange Town, she said and pointed at him. Luffy nodded, but then he stood up, ignoring their shocked faces because of him being one of the chosen ones, and picked up his training equipment. We'll start with observation, he announced. They looked at him confused. He grinned. Nami will be paired with Usopp and Sanji will go with Zoro since you're closer in strength that way, he said. What will we do? Usopp asked, and as Luffy grinned they got another terrible feeling. One of you will blindfold himself and sit on the ground and try to dodge the other's hits with the bat. You'll repeat that a few hours every day until you can dodge flawlessly, Luffy said in a cheerful tone. What? They all yelled. Happy training, Luffy whispered to himself as he remembered. He noticed his large belly was dirty from their footsteps, and he cleaned himself a bit after standing up. He heard screaming. Where the hell is he? Multiple people shout, a bit panicked. Luffy could sense Zoro's aura flicker. He walks towards the door and immediately runs into a man. The man tries to shout to alert others, but Luffy covers his mouth with his hand to prevent him. But then the man swings his sword and very nearly cuts Luffy's large stomach. He then punches the man in the gut and stops his body just as he's about to hit the ground and sets him on the ground quietly. He walks out of the building quietly, careful not to attract any attention. He then checks the top of the house with his observation haki, and is glad to notice that there's nobody on it. Good, he thought, and jumped up on a building, landing softly, but very nearly falling over as he did. Damn stomach, he thought, getting in the way. Then he got an idea. I did that once and impelled down. I should be able to repeat it, even though I don't need the energy. He used his rubber powers to get rid of his big stomach, relocating the energy in other parts of his body. He gritted his teeth in pain. Damn, I don't remember this being so painful, he thought with a pout. He looked down at the battlefield. Zoro was speeding past foes, slashing them when he passed. It was abundantly clear the poor agents had no chance. Damn, Luffy thought as he followed Zoro's carnage with pride. It's hard to believe that we were already this good when we barely even entered the Grand Line. Igaram, who Luffy was surprised to see was trying to kill Zoro, forced his unofficial first mate to jump away in order to avoid getting hit by the weird shotgun thing. Zoro proceeded to sheath his white katana and unsheathed Yubashiri, one of the blades he was gifted with. He ran into a few enemies and cut them. Nice katana. It's light and easy to wield. Luffy heard him comment. He furrowed his brows. Complete opposite of that black blade. What was it? Shusui or something like that. Zoro then unsheathed his other new blade, Sandai Kitetsu. Immediately upon doing that, Luffy flinched. He sensed a very dark but also a bit mischievous presence from the blade, and this surprised him. Why do I feel this sword's presence now and I couldn't ever before? He thought to himself, but then I'd Ashita no Kaneshimi. Is it because I've become a bit of a swordsman myself? Zoro then cut a few more enemies and Luffy noticed that his swings with Kitetsu were far deadlier and may have actually outright killed a few, which rarely happened before with Zoro's level of restraint. When he stopped, Zoro clutched the shoulder of the hand that held Kitetsu as if in pain. Damn, what overwhelming bloodlust! Luffy could hear Zoro say. A Mito is only supposed to cut when its master commands. This caught the attention of nearby foes and Zoro was forced to flee on top of a building. He climbed ladders and went as far as he could go until he was on top. Luffy watched with amusement as Zoro pushed away the ladder, throwing away a dozen or so enemies. Zoro then jumped across to the other side, using the falling ladder to be able to do so. As Zoro landed on the rooftop, he looked somewhat like some sort of a grim reaper with a sword in each hand and a somewhat demonic look to his face. Luffy then turned away as he felt a relatively weak, but familiar aura flicker. He looked to his left and saw Nami exiting a small building, stuffing a few money notes in her pocket and running to another house. He grinned. As he turned his attention back to Zoro, he couldn't see him anywhere in sight, but he still sensed his presence. He heard a distinctly female voice scream something. Luffy assumed it was an attack name. He watched as the three agents assumed the battle was over and he gritted his teeth in annoyance, still clearly feeling Zoro's aura, as powerful as ever. This is insulting. How dare they assume that my first mate was defeated so easily, he thought to himself. On the first island no less. Jerks. But to his captain's pleasure, Zoro soon proved them wrong by defeating the powerful-looking girl who seemed to have defeated him only moments before. The three remaining agents looked at Zoro in silence for a few moments. But then the one they called Mr. 8 got a look of sudden realization. I see now, he announced, and the remaining Baroque Works agents looked at him. The Marines must have made a mistake. The bounty must really belong to this guy. He must be the captain. The rest nodded, agreeing with his conclusion. Luffy was beyond annoyed. That's right. Mr. 9 agreed. I should have known that there was no way for such a smiley-faced kid to get such a high bounty. Or to be the captain. Smiley-faced kid? Luffy scowled in annoyance. People who judge their enemies on their appearance alone don't usually live very long on the Grand Line. But then he smirked and sat down on the edge of the roof. Time to teach them something. Yo, Zoro! He called out and waved, interrupting them just as they were about to brag about their number agent status. Everyone looked at him, including Zoro, who was a tad surprised that he was up. When you deal with the trash, come have a drink with me, he announced. Zoro smirked. Sounds good, Captain, he replied after a moment. This earned horrified stares from the group down below. Why, you're not the captain? Stuttered Miss Wednesday at Zoro. Luffy face-palmed in disappointment. Even you, Vivi? Luffy saw Zoro smirk in amusement for a moment at his own irritation with them, but then the first mate spoke up. We're the Straw Hat Pirates, idiots. Do you see a straw hat anywhere on my head? Then the battle continued. A few of the men remaining tried to sneak up on Luffy, but he flung them off the roof, sending them headfirst into the street below. What remained of them was their legs dangling out of the cement, struggling to free the rest of their bodies. Zoro dealt with the three remaining threats easily enough. The rest weren't even considered as threats to Zoro by Luffy, and Luffy was well entertained by them. Between Mr. 9 and Vivi's incompetence, which he laughed at heartily, Zoro's demonic presence and Mr. 8's odd fighting style, Luffy was kept entertained every second. In the end, when Igaram finally fell, Luffy clapped in joy. Great job, Zoro, Luffy said and outstretched his arm to him. Instead of grabbing it, as Luffy expected, Zoro jumped on it and ran on the leg until he reached that roof, at which point he jumped out. He probably didn't trust Luffy to pull him up. Luffy then offered Zoro sake, which he gladly accepted. You're strong, Luffy finally said after a moment of silence and quiet drinking. Zoro snorted and looked at him. That's odd coming from you, Zoro replied. Luffy shook his head. It's hard to put things into perspective sometimes, Luffy said after another moment of silence. He felt another familiar aura approaching him, but he didn't comment on it. A normal man is plenty strong, but he so very easily dies or is beaten. Then there are stronger men, like Morgan and Django and such, who seem to tower over men. Then there are the likes of Mr. 8 over there, but even they aren't any match for monsters such as you or Sanji. Zoro chuckled, probably finding it funny for Luffy to call him a monster and not the other way around, but remained quiet. After them are people such as government agents, who train for their whole lives and dwarf over complete monsters. Then those walking weapons are no match at all for powerful vice-admirals, new world captains and the like. Zoro continued to listen silently and poured himself more sake, but even they are humbled by the Shichibukai and Yonko's closest lieutenants. And yet, as dreadful as they may seem, there are still people above them. The Yonko admirals, Mihawk. Zoro stiffened a bit and touched his scar, which was finally healing properly. And me, Luffy concluded. Zoro stopped drinking and looked at him. But even we aren't on top, oh no. Luffy continued. Zoro looked at him oddly. But you're on par with an admiral, Zoro exclaimed. You're the strongest there is. Luffy shook his head. As strong as we are still no match for the old legends, the jerks from the old era. The ones truly on top are Whitebeard, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and well, Gramps, Luffy finished. Zoro looked at him wide-eyed. Garpy's that strong? He asked. Luffy nodded. He is. So, what are you trying to say? Zoro asked jokingly. If it's that you're horribly strong, I already knew that, but thanks. Luffy shook his head and snorted in amusement. I wonder how all this is possible, he said. Monsters who tower over monsters who tower over monsters who tower over monsters who to. I get the idea. Zoro interrupted, irritated. What's your point? Luffy looked at him. Zoro, you're the strongest swordsman of East Blue and yet you're nothing to a guy like, say, Doflamingo. He told him. Zoro stiffened a bit at the blunt words. But Whitebeard would literally walk over that guy. It's screwed up, completely mad. I don't know how everything even works. Well, those were some enlightening words, Captain. A female voice said from behind. Can't say I've expected that from you. Hi, Nami. Luffy greeted. Zoro turned around startled. Since when were you here? He asked her. She opened her mouth to answer. Since I started talking. Luffy answered for her. Observation hockey. Luffy said after they looked at him oddly. Luffy invited Nami to sit beside them and gave her a glass of sake. She drank a bit, but then they heard talking. You see, certain members of a certain kingdom seem to have infiltrated our organization, a black-haired man said with an arrogant voice. And so we were sent to eliminate them. Mr. 8 and Mrs. Wednesday seemed to sweat a bit upon hearing this. I'm not a king, Mr. 9 protested. It's just my style. You can't. We didn't mean you, idiot. The blonde-haired agent with an umbrella said in irritation. Then the black-haired agent, Mr. 5, pulled out a picture. This caused Mr. 8 to react violently, and he attacked the duo with his odd weapons. As the captain of guard of Arabasta, I won't let you do this, he yelled. The agent duo was unharmed. Captain of Arabasta Royal Guard, Igaram, and Princess of Arabasta, Nefertari Vivi, Mr. 5 announced. Nami spat out her sake. She's a princess, Zoro announced. Nami's eyes turned into berries, at which both men's sweat dropped. You know what that means, guys. We're rich if we save her. Go save her, guys. You know, they tried to kill us, Zoro protested. Nami would have none of it. I'll get my billion berries, Zoro. If not from her, then from you. She almost yelled at him. And I think she would pay much more easily than you. $1 billion is not that much for a kingdom to pay. Luffy stood up and they both looked at him in confusion. You can get a lot of meat with $1 billion berry, he announced. They both fell over, but Nami got over her shock quickly enough. See, Luffy understands, she said with a smile. Luffy turned to Zoro. Go deal with them. I'll take the Vivi to safety, he told him. Thank you, Vivi replied. But we haven't actually accomplished anything yet. I hate to ask, but would you be willing to get me to Arabasta, to at least tell them what we know? Luffy tried to say something. We could get you to Arabasta, Nami began in a smug tone. But it'll cost you. Let's say $1 billion berry. Vivi's face fell. Luffy's sweat dropped. She's acting like Vivi asked us to kill Whitebeard or something, he thought. Nami-san, the kingdom could pay that if we were doing good. Vivi replied to the offer in a somewhat desperate tone. But we've been in crisis for a few years now, not to mention we're in a state of war. But you know who is responsible, Luffy said, but it wasn't a question. It was a statement. She nodded anyway. So, who's the mastermind? Zoro asked after a while. Vivi paled and shook her hands in front of her in denial to answer that. I can't possibly tell you that. You'll be targeted. Vivi cried out. Luffy pouted. But we see Zoro began. No! I can't tell you! You saved me and he's a horrible enemy. There's no way you'd be able to even touch him. Vivi yelled. He's the royal Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile. There was silence. Luffy and Zoro's sweat dropped, while both Vivi and Nami stared at each other in horror. Then something landed on the roof of the nearby building. Nami slowly turned her head in horror. She saw an otter and a vulture, both on the roof, both wearing shades, looking intimidating. Then she turned around and grabbed Vivi by her clothes and started shaking her wildly while crying comically and shouting at her with shark teeth. A sight that would normally be funny. Well, to Luffy it was, so he did what he always did when things were funny. He started laughing. Nami then took off, trying to escape. Well guys, it was nice being in the crew, but now I'm leaving before I'm killed, she said, but couldn't do that, because the otter stopped her in her tracks with freshly made pictures of her as well as Zoro and Luffy. Wow, very nice, she said while clapping, and the otter bowed dramatically in gratitude. Then she turned back and regained her crying shark expression, which she must have picked up from Arlong somewhere in the past, or something. Now I can't even escape, she yelled at Vivi, who tried to comfort her by offering her meager, compared to the price demanded, savings. Then she turned to Luffy and Zoro. Why aren't you guys worried? She asked in a disbelieving tone as the two of them remained seated and were talking excitedly about the Shichibukai. Zoro snorted. This guy, he said and pointed at Luffy. Dueled Mihawk at Baratie and they were pretty evenly matched. He what? Both of the girls shouted. Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment. Hawkeye held back and was only defending against me, he said. The girls gaped at them in disbelief. Hawkeye, all three of his friends thought. Don't say that. I totally lost to him only using the knife. Even if he did hold back and never attack, you still forced him to take you very seriously, Zoro told him. Then he looked at Nami's gawking expression. Princess girl, I get why you're surprised, but why you Nami? Didn't anyone tell you? Zoro asked. She shook her head. Yosh! Luffy announced and stood up, raising both hands in the air. Let's go kick the crap out of Crocodile. A few minutes, an explosion, a little crying and Nakama dragging later. It's very good that you've managed to get away from your pursuers, a soft melodic voice commented. Luffy smirked but kept quiet. It sure is, Nami answered. Watch out for the shallows so you don't damage the hull, the voice said again. You can count on me for that, the same person replied. Was that you, Luffy? Luffy's sweat dropped. True, I don't have an incredibly manly voice, but I don't sound like that, Luffy thought, but didn't voice it. He looked at her. Nice ship, the voice commented again. Everyone turned around. Sitting on the railing of the ship was none other than Nico Robin, wearing a cowboy hat, purple boots and an overall very revealing outfit complete with a very short purple skirt as well as also very short purple vest. Wow, evil Robin is very easy on the eyes, Luffy thought. The woman seemed to look at everyone individually, but her gaze rested on Luffy for the longest time, first at his scar and then at his face. She was studying his expression. He seems completely unsurprised by my intrusion. Like he's been expecting me, she thought. Her gaze then left Luffy and reached the Princess of Arabasta. I saw Mr. 8 not too long ago, Mrs. Wednesday, Robin told her. This of course caused Vivi to become enraged. You killed Igaram, she shouted in anger. Luffy then took a step forward. He didn't want to do that, but he was forced to act at least somewhat angry at her to not arouse any suspicion. Even if you did, why are you on the ship? He shouted. He hoped it was convincing enough. He knew Robin would be by far the hardest to keep things from. Why are you here? What are you doing here, Miss Allsunday? Vivi asked in a panicked tone. Miss Allsunday? Whose partner is that? Nami asked. Crocodile's, Luffy answered for Vivi. Aren't you? He asked, looking up to her. She looked a bit surprised, but then she smirked. Everyone else also looked at him, confused at how he would know. And just how did you know that, Captain? She asked, putting emphasis on the last word. It was very weird for him to hear her refer to him like that, at least without adding san at the end. Your aura told me that. Your aura fits only a person in a position of power. Like to the partner of the boss, Luffy said and smirked. She looked at him with a somewhat surprised expression. Also, he continued, your bounty is very high. He could see her facade of indifference and amusement falter for just a moment, replaced by a look of shock, but then she quickly regained it and smirked back. I see, she replied. Now, what are you doing here? He asked in a bit more hostile tone. And how do you know of her, Vivi? We shadowed her in order to determine the name of the boss. Vivi replied. Robin giggled softly. Correction, Miss Wednesday, I let you shadow me. She told her. So you're a good guy? Luffy asked. Nami punched him in the head, which didn't do anything, but whatever. She's a girl, Luffy. She told him. I know that. He pouted, but inwardly he sweat dropped. Calling her a good girl sounds even worse, but fine. Have it your way, Nami. I knew that. So you were also the one who told him his identity was exposed. Correct. So she's a bad girl, Luffy announced. Nami seemed to have realized that how this sounded, judging by her expression. Robin looked at Luffy with a somewhat wide-eyed expression. You shouldn't call me that. It sounds wrong, she told him without changing her tone. Vivi seemed irritated by her shift of attention. I know, Luffy replied and pointed to his female crew member. But Nami told me to. Robin looked at her with an unamused expression. You sure have weird thoughts, she told her, and Nami flinched under her gaze. But then Robin's attention shifted back on the now glaring Vivi. What exactly are your intentions here? She asked her. Who knows, Robin answered and closed her eyes. But you're all so serious about it. I just had to cooperate. A princess, who actually thinks she can make an enemy of Baroque Works, and not only expects to survive, but also save her country. It's just so ridiculous. Those words were the last straw for Vivi. She roared in anger, and in response everyone who had a weapon pointed it at Robin. Zoro unsheathed two of his swords. Nami took her staff into her hands. Usopp and Sanji pointed at her head, with a slingshot and a pistol respectively. Luffy made no move. Would you mind not pointing such dangerous things at me? She told them, and Luffy saw a hand appear out of everyone that was armed and slapped their weapons out of their hands. The hands disappeared almost immediately afterward. The others were confused and shocked. They correctly assumed that it was a devil fruit though. Sanji commented on Robin's beauty. He's right, Luffy thought, and then looked at each of the girls. I'm so lucky. All three of my female nakama are beautiful. Then he gained a thoughtful expression. Come to think of it, we don't really have any bad-looking nakama. Well, Brook is a skeleton, but he makes it look great. Really, don't be in such a rush, Robin said, and startled him from his thoughts. I'm not under any orders at the moment. I have no reason to fight you at the moment. Then she used her devil fruit powers to snatch his hat. Luffy gritted his teeth in irritation. She may be his future nakama, but right now she was an enemy, so he didn't like her just taking the hat. She looked at his hat, and then back at him. So you're the famous Straw Hat Captain, huh? She asked. Monkey D. Luffy. She continued, putting emphasis on the middle name. Luffy never fully understood the significance of D. He knew the people who carried the initial often became very important in an era. Monkey D. Garp, Monkey D. Dragon, Portgas D. Ace, Gol D. Roger, Marshall D. Teach, as well as himself, were all highly important, worldwide renowned figures, whose actions and words influenced and changed everything in the world, the kind of change that even other, non-D, renowned people could only dream of doing. Roger, Garp, Ace and Teach all changed the world in their own way, and Dragon and Luffy were about to, although Luffy personally thought, maybe out of his pride or maybe out of a better reason, that the changes they caused would be nothing compared to what him and his father would do, especially together. He glared at her as she put his hat on top of her own hat. What bad luck, she commented. You pirates picking up a princess that Baroque Works wants dead. And even though the princess is protected by a very powerful pirate, your chances with Mr. Zero aren't exactly high. But the worst is your next destination. Nami looked at her in surprise and then looked at her log pose. The next island is Little Garden. Robin continued with a smirk. My dear Sanji's eye turned into a heart upon hearing this. Even if we do absolutely nothing, you won't make it to your little kingdom, princess, said Princess, gritted her teeth. Isn't all that really foolish? The Baroque Works second in command asked, but then threw them two objects. Hat to Luffy and an eternal pose to Arabasta to Vivi. I'm curious though, she said, and looked at Luffy. Why didn't you point anything at me? Luffy then smirked, and to her horror and the surprise of everyone on board, Robin noticed in his hands both her hat as well as the eternal pose. Nobody had seen him even move. Luffy looked at her hat for a moment, and then put it on top of his. It's simple. You were a good girl and kept your hands mostly to yourself. If you were a bad girl, you wouldn't be leaving this ship in a very good state, Luffy told her in a casual tone. It was the simple admission that scared her. It wasn't a threat, it was a statement. He threw her back the hat, and she caught her and regained her composure somewhat. As for this, he said, looking at the eternal pose resting on his palm, I don't need it. I want to see both Little Garden and Drum. Then the eternal pose seemed to spontaneously shatter into pieces. Luffy sighed. I need to kick the crap out of 3. He's going to be a real jerk today, he thought. We need some supplies, Sanji announced. I wonder if we can get them here? Luffy's lower lip twitched. I wonder if there's a meat restaurant here. Luffy asked himself aloud. Nami face-palmed and Zoro groaned in annoyance. What the hell would one be doing here? Sanji yelled at Luffy. He shrugged. But you said we need supplies. Luffy whined. Sanji sighed. I meant we need ingredients, Shitty-Gomu, he said in an annoyed tone. I have no idea what goes on in your tiny brain. That's mean, Luffy whined. And he meant it. Honestly, Sanji was always too mean to me. Then Nami commented on the plants on the island. Kra! A bird called somewhere near. Nami covered her ears. Sanji noticed this. So cute. He commented with a weird perverted expression. Usopp turned around, also covering his ears. You mean me? He asked while using the sure kill Captain Usopp cute expression. Of course not, shithead. Sanji yelled at him, irritated. Luffy, however, was looking at Vivi and Kuro, who were doing the same thing. What about them? He said and pointed at them. Sanji got a heart in his eye and started swirling around. Of course, beautiful Vivi-chan is also cute, he told her in his love noodle state. Then he looked at Kuro. An emergency food over there is also cute. Kuro flinched and sweated. Vivi wasn't pleased by this. Don't talk about Kuro like that, Sanji-san, she asked. Hai, Vivi-chan. Then the bird descended above Sanji, and everybody pointed above his head. Sanji, of course, didn't know what was going on. Hey, what are you so nervous about? He asked. It's just a little bird. The bird descended upon them and tried to grab Sanji. But, Gomu Gomu no pistol, Luffy announced and punched the bird away into the distance. Vivi and Kuro wide-eyed at the display, while the rest of them didn't really react that surprised, except Sanji, who thanked Luffy and muttered a curse under his breath, something about shitty oversized birds. Luffy giggled happily and the rest looked at him in horror. This island is so cool. Luffy beamed. Sanji, make lunchboxes. I'm going on an adventure. Adventure! Nami and Usopp screamed. Luffy nodded. Adventure! He yelled, raising his hands high in the air. I wonder, Vivi asked, and everyone looked at her. Could I also come? Yosh! Come with me, Vivi! I'll protect you, Luffy announced. After a few hours and fighting giant dinosaurs, and getting eaten by one. You're huge! Luffy beamed. He stood on the palm of the giant dory. The huge man wore a bronze helmet on his head, a blue cloak, some kind of waistband, green pants and brown shoes. He also had beaten-looking shield and sword. He had a very long brown beard. Gigyajai, I was watching you. You played with the long necks in the forest. What a lively human! And strong too. You smacked them around pretty good before you got eaten, Dory commented in a bright mood. Are you a giant? Luffy asked, although he already knew the answer. Gigyajai, I am, he replied cheerfully. I'm the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. Dory! Luffy was glad to see the giant boss again. He and his friend Broggy were always the kind of fighters Luffy, but especially his crew member Usopp, looked up to. I'm Luffy, he introduced himself. I'm a pirate. The giant looked at him for a moment. Gigyajia, that's great, he announced. I'm also a pirate. I was once very famous. He sensed that Dory was a great deal stronger than the giant he defeated at Marineford, as well as Oimo and Kashi. Luffy, to his amusement, saw in the corner of his eye the panicked face of Vivi and the catatonic Kuro on the ground. He turned into their direction and pointed at them. Dory, those are Vivi and Kuro and they are my friends, he announced. Vivi shook scared as the giant proceeded to pick them up. Let me take you to my place, you guys, the giant announced and took them. A few minutes later, Dory and Luffy laughed heartily while they ate. Vivi and Kuro also ate somewhere in the background. Hey, that's great! Luffy beamed while sitting on a giant piece of half-eaten meat. Of course! Gigyajia. And your little lunchbox is also good, Dory replied. Though it was much too small. You bet, Luffy told him. This was a pirate lunchbox made by my cook. If you said it was bad, I'd have to kick your ass. Kick my ass? The giant asked, and Vivi and Kuro spat out their drink, but Dory didn't think anything bad of it. What a funny little human, they're so friendly with each other, Vivi commented in shock. Giant Asen, your sword looks very beaten up, Luffy said and pointed to his weapon. Dory looked at it, and then took it in his hands. Gevya. You're right. But it's survived for so many years. I've had it ever since our feud started. Dori commented. Well, you see, there's a rule on Elbaf. Dori started. If you start a duel with another giant, you must leave Elbaf. And then the god of Elbaf decides who is supposed to return. I've started a feud with another giant, who is also on this island. Until one of us dies in an honorable duel, we can't leave. Only one may return. Wow! Luffy beamed. And what was your feud about? The giant stopped and thought for a while. You see, I can't remember. It's been 100 years already. Not even Baratie remembers, and he has better memory. Dori explained. 100 years? Vivi stuttered. Dori looked at her. Yes. Surprised? We giants live 3 times longer than you pipsqueaks. He answered. Cool. Luffy beamed. Then the volcano erupted. Dori stood up and Luffy could hear another giant doing the same in the distance. I don't remember when we decided that way, but this our signal. Dori announced, pointing to the volcano. Fight well. Luffy yelled in encouragement. Gevya. Of course. An hour or so later, after the fight, Dori sat down and rested. Luffy, who was watching the battle, complimented him. The giant laughed in appreciation. Then Vivi remembered something. Dori-san, she asked. Is it true that the log post takes a whole year to set on this island? Dori's expression turned a bit more serious. Didn't you guys notice all those puny human bones over there? Dori asked. Vivi's expression turned into one of shock. It seems a year on this island is too much for humans. Most wind up dying before the log post sets. I don't know why. Flashback. Nami came from her cabin with a totally red face. We have to get to Arabasta, she announced. No, Nami-san, we have to get you to a doctor, Vivi told her. That's right, Nami-swan, Sanji confirmed. Girl, if you had arrived even 1 day later, I probably wouldn't have able to save you. You're immensely lucky. Luffy's eyes widened in horror. But if you're meant to live on, then you'll be able to leave. One can always get lucky. Dori continued. That's right. We were lucky and we'll be lucky again. Luffy thought and calmed down. I guess you're right. Luffy commented, and then they laughed together. Then Dori put the empty barrel on the ground and reached for a new one. Luffy then realized something. Flashback. How dare you do this? Interrupt a sacred duel like this. Don't think you'll get away with this, humans. No, wait, Dori. Luffy yelled, surprising the 3 that were with him. Dori dropped the barrel back on the ground. What is it? The giant asked, confused. You gave me this to drink, didn't you? I know, Luffy said and sighed. But there's something wrong with that barrel. Luffy lied. It was a white lie. There was nothing really outstandingly different about the barrel. But Luffy needed to stop Dori from drinking it. Something's wrong? Dori asked in bewilderment. Luffy nodded and walked up to the barrel. He checked over the barrel. Dori hadn't opened it yet, so Luffy did. Luffy didn't really expect that. The barrel was surprisingly easy to open, meaning it was opened a short time ago and wasn't closed tightly enough. Someone did something, Luffy announced. All 3 looked at him, still confused. What? The giant asked. Luffy took a sake glass from the ground where he set it when the giants went to battle. He filled the cup and smelled the sake. There was now no doubt. It's poisoned, Luffy told them. They all stared at him. Who would do something like that? Vivi asked as she covered her mouth in shock. Luffy shook his head. Nobody on the crew. I trust those guys, Luffy replied honestly. But I've sensed a few people skulking around on the island. It must have been them. He turned to Dori. Do you and your friend have a bounty? He asked. Dori eyed him for a moment, but then nodded. I don't know if it's still active, but we each had 100 million on our head, he replied. Luffy nodded. They tried to ruin the duel by weakening you. Then, when you lost, they tried to kill Baratie themselves, Luffy told him. Dori stood up abruptly. They tried to ruin a sacred duel, he roared. Then, right at that moment, the volcano erupted again. I hate to ask, my friends, but could you? Dori started. Sure, Dori, I'll make sure nobody interrupts. Luffy interrupted Dori's words. Fight well. A few minutes later at the dueling spot. Dori, so we fight again. Gabba-babba. Baratie, the other giant announced. He had an axe and a shield. He wore a Viking helmet on his head. He had a brown shirt, pants and shoes as well as a belt and a blue cloak, same as Dori. Said giant, then pu his hand close to a nearby mountain. Gabba-babba. Why did you bring the tiny human here? Buggy asked. To watch the fight? Dory grunted in confirmation. Gedya Jayagya. Buggy. Someone is trying to influence the fight. They poisoned one of his sake barrels. Dory told him. Luffy could see that Buggy was angered by this, so he offered to watch the fight. How dare they try that? Buggy roared. I want to find them and squash them, but we must fight, my friend, and then they fought. Dory struck first, and brought his sword upon Buggy, but his blow was blocked. Then he retracted his sword and Buggy struck, a blow which Dory also blocked. At almost the same time, Dory struck again, and his blow was blocked again. Then they retracted their weapons at the same time and struck each other, this time blocking each other from victory with their weapons. This proceeded for some time then, and then Luffy sensed something. 3. He thought to himself. Finally you show your face. He jumped off the mountain, activating his Zoro and proceeded to intercept the incoming attack. But it was wax. Luffy tried to punch it away, but it wouldn't work that way. Instead, the wax surrounded him. This is still fine. Luffy thought as he was being covered in wax. I still prevented him from interfering. Then Mr. 3 stepped out of the forest. Mugiwara, he said in an annoyed tone. Why did you have to interfere? Luffy was then completely covered in wax and the wax hardened. No matter. Galdino announced with a huff. I've got your nakama and you can do nothing when trapped in my wax. True to his word, Luffy could feel his nakama nearby and too familiar weak, to him, auras near them. He must have used his wax to trap their legs, he thought. He couldn't possibly have got Zoro otherwise. Flashback. In Impelled Down, Galdino, Mr. 3, and Buggy accidentally ran into Crocodile. What do you think you're doing, Croco? CCC Crocodile. BBBBBO boss. Ah, Mr. 3. What is trash like you doing here? Can't sense Sanji though. They didn't get him, he thought. Then he heard a few thuds. Mr. 5 and Mrs. Valentine must have thrown his friends on the floor. Well, you tried well enough, Straw Hats. But a superior criminal wins his battle before it has even begun. Ho 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 ho. Is that so? Luffy thought. He activated his haki, and the wax blackened and started to crack. Luffy noticed that Galdino's laugh abruptly stopped. Then the wax around him shattered and as he emerged, he looked at the gaping expressions. Hi! He greeted to them and waved his hand. Then he turned around and looked at the giants. They were still fighting. Good. Luffy! His nakama finally cried out, all at once. He walked towards them, to free them, but suddenly, he couldn't move anymore. I don't feel like freeing you, he told them. They gaped at him like he grew 3 heads, which to be fair was quite understandable in this situation. What is this? He thought to himself. Why can't I move? Why did I say that? He looked to the ground. He couldn't speak, but apparently, he could still move a little bit. His eyes widened in horror. The girl 3's partner. I was way too careless today. But why didn't I sense her? Luffy, don't joke around, Nami yelled. You've got to free us. Zoro, however, was looking at the ground underneath Luffy. I don't think he can. Look at that, he said and pointed at the painted circular symbol underneath Luffy. Ho ho ho. You freed yourself, Mugiwara, but even you can't do anything against Miss Goldenweek's hypnotic ability. Your 70.000.000 bounty is as good as mine. Luffy glanced to his right, where said girl stood, munching on an apple. Can't do anything, he thought. Let's see about that. He tried to use his Conqueror's haki, but it wouldn't work and Luffy was absolutely sure he could have knocked her out, together with her accomplices. He tried to use Observation haki, but it also wouldn't work. Last he tried Armament. Armament he thought, and as it was supposed to, his arm became shiny black. His eyes widened again, this time out of confusion. Why does Armament work, but Observation and Intimidation don't? Then he got a look of realization. This kid's power, it prevents the usage of haki outside this circle, he thought. But it can't be intentional. 3 didn't know haki, so she sure as hell doesn't. He looked at his nakama in panic. There was nothing he could do right now. Galdino laughed some more as he saw his desperate fade. Flashback. Sanji's body fell on the ground, lifeless, just as Luffy ran onto the deck. He was completely charred. His cigarette fell on the floor. Akainu stood over him. He was the one who dealt the final blow. Akainu looked at him and smirked. You were too weak, Mugiwara. Luffy got more and more desperate, and he turned his head around and around, desperate to find some hope. No, there's no way I'm losing my crew to 3 of all people. Galdino laughed louder. Then he heard something. He turned his head upwards and looked at the tree. While Zoro, Vivi and Nami lied on the ground, restrained by the wax, Usopp apparently climbed on top of the tree. He probably intended to rain gunpowder stars upon them. Luffy didn't know how the marksman managed to avoid getting taken, but he was glad he did. Luffy noticed Usopp. Their eyes met. He motioned with his eyes for Usopp to target the girl. Usopp's eyes widened. He understood. Luffy smiled. Sure kills surprise Usopp gunpowder star. Usopp thought, and pulled his slingshot and fired. Luffy could finally move again. Galdino's laugh stopped, and he looked in absolute horror as Luffy roared. Thanks, Usopp! You saved us all! Luffy yelled and ran towards Mr. 3. Armament. Luffy murmured and his right arm became shiny black. He pulled his arm backward. Shit! Galdino yelled. Kanda wall, Goma Goma no bullet! Luffy announced and punched forward. Mr. 3's wall was of no help at all. The attack crushed through it like it was paper, not hard as steel wax. The offending officer agent flew through several trees before he finally hit a mountain and stopped. He embedded himself into it. Usopp fell down from the destroyed tree and crashed into the ground. Then he stood up. Hey, why didn't you help the fallen hero? He complained and touched a bump on his head. Sorry. Luffy apologized, for once sincerely. But you're right. You are a hero. Usopp raised his chest proudly. Now, as for you, Luffy announced and turned around and faced his remaining opponents. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine started backing away in fear. Goma Goma no, they screamed and started running away in panic. Twin pistol. A few minutes later, Sanji strolled casually to where the straw hats and the giants were seated. Nami Swan! Vivi Chuan! He shouted in his love-induced state. And the rest of you idiots, where were you? Usopp, Zoro as well as Kuro, all truth not in words, shouted at him. Sanji! Luffy greeted. Oh, I was just having a talk with Mr. Zero. Sanji announced to them, shutting them up. And I got us this. In his hand was the eternal pose to Arabasta. Luffy was on the figurehead of the Going Merry and he looked into the sea. He thought about what happened back on Little Garden. Damn. I messed up, he thought, but then someone put a hand on his shoulder. Oh, Zoro! Luffy greeted. What is it? Or, Luffy, you're still dwelling on what happened? He asked in a quiet tone. Luffy sighed. I screwed up. He said simply, we're still alive. Don't dwell on the past. Zoro told him. Then he laughed. And Usopp got a confidence boast. Luffy then laughed as well. I guess it was good for that at least. He agreed. Did you want anything else? He asked Zoro as he noticed that he still lingered near the figurehead. Zoro sighed. Yes, actually. Could you help me with my training? He asked. Luffy turned around in surprise. How? He asked. By sparring, was the answer. Luffy looked at him. But Sanji is closer to you in strength. You could spar with him, he told him. Zoro shook his head. Nah, the cook is fawning over the women, and he's not a swordsman anyway. He told him. Are you saying I'm a swordsman? Luffy asked him. Zoro's eye twitched. Just spar with me, he yelled. I need to get better. Okay. Luffy replied and stood up. They walked up to the deck and took positions, facing each other. Luffy unsheathed his sword and Zoro unsheathed two of his. Not going to use that one? Luffy asked and pointed at the white katana. Zoro shook his head. I need to get used to these two troublemakers. Zoro told him and lifted his two katanas slightly. Yubashiri is lighter than most katanas and Sandai Kitetsu is way too bloodthirsty. Yeah, I noticed, Luffy said. Zoro looked at him weirdly. The bounty hunter town. Luffy told him, and he nodded. Then they clashed. Zoro attacked. Luffy blocked the swords and then Zoro retracted one of them and attempted to cut Luffy, who pushed Zoro's first sword away with his own and dodged the slash by pulling his body slightly backward. Then he moved forward and attacked, and Zoro stopped his attempt with both of his swords. Zoro then pushed Luffy back slightly and retracted Kitetsu and attempted again to slash Luffy, who avoided getting cut by jumping back. Then Zoro attempted to execute an attack similar to Santorio Onigiri, though without the sword in his mouth, but Luffy stopped both of his swords in the middle with his own, before he could do any damage. As they fought, everyone came on the deck to watch the fight. Why are you fighting? Vivi asked a little scared. They did fight with real weapons, so she assumed they had a problem. We're sparring, Zoro said as he threw another attack, which Luffy parried. With real weapons? Vivi asked shocked. Kuro cried out something, presumably something similar. Luffy tried to slash Zoro, But his sword was blocked, and he was pushed a little back. Zoro then unleashed a series of attacks with both his swords, which were then either blocked or avoided. "We're not going to kill each other," Luffy told her. "Besides, when has a small cut ever killed anyone? What about a big one?" Usopp yelled at them and nearly slapped them. Sanji lighted himself a cigarette. "I'm just glad Zoro is getting his butt kicked," he commented. Zoro gained a twitch on his forehead as he dashed ahead toward Luffy. "I'd like to see you do better, stupid cook," he huffed as his swords were again blocked. "Zoro's right," Luffy said as he proceeded to attack his sparring partner multiple times, which he blocked without too much trouble. Also, cuts work better against rubber than kicks. Zoro smirked and continued to attack in contentment, while Sanji gritted his teeth angrily. He attacked Luffy again, but this time when Luffy blocked one of his blades, he didn't dodge the second, but to everyone's surprise blocked the blade with his blackened arm. "What?" yelled everyone together. Luffy simply pushed both of his swords away, and then showed his tongue. "Shishishi, did you expect that to cut me?" he asked them as they gaped at him. "Luffy, you can block swords with your hands?" Zoro asked in a disbelieving tone. Luffy nodded. "Armament hockey sure is useful," he stated and grinned. Zoro sighed. "Luffy, why do you even carry a sword then?" he asked him. "You're much better with your fists, and if you can block swords you don't really need it." Luffy gained a thoughtful expression as he scratched his head. "Don't know," he said. "Cutting ships is kinda funny. Also, Shanks said that a pirate is cooler with a sword." Everyone deadpanned. Except Vivi and Kuro. "Wait, cutting ships?" Vivi asked. "Yeah." Nami spoke in an uncharacteristically soft tone. "This idiot can cut ships in half." This got the attention of everyone. "Chopper, here we come," thought Luffy as he finally sheathed his sword and made his way to her. "Nami-san, are you okay?" Sanji asked. "I'm just feeling a bit tired." She tried to lie, but even if they couldn't see through the lie, they noticed her red face. Luffy touched her forehead and after a moment pulled his hand away. "You're burning up," he told her. Then he looked her in the eyes. "Could you pull your shirt up for a moment, Nami?" he asked her. "Why?" she yelled, but her tone lacked its usual harshness. "Just do it," he told her again. Sanji was about to yell at Luffy, but Vivi stopped him. Nami finally complied. On her stomach was a very nasty-looking purple mark. Luffy poked it slightly, and she flinched in pain. He stood up. "Did you get it in the jungle?" he asked her. Flashback. "Ouch!" Nami shouted. "What's wrong?" Zoro asked her. "Nothing, just a bug bite," she nodded. "We need to find Drum Island right now. It's supposed to be on the route to Arabasta," Luffy told them in a commanding tone. "Why, what's wrong with Nami-san?" Vivi asked in a shocked tone. "Shanks told me about this," Luffy lied. "We need to get to Drum as fast as we can." "Why?" asked Usopp. Luffy sighed. "If we don't find her help," Luffy begun. Everyone gulped. "She'll die." A few hours later, after a bit of arguing after Luffy's revelation, where Nami tried to convince everyone that getting to Arabasta was more important, but Vivi wouldn't take it. Even after learning about everything bad that's happened in her homeland, they sailed towards Drum. During the way, they were ambushed by Wapol and his soldiers. Luffy and most of his crew stood on the deck of the ship. They were surrounded by hostile soldiers, who were aiming their rifles at them. Wapol came down from the ship, eating a piece of meat and a knife. He was fat and had dark purple hair and a metallic jaw. He wore plate armor and a large hooded overcoat, made from an animal fur. He asked them if they had an eternal pose to Drum, which they denied, after which he told them he was going to take any treasure or supplies they have on board. He then proceeded to eat a part of the ship and was sent flying. A few more hours later, the Going Merry entered Drum territory, but was ambushed by the villagers, who were exceptionally hostile to them. Even when they did nothing, they fired at them, nearly hitting Sanji twice and Vivi once, the latter of which was blocked by Luffy. Vivi, having learned that sometimes it was better to show piety and bow their head, than to proceed with violence, bowed her head and begged them to let them on the island. Luffy followed her example and soon after everyone else followed his. After letting them on the island, Dalton, their unofficial leader, took them to his house, where they talked. First he told them about the doctor and her usual visits. Then Dalton mentioned the recent raid by a group of pirates, the reason for the people's hostile behavior. "Blackbeard?" Luffy muttered and clenched his fist, unknowingly turning it black. This caught the attention of his crew, who knew that that didn't happen unless Luffy was considerably angry, as well as Dalton, who stared in shock at his arm. He too, however, got to the same conclusion. "You know that pirate?" he asked him. Luffy nodded. He was my brother's nakama. But if he did this, then he must have betrayed them. Luffy told him. He already knew that had happened. Thatch was dead and Ace and maybe Sabo too were coming to get him. Your brothers? Dalton asked. Luffy nodded again. My older brothers are part of the Whitebeard pirates under Yonko Edward Newgate. Luffy answered. He was met with shocked stares. Sabo or Blue Gentleman Sabo has a bounty of 380 million berry. Luffy told them and they gaped like fishes. 380 million berry? Usopp yelled. Luffy smirked. My other brother has an even higher bounty. He continued. Their jaws dropped. Even higher? Vivi stuttered. Luffy nodded. His name is Ace or Fire Fist Ace. He has a bounty of 550 million berry. He finished and looked at their astonished faces. I wonder how they would react if I also told them who my father, Grandpa and the one who gave me the hat are. Luffy thought and suppressed a chuckle, though Zoro already knows about Gramps, but he isn't here. Blue Gentleman and Fire Fist. Sanji said in a soft voice. Total bounty of 930 million berry. Usopp continued. Combined with yours, that's a billion berry. Vivi finished. What? All three yelled together. Dalton looked as pale as a wall. Luffy waved his hand in dismissal as he continued. Anyway, Blackbeard was one of them. He's not as strong as me or his former captain, but he's a formidable pirate. He told them. Then he turned to Dalton. If a pirate of that caliber decides to invade, there's not much defense against him. He told him. You were lucky that we didn't decide to act on your hostility. Sanji and Zoro are more than enough for a small army and that's without including me. Dalton nodded, shaken a bit by his words. Now I really must take Nami to the doctor. Where is that witch? He asked. Dalton flinched at the last word. Why you really shouldn't call her that. Dalton told him. Listen, she's, after more hours of running, saving Sanji from getting stomped on, avoiding shitty giant rabbits and Wapple, which was thankfully much easier with Soru, and mountain climbing, which was, again, much easier with armament protecting his hands. Luffy woke up. Upon coming on top of the mountain, he was pretty exhausted and after being ensured that his nakama were going to be fine, he dozed off right there in the snow. He opened his eyes, and there was Chopper. Flashback. Chopper's charred body lay on top of a few marine bodies in the men's quarters. The eyes that were usually so full of life and joy and curiosity were now empty. He quickly hid as Luffy sat up in bed, well, the wrong way, but anyway, he hid behind the door frame. Luffy smiled. The reindeer approached him cautiously. You're awake. He spoke. You can talk, Luffy said. You're a monster. Chopper's face fell and he looked down, probably having been called that for the 1000th time. When the boy in the straw hat smiled at him, he thought that this time was going to be different. And now, he called him a monster, just like me. Luffy said. Chopper's eyes widened in surprise and he looked at him. Look! Luffy told him and started to stretch his body in all possible ways. Chopper looked at him weirdly and then started to laugh. Luffy then smiled and leaned a bit forward. Chopper flinched and hid again. What's your name? He asked. The reindeer stepped forward again. It's Tony Chopper. He told him. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the other man here is Sanji, and the girl we carried is Nami. How is she, by the way? She's going to be fine. Chopper told him. But Doctorine told me that the blasted girl was walking around naked on a prehistoric island. Luffy looked at him for a moment, and Chopper nearly panicked, thinking Luffy would be mad. To his surprise, Luffy laughed. It seems you're getting along well, Chopper. A voice said. Luffy looked in the direction of the voice and noticed the body of a young woman, but then as he looked up he noticed the head of an old woman with sunglasses. He blinked a few times. So my memory wasn't wrong. So you're Doctorine? He asked. She nodded. I am. Dr. Kureha answered. You were pretty reckless to climb a mountain on your own, carrying 2 of your nakama. She told him. But if you had waited much longer, she would have died, so good job. Luffy nodded. By the way, she asked. You got up here pretty much undamaged. By all logic, your fingers should be completely messed up and you should have been half frozen, but you were only exhausted. Why is that? Chopper looked up to him in interest. I was also wondering about that. He told him. Luffy looked at them. That would be my haki. He said. Haki can protect your body if you master it. Watch this. He pushed his right hand in the air and clenched his fist. Armament. He muttered and his fist became shiny black. They both looked at him in surprise. Cool, Chopper beamed. Luffy smiled. This was the Chopper he knew. Doctorine, however, stepped forward and grabbed his arm and looked at it closer. I've heard about this, she muttered, and after a few moments she released it. Luffy unclenched it and stopped the armament. We also came here because we need a doctor on our pirate ship, he said. He looked at doctoring. She smiled and nodded after motioning her eyes at Chopper. Pirates! Chopper yelled. Pirates are scum. To Chopper's surprise, Luffy nodded. Yes, most are. But some of us sail to be free and have adventures, he told him. Adventures? Chopper repeated. Luffy nodded, but then Chopper's eyes suddenly widened in horror. What is it? Doctorine asked. It's Wapol, he told her. I smell Wapol. He's here, after a few minutes, at the entrance. Dr. Kureha, what have you done with my castle? Why is there a pirate flag there? Wapol asked as Luffy, Chopper, and Doctorine stepped from the building. Sanji woke up, but Luffy told him to protect Nami, although he really meant him not to kill himself by fighting outside. It isn't your castle anymore, Wapol. Just leave, Dr. Kureha told him. He scowled in anger. I'm going to destroy that damn flag, Wapol announced. Somehow, using the abilities of his Baku Baku no Mi, he spawned a cannon from his body and fired. Luffy activated his Soru and jumped towards the flag. As the cannonball neared him, Luffy muttered his usual word. The cannonball crashed into his chest. Wapol laughed as the smoke cleared, but as it did his laugh abruptly stopped. Kureha and Chopper then noticed that Luffy wasn't near them. Where did he go? They thought to themselves. Mugiwara! Wapol yelled in anger. Why did you protect that flag? The Dr. Duel looked up and noticed a completely undamaged flag as well as a completely undamaged Luffy in front of it. When did he get there? Chopper thought. Wapol then fired again, gaining the same result. You can't destroy this flag, Big Mouth, Luffy announced. Big Mouth? Chopper thought with wide eyes. I don't know what this flag stands for, but I know what every pirate stands for. It's a symbol of conviction, Luffy told him. Then he activated his Zoro again, and to the surprise and horror of everyone present, he seemed to reappear right in front of Wapol and he pushed him into the snow. Said man muttered curses under his breath as he tried to free himself. Of course, his two ministers tried to help him, but Chopper intercepted them and Luffy watched in joy as the reindeer showed almost all of his transformed forms again, except Monster Point, and used them to beat the crap out of them. You're so cool, Luffy yelled with stars in his eyes. Moron! Praising me won't make me happy at all, stupid idiot, Chopper muttered as he danced his awkward little dance. Luffy then released the fuming Wapol, who took a step back. Listen, Mugiwara, he told Luffy in an angry, but controlled tone. I'm the king of this island. You have no right to do this to me. Really? Luffy asked in a childish. But I've decided you won't be king anymore, Big Mouth. What? Wapol asked in an irritated voice. A few hours ago, I've claimed this island as my own. And you're not king anymore, Luffy told him. Flashback. What are those? Dalton asked as Luffy handed him something. Pirate flags? He looked at him in confusion. The symbol of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy told him. Dalton looked ready to say something. Wapol will return soon, as we've met him on the sea and he was headed here, Luffy told him. Dalton's eyes widened in shock. When he arrives, don't fight him. Just point him towards the castle and say someone has dared to claim it. He'll immediately come there and then I'll kick his ass. Dalton thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. What about the flags? He asked after a while. Luffy looked back at him. After I've kicked his ass, you can hang those around. To signal that you're under my protection. If you want to, Luffy told him. I can't guarantee anything, but it should save you from at least common pirates and other king wannabes. You'd do that for us? Dalton asked in shock. Put us under your protection? Luffy nodded. Your country will save my navigator, so it's the least I can do. Now I have to leave and make sure that happens. Claimed? All three of the remaining people asked. Luffy nodded. You can't do that, Mugiwara. Listen. Drum Kingdom is a member kingdom of the world government. If you do this, the government will take action. Luffy laughed. I'm wanted for 70.000.000 berry, Big Mouth. Don't care, he told him. 70.000.000 berry? Both Chopper and Doctorine repeated in their minds. Now leave! Luffy ordered, but the fallen king wouldn't go that easily. He tried to punch Luffy, but he avoided. Then he pulled back his fist. Armament, he announced. Gomu Gomu no pistol, and that was that. A bit later, after everyone arrives, I just wanted to thank you for all you've done for us today, Chopper said nervously. What are you saying? Come with us, Luffy told him. I can't, he told him. You're a human and I'm a monster reindeer and… Shut up, Luffy interrupted, raising hands in the sky. Let's go. Chopper couldn't help but cry uncontrollably. Only this time, the tears were tears of joy. He has found his nakama, Eep, in 2 days and now I have to listen to this stupid crap. Just shut the hell up and go back to your stupid ship, Don Krieg or whatever the hell your name is, jerk. So who did you piss off? I'm not in the mood for this. Get lost, jerks. What are you jerks still doing here? Do your job, jerks. Luffy-san did what? Luffy yelled at you? Vivi and Nami both asked at the same time. That's right, they weren't there, Usopp thought. They don't know about it. Usopp took up his Captain Usopp stance. Yash, Captain Usopp will now tell you what's going on, he announced. Nami face-palmed at his stance, but Vivi and Chopper looked at him expectantly. He then sat on the ground. Luffy probably had nightmares again and couldn't sleep, so he's in a really bad mood today, Usopp told them. Really? Luffy has nightmares? Chopper asked. Luffy-san has nightmares? Vivi asked in a bewildered expression. But he is so strong? What could he have nightmares about? Truly, it boggles the mind, how such a powerful man could be kept awake at night by bad dreams. Everyone nodded at her words. I'm not sure. He usually mutters in his sleep about meat, Usopp answered, and Nam face-palmed. But often he trashes around, muttering names. What names? Nami asked. Ace, Sabo, Usopp began. But also our names. Also Robin and someone called Iva-chan sometimes. And a few others. Chopper nodded and wiped his tears. I heard him say Jinbei a few times, he told them. Who are Iva-chan, Robin and Jinbei? Nami asked in confusion. Nobody knew. Zoro on top, who listened to them, also furrowed his brows, trying to remember something, but got nothing. Then everyone heard the sound of someone walking in sandals. Luffy climbed up from the men's quarters and stomped towards the kitchen, completely ignoring his crew. True to Usopp's words, Luffy looked like he didn't sleep at all last night. He had black bags under his eyes and an annoyed expression on his face. He walked up to the kitchen door. Sanji, food? He demanded, but not in his usual cheerful tone. Sanji opened his mouth to yell at him, but then he noticed his expression. Shit, not again, he thought and flinched. Hi, Luffy, he answered in a nervous tone. He gave him a plate of snacks from the refrigerator. Eat that. But you'll have to wait until I'm finished cooking for more. Luffy nodded and walked away while eating the snacks. Everyone on the deck, except Chopper and Usopp, had shocked expressions on their faces. Hey, why is everyone so shocked? Chopper asked. Usopp looked at him. Did Sanji-kun just give Luffy a snack before lunch? Nami asked in disbelief. I know, right? Vivi confirmed. He usually kicks him into the mast or yells at him. Zoro sweated. Damn, Cook is almost like he's afraid of Luffy. Everyone turned to Usopp, as he knew the most about this. What's going on, Usopp-san? Vivi finally asked. Yash, Captain Usopp will now, he started. Will you just answer the damn question, Usopp? Nami interrupted with a twitch. Usopp sighed. Fine, he answered. When Luffy was in such a bad mood last, he yelled a lot the whole day, even at us. And he blew up at basically anything we said or did that irritated him. Honestly, he's scary without sleep. This happened before? Nami asked, confused. Usopp nodded. At Baratie, the day Don Krieg came. Usopp told her. Basically, just try not to piss him off. It'll be scary if you do. Everyone gulped. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the dining room. Luffy, surprisingly, wasn't there first, however he still arrived before the ladies. Sanji, however, because of Luffy's obvious foul mood, made an exception this time and let everyone in immediately. The meal was a bit awkward, because everyone kept looking at Luffy and they weren't talking much to make sure not to upset him somehow. They even made sure not to prevent him from stealing their food. He didn't seem to care for the awkwardness and just kept eating. Then, in the middle of the meal, guys, I want to talk to you about something, Luffy announced. Everyone raised their heads and looked at him. I have a feeling that we'll be meeting one or both of my brothers soon, Luffy continued. Everyone looked at him in surprise. I think everyone here knows who they are, right? Everyone nodded. Usopp, Vivi and Sanji told Zoro, Chopper and Nami while traveling. For some reason Zoro still hadn't told anyone who Luffy's grandpa was, but Luffy was fine with that. I have something to ask you, Luffy continued. Ace and Sabo don't know that I'm stronger than them, and I'd like to keep it a secret for now. But why? Usopp asked. Luffy sighed. I can't tell you that yet. But please promise me, even if they say I'm weak, even if they brag about their strength, don't correct them. He told them. Everyone looked at him oddly, but then they nodded. I don't get it, but we'll do as you say, Captain. Zoro answered for everyone. Luffy nodded. Good. One more thing. Don't mention hockey at all. And if they join us in our travel, you'll stop your observation hockey training for that time. Luffy continued. In fact, don't talk about hockey to anyone outside this crew. What's the point of this, Luffy? Nami asked. The weakling trio was actually relieved that they wouldn't have to train hockey if one of the brothers came aboard, but it was still strange. Luffy sighed again. I can't tell you that. All I can say is that someday, you'll understand. Knowing they wouldn't get anything else out of Luffy regarding that topic, everyone continued eating. A few hours later, since the crew had very little food left, they were very near Arabasta now, but still, the food was a problem. They were forced to resort to fishing to fill their refrigerator a little bit. Chopper, Usopp and Kuro somehow were the ones doing it. However, it didn't work too well, primarily because of all of them being idiots, so later Usopp and Luffy used Kuro as a bait to try to catch something big. Hopefully a sea king, that was what Usopp said. Then the ship passed through some kind of strange mist, one of the many odd phenomenons of the Grand Line. Unknown to thee, another ship also passed the mist, but from the opposite side. As they left the mist, they noticed a man clinging to Kuro's neck. They all looked at each other and blinked a few times. Bon-chan, thought Luffy. I've missed you. Clinging to the duck was a strange man with short, black hair and a lot of makeup on his face. He had blue medieval-looking clothes, pink ballet shoes as well as a pink coat with 2 swan decorations in the shape of number 2 on his shoulders. Oh my! Mr. 2 shouted. Why am I clinging to this spot-billed duck, when I've only met him? With that he released the duck, but since he didn't expect there to be sea underneath, he was in for quite a surprise. Help me, please! I'm a hammer! He yelled as he sank. The straw hats of course saved him. He sat down on the deck on the ship, his clothes completely soaked, and thanked them. Oh, I thought it was all over. No, really! Swan, Swan! Bon Blay began. But my life was saved by pirates that I do not know. I won't forget your kindness. He bowed to them. Then his eyes wandered to Vivi. Well, aren't you a cute one? You're just my type. He told her and blew her a kiss. Vivi shook her head. What a strange guy. How can such an outfit possibly fit a guy? Luffy thought to himself as he looked at Bon-chan. And yet it does. Hey, you can't swim, right? Do you have a devil fruit? Luffy asked him aloud. He nodded. You're so right. I suppose I can show you, since you saved me. Bentham sang out and stood up, moving his body in a very feminine fashion. There's no rush, so I might as well put on a show, prepared to witness my ability. He yelled out, but then he struck Luffy with the palm of his hand, sending him into the nearby railing. Everyone nearly panicked, thinking he was attacking. Zoro took out his swords. Mr. 2, however, shook his hands in front of his face in denial of the accusation. Wait, yo! He yelled and everyone could hear that his voice was changed. As Bentham moved his hands away, everyone stared in shock. He looked exactly like Luffy. Stop joking around! Mr. 2 yelled out in Luffy's voice. Surprise you, surprise you, surprise you! Jahahaha! When I touched myself with my left hand, he said, and did that. See, back to normal. That's the ability I gained with the main no me. Luffy then stood up and the hat shadowed his face. Everyone of the crew cringed, knowing what kind of mood Luffy was since morning. Cool! Luffy finally beamed and everyone released a breath that they didn't know they were holding. Bentham, who was oblivious to the exchange, proceeded to touch everyone's face while they were back at gaping at his ability. Well, there's no real need to hit anybody though. He announced. Hi! Look at me! He said and touched his face with his right hand, changing into Usopp. If I touch my face, he changed into Zoro. With my right hand he changed into Chopper. I can imitate anyone. Just like this. He said and changed into Nami. Even the body. He told them and unbuttoned his shirt. Usopp, Chopper and Luffy all stared at Nami's M features, but soon Nami's punch knocked Mr. 2 on the ground. Cut that out! She yelled at him furiously. A single droop of blood exited Luffy's nose. Damn, so cool! He screamed with stars in his eyes. Well, I'm sorry to say that I can't show you any more of my abilities. Bon Clay told them as he sat down again. They of course convinced him otherwise, so he showed them a few of the faces he has saved. Among them a few very weird ones, but also the face of Vivi's father, which shocked and horrified the princess. The four immediately became fast friends and danced around on the deck. Then Mr. Two's ship arrived to take him back. Oh, my time to leave has come. How tragic, Bentham announced. They begged him not to go, but to no avail. Do not be sad. Journeys and partings go hand in hand. But remember this, to true friendship how long you've known each other means nothing. Don't cry for me, he told them. They waved him goodbye and he jumped on his ship. Now let's go, boys, Bentham announced to his crew. Hai, Mr. Two Banclay-sama. The crew answered. Luffy jumped down from the ship, ignoring the cries of his nakama, that were telling him that he'll be recognized. There was only one thing going through his head right now. Ace, where are you? Sabo, are you with him? Luffy hoped that Ace took Sabo with him, although he seriously doubted that. From what he'd seen of Ace's ship, it was only big enough to carry one man comfortably, if you could call it that, considering that you most likely had to stand the whole journey. Also, from what he understood, Ace ignored the orders of his captain, and went ahead to find Blackbeard by himself since he was so hot-headed. Sabo was a different kind of person though, and Luffy doubted Sabo would do the same. Luffy clenched his fist. Even if I have to go to both Impel Down and Marineford again, even if I have to go through hell itself, I'll still prevent your deaths. Luffy thought. Maybe I'll compensate death with Blackbeard and Akainu. His fist turned black. Then he realized what he was doing. Damn. If I unknowingly use this in front of Ace, Luffy thought as he relaxed his posture. Well, it'll be a problem. He continued to walk. After a few moments, he finally reached the city. The sign at the entrance read Nanohana. Yep, this is definitely the place where I meet Ace, he thought. He walked through the streets and looked around, observing the different buildings. I'll trough he wasn't that hungry, he still wanted to find the restaurant. Would you like to live for 1,000 years, sir? A man with a gold-painted apple asked him. His eye twitched in irritation. No thanks, he answered. But the man wouldn't drop it. Are you sure, sir? Everyone wants to live long, the man told him. Get lost, he shouted, and the man fell on his butt, intimidated. Luffy was quite proud of his intimidating aura when he was angry. It prevented annoying people from while annoying him. He walked past the man and ignored the stares that were following him. At that moment, another annoyance decided to appear. A man with brown hair and beard, dressed in a blue shirt, black pants and a black cloak approached him directly. Luffy could see him unsheathing the 2 swords he wore on each side of his belt. The man also had several pistols on his person, so this passes for a bounty hunter these days? Luffy thought. And such an uncool outfit. The man ran towards Luffy and Luffy thought for a second there that the man would outright attack him, but he stopped just in front of him with his swords drawn. So you're the new rookie, eh? The man was 70.000.000 berry on his head. Monkey D. Luffy. The man spoke. Luffy stopped walking. I see the government must have made a mistake. There's no way such a tiny guy could have such a high bounty. Luffy's eye again twitched in irritation. This is the Grand Line. Why do such idiots walk around here? Just by looking at my scar one could see that I'm not just some tiny guy. Yes, I'm Luffy. What do you want? He finally answered. He noticed that a few people gathered around. So that really is Mugiwara. A few of them commented. He could hear them whispering among themselves. About him. Is it true he's from East Blue? Record bounty. He heard a few of the men around them cheering on the other guy. Mushy! 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 They yelled. Crush him, Mushy! Another said. What do I want? The man repeated. Your head, of course. My name is Mushy Kirin and I'm the famous bounty hunter of Arabasta. Luffy's sweat dropped. So, his name is Bug Hen's Egg? Never heard of you. Luffy told him, and the man deflated somewhat. However, your first name fits as weaklings such as yourself. And then he walked past him. This of course infuriated the man. Why, you little! He yelled and ran after him. He attempted to slash Luffy, but Luffy easily dodged every one of his pathetic attempts as he walked, searching for the restaurant. Fight me, damn it! The man yelled. Luffy stopped in his tracks and turned around. I have no need to fight bugs, he told him. Armament. His right hand turned shiny black. He dodged as the man attempted to stab him with his right sword and cut him with his left, and then he simply slapped the man with a hockey-enhanced palm. The man ended up bloodied in the wall of the nearest building. I slapped them away. Luffy told the jaw-dropping crowd, turned and walked away. I kinda understand why Mihawk was so mean to Zoro now. It's just too tempting. Luffy thought and snickered. Then he noticed a nearby sword shop. Should I? He thought to himself. Then he decided for it, and walked inside the shop. There was an old-looking shopkeeper, with a short white beard, but no hair. He was dressed in a simple blue robe, which still showed his rather muscular body. He had plenty of swords for sale, some of which looked to be of rather exquisite design. My name is Urish. May I help you, my lad? He asked. Luffy stepped to the counter and nodded. Yes, old man. Luffy told him and put his sword on the counter. My friend gave me this sword and I want to know how much it's worth. I'm not looking to sell it, I'm just interested. The man took his sword in his hands and first looked at the design of the hilt and the sheath. Then he unsheathed the sword and looked at the blade. After this he put it back in the sheath. This is Ashita no Kaneshimi, tomorrow's sorrow, of the skillful grade of named swords, or the Mito. Urish told him. However, it's also referred to as the sword of the non-swordsman. Luffy quirked an eyebrow. This is because the one who made this sword was a bit of an odd fellow, you see. Or so they say. The man continued. Some think it's a curse. Why? Luffy asked. What is the problem with it? The man sighed. It's not a sword meant for a swordsman, or how should I put it? When a true swordsman wields it, it's said that it will annoy and possibly endanger the wielder. Strikes will miss, the sword will slip when in a deadlock with the opponent and such. The man told him. However, should a non-swordsman, a man of lesser discipline use it, it's said to protect him, and they say that whatever cuts he may inflict on himself while training will never threaten his life. The man studied him for a while, and then gave him his sword back. Did you have any trouble with it? He asked. Luffy shook his head. Then again, I'm not what I'd call a real swordsman, he told the man. He smiled. It's better that way then. This blade would only harm a swordsman. So how much is it worth? Luffy asked him. The man gained a thoughtful expression. On craftsmanship alone I'd say about 10.000.000 berry. However, no swordsman would pay a single berry for it if they knew about its, shall we say, curse. Urish explained. But in the underground they say that people who are searching for it would be willing to pay much more than it's worth, maybe even 4 times more. Luffy nodded. Then he reached into his pocket, and pulled out a few berry notes, and put them on the counter. Lad, I didn't give you anything. You don't have to pay. The man told him, somewhat shocked. Luffy smiled. For your time. Luffy told him and walked out of the shop, leaving a very shocked and grateful shop owner behind. So that's why Shanks gave me this sword. Luffy thought, and pushed the sheathed sword back into its place. Then he heard a very familiar voice. Even in this place, your vigilance against pirates is still as high as ever, Smoker-san. A voice told. Che. Another voice said. These are wannabe pirates, not real ones, Tashigi. Luffy tried to walk away, but it was too late as the owner of the second voice spotted him. Mugiwara! Smoker shouted. He walked towards Luffy, who stopped in his tracks. Why are you here, Mugiwara? The captain asked him. Luffy sighed. To beat the crap out of Crocodile. Luffy told him. He knew telling Smoker would not ruin anything, as the man would be in his way anyway, but Smoker might also decide to help him in some way, since he was one of the more decent Marines Luffy knew. Crocodile? Smoker asked with wide eyes. Luffy sighed and nodded. Why? Crocodile is the reason this war in Arabasta is happening, Smokey. Luffy told him. Now can I go, Smokey? Smoker unsheathed his jetty. Didn't think so anyway. Smoker jumped towards him and activated his devil fruit power. Smoke approached Luffy from all directions again. Luffy, however, noticed that this time, the smoke seemed faster. He jumped up to avoid it, but above him smoke was already forming. Legs formed out of the smoke about him and attempted to kick him, but Luffy blocked the kicks with his arm. Then smoke surrounded him again. Luffy used his Goma Goma no Muchi to whip the smoke away. Then a jetty approached from behind. Luffy unsheathed his sword and parried it, and then landed on the ground. Smoke was already all around him again, but this time Luffy jumped forward, using his haki to punch the smoke away in front of him. However, smoke followed him again and surrounded him. Luffy tried to find where Smoker's actual body was, but it was hard until he made an actual move. Smoker then tried to attack with his jetty from behind, while at the same time forming legs in the front, to kick him. Luffy activated his armament, and resisted the kick, while blocking the jetty with his sword. You've improved, Smokey. But it's still not enough. Luffy told Smoker and punched the smoke underneath the jetty, sending the man flying into a building, unconscious. Then Tashigi yelled and tried to attack him. He sidestepped the swing and punched the hilt of her sword, sending it from her hands. Your captain will be fine. I don't kill good men. He told her and walked away, and then she ran to her commander. Luffy then used Zoro to get away from the scene fast. When he stopped, it was right in front of the restaurant. What luck! Luffy thought. But then he was confused, as there were a lot of people in front of it, many more than usual. What's going on? He walked to the crowd and asked a nearby man. Well, a man seems to have died while eating. The man answered. He probably ate a desert berry. Luffy thanked the man and pushed himself past the crowd. Finally he arrived in the front. He smiled. On the chair in front of him with his back turned sat none other than poor Ghastly Ace, with his Whitebeard pirate's tattoo and his face in his food. He walked up to the man, ignoring the irritating protests of the onlookers. They said that approaching a man who died because of a desert berry was dangerous, and to the shock of everyone punched him on the head. Why are you punching a dead guy? Someone yelled in outrage. Luffy gained a twitch above his eyebrow. Then to everyone's horror the dead guy lifted his head and turned around. He woke up. Everyone yelled at once. Luffy gained another twitch. Ace glared at him for a moment, but then his expression eased somewhat as he realized who he was. Lu? Ace asked. Ace, stop falling asleep in your food. Luffy told him in an irritated voice. He fell asleep? Everyone yelled again. That was the last straw. Get lost, annoying jerks! Luffy yelled. They fell on their butts and scrambled out of the restaurant. Ace blinked a few times. Is that really Luffy? He asked himself. Then said man walked up to the counter and sat down. He poked the man in charge a few times. Food! Give me food now! Do your job! He yelled at him. The man bowed and complied. Ace's sweat dropped. Lu, is that really you? Ace asked. Luffy's eye twitched. Of course I am. Who do I look like? He asked him. Luffy's evil twin? Ace said in a deadpan expression. Luffy sighed. Well, that happens when I don't get any sleep. He told Ace. Then they ate. Afterwards they headed to the ship, but were stopped by Baroque Works agents in an alley. Well, aren't we lucky? An agent commented. We get both Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy in the same day. Would you just get lost, stupid weaklings? Luffy shouted at them. This of course angered them and they attacked them furiously. Luffy, you really need to work on anger management, Ace told him as he avoided a slash. Luffy wasn't in the mood to screw around, however. Luffy unsheathed his sword. Enki no Akainami, circular red wave. Luffy yelled and slashed around himself, completing a circle. I'm not sure how well I explained this. He used no haki, so the attack passed through Ace's Logia body, but it cut up everyone else, as well as cutting most of the closest buildings. Ace's jaw was on the ground while buildings fell apart around them. Luffy just nonchalantly sheathed his sword and continued walking. You cut me too! Ace yelled angrily. Luffy looked at him oddly. You're a Logia! Why do you care? He asked him. Ace sighed. Anyway. Since when can you use a sword? Ace asked him. Luffy shrugged. Shanks told me about flying blade attacks and then I trained myself to be able to do them. Luffy told him. He also gave me this Mito. Luffy lifted his sheathed sword. Luffy, Ace began. Shanks was in the New World the whole time. He couldn't have given it to you. Also, flying blade attacks are very high-level techniques. How did you manage to learn them in East Blue of all places? Ace, Shanks gave me the sword when I was 5, but told Makino to guard it until I was at least 14. Luffy said. It was half a lie, of course. Luffy gave the katana to her voluntarily, and Shanks never said anything like that, but the rest was true. Also, I'm not an idiot. When Shanks told me how to do it, I knew how and in 3 years I mastered it. Luffy continued. Again a lie. Luffy trained under Shanks for a month, which while it didn't make him master the technique, it at least gave him an idea on how to master it. Ace nodded. Listen, Luffy, would you join the Whitebeard pirates? Yonakama too, of course. Ace then asked. Whitebeard is the greatest pirate I know. I want to make him the pirate king. Luffy looked at him. No. That's unless he puts me in charge. Luffy replied. Ace laughed. Come on, Luffy, at least think about it. He asked again. No, Ace. Luffy answered with a tone of finality. My dream is what I am and my dream is to be the pirate king. Always has been. Since I was 7, Ace sighed. But I would like to talk to him. To thank him for taking you in. Luffy continued. Ace looked at him oddly. You've found your place, Ace. I need to thank him for that. Luffy told him. If you promise you won't be a jerk, I'll give you the den mushy number, Ace said after a moment of silence. So, basically, you don't want me to call him today? Luffy asked. Exactly, Ace answered. By the way, where's Sabo? Luffy asked. Ace looked at him. I'm alone, he answered. Damn, Grandpa has nothing to do with it, he answered. Your dad? Ace asked again. Same response. I've only met my dad for the first time after I set sail, Ace, Luffy answered. Ace nodded, but then his eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you know who your dad is now? He asked Luffy. He nodded. So how was the meeting? Luffy sighed. I called him Mr. Sperm Donor, he answered after a moment of silence. Ace blinked a few times. Then he started laughing. I'm sorry, Ace said as he laughed. It's just too priceless, ha 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 ha. You calling the revolutionary dragon ha 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 Mr. Sperm Donor? I guess it is. Shishishi, Luffy agreed. Then he noticed Ace's tattoo on his arm. He pointed at it. I see you really like your name, big brother, Luffy commented. Ace shrugged. Oh, I also got a tattoo, Luffy announced and pulled up his sleeve on his right hand and showed the tattoo on his shoulder. ASL? Ace asked as he saw the tattoo. Ace, Sabo and Luffy? Luffy nodded. That's really cool. Why didn't I think of that? Ace asked. Luffy shrugged. Probably because you're egoistical and only think about yourself, Luffy told him. It's egoistical, Luffy. Hey, I'm not egoistical, Ace shouted. Yes, you are, Luffy told him. Ace pouted. By the way, how do you like my devil fruit? The Marinomi? Ace asked after a moment of silence. It's cool. Not as cool as mine, but it's nice, Luffy answered. Ace laughed. I think I detect jealousy, Ace chirped out. Luffy shook his hand. I wouldn't trade my Goma Goma no Mi for anything, Ace, Luffy told him. And he meant it. Normal blunt blows to his body didn't hurt at all, unless they were very powerful. He could slingshot himself long distances if he wanted. He had the 2 gears as well as powerful hockey-enhanced techniques combined with the gears, such as Red Hawk or Elephanto Gun. The Devil Fruit also allowed him to heal really fast. Also, he's used it for practically 2 lifetimes already, so he was really used to the Devil Fruit and its unique stretching fighting style. And why is that, Luffy? Ace asked. From what I've seen of your Devil Fruit, it isn't that great. Luffy had to stop himself from laughing. Typical Ace. Always talking bad about my Devil Fruit. Well, Ace, I can enlarge my. Luffy started. Lou. Ace interrupted with a red face. Stop saying stuff like that. I was going to say fists, Ace. Luffy replied in a deadpanned expression. Ace sighed. But then Luffy snickered. Of course, I can also enlarge my. Luffy tried to say. Damn it, Luffy. Ace interrupted again. Feet, Ace, feet. Luffy finished while nearly laughing. Ace sighed in relief. But that too, if you must know. Luffy quickly added and watched Ace's face redden a bit more, but to his, Ace's, relief, they reached the ship. As they did, they saw Kuro speeding past them into the desert. Luffy didn't remember why Kuro did that, but he assumed it was fine. Oi, guys! Luffy yelled and waved. They boarded the ship, and when they did that, they set sail. Luffy immediately noticed everyone was dressed differently. So, who is this Luffy-san? Vivi asked. Luffy looked at her outfit with a quirked eyebrow. When did we hire erotic dancers? He asked himself. Vivi wore a dancer girl outfit. Why are you wearing that, Vivi? Luffy asked earnestly. He did not remember from the first time. Sanji-kun got us this. Nami told him with a twitch above her eye, who was also wearing similar clothes. Even though we specifically told him to get us citizens' outfits. But Nami Swan. Dancers are citizens too. Sanji pleaded. Whatever. Nami huffed. Anyway, who's this? That's my older brother, Ace. Luffy told them and pointed at him. Luffy, it's rude to point. Ace told him. Whatever. PP Porga's the Ace? Usopp stuttered. Ace nodded. Why you have a bounty of 550.000.000 berry? Nami asked. Ace nodded again. Don't get any ideas, Nami. Luffy told her. She looked at him oddly. Anyway, Ace is really strong. Like I said, he's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy told them again. Luffy, would you? Ace began. No, Ace. Luffy interrupted. I won't join you. Ace sighed. Hey guys. I'd like to thank you for taking care of my brother. I know he can be a handful sometimes. He told the crew. They bowed their heads. Yes, he has. They told him in unison, except Vivi. That's rude, jerks. Luffy yelled and they cringed and moved away from him a bit. Ace chuckled. Anyway, I'm on the hunt for a man named Blackbeard. He's done what no crew member should and killed one of our nakama, so I'm going to finish him off. Ace told them. So what are you here for? Luffy raised his hand in the air. I'm going to beat the crap out of Crocodile, he announced. Ace had wide eyes. You do know Crocodile is a Logia? He asked him. And he's a Shichibukai. Don't care. I'll use water, Luffy announced. Ace's sweat dropped. What the hell? What help will that be? He asked him. Luffy looked at him oddly. Well, Crocodile has a sand Logia, so he won't be able to fight if I make him wet, right? He told Ace. He gained a thoughtful expression. Well, that might actually work, Ace replied. Anyway, got to go. And I'll take care of those guys for you. Ace pointed at ships, with the Baroque Works symbol, that were approaching them. Then Ace put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a single, blank piece of paper. He threw it at Luffy, who caught it. Save this piece of paper, Luffy. It'll allow us to meet again someday, he told him. Luffy looked at the piece of paper. Ace's Viva card. Then the big brother jumped down into his little, tiny boat thing. He activated his devil fruit and sailed straight towards the approaching 3 ships. As he approached, they fired at him, missing completely with cannons, but hitting a few times with guns, which of course did nothing. Then, as he was nearly at the ship, Ace pushed the little boat into the sea and used his great strength to jump across the ship. He landed back on the little boat and activated his devil fruit powers. Heiken, Fire Fist! Ace shouted and punched through the enemy ship with his Fire Fist. He crushed the ships as if they were made of paper. Show off, Luffy thought and smiled. Luffy clapped and then waved Ace goodbye, as he disappeared, waving as well. Luffy's crew members were gaping at the display of raw power that Ace had just done. Luffy, are you sure you're stronger than your brother? Usopp stuttered. Luffy smiled. I can do that too, Usopp. Except without the special effects. Ah. You're all going to be dying together. How sweet, Crocodile announced, looking at his accomplishment proudly. After crossing both the dried-out Urumalu, the once green city as well as Yuba, which was ravaged by sandstorm, the crew came to Rain Base, where Crocodile owned a casino. And now, there they were, trapped in a nice seastone cage. Smokey, this is all your fault, Luffy yelled angrily and proceeded to punch Captain Smoker into the iron wall of their little cage. Said Marine then picked himself up. How is it my fault, Mugiwara? Nobody told you to run from me, Smoker replied in an irritated voice. Luffy sighed. You're annoying. You keep chasing me, even though I didn't do anything to you, Luffy told him. I didn't want to fight you again. Didn't feel like it, Crocodile continued laughing. Smoker simply sat up on the little bench in the cell. Luffy joined him. Hey, Crocodile, when you stop laughing, could you give me some of that food there? He asked him. Nami's eyes twitched. I'm kinda hungry. It's not like he'd give it to you, Luffy, Usopp told him. He's right, Crocodile announced. This food is for the quest of honor. And who would that be? Nami asked. Nefertari Vivi, Princess of Arabasta. I've sent my partner to fetch her already, Crocodile told her. The crew's eyes widened upon hearing this. Luffy's lip twitched. But Vivi won't eat. You're pretty dumb, Crocodile, he told him. Crocodile's eyes twitched in annoyance. A few of the Straw Hats snickered. I don't want to hear that from you, Mugiwara, he answered in an irritated voice. I'm not the one who got caught. Also, I hear you got your butt kicked by old man Whitebeard once, Luffy told him in a childish tone. Crocodile's eyes darkened. Do you want me to kill you right now, Mugiwara? Crocodile nearly yelled and a few of Luffy's jail members cringed. Luffy snickered. So it's true then, Crochi? Luffy asked him. Crocodile gritted his teeth. But there's no need to be so angry. Giant Asen is pretty tough. Giant Asen? Everyone, including Crocodile, thought. He stared angrily at the cage. That reminds me. Ace gave me Whitebeard's number. I'm going to say hi to him once we're done here, Luffy told everyone. What? Would you like me to say hi to Shirohige-san in your name, Crocodile? Luffy asked. Crocodile completely lost his composure and stared dumbly at Luffy. How could a pest like you possibly have Whitebeard's number? He asked him. Luffy gained a thoughtful expression. Well, Luffy began with furrowed brows. Giant Asen calls his crew his sons, right? So that makes my brother his son, and I guess that makes me his son too, right? Makes sense, I guess. Usopp replied. Why are you even? Nami began in an irritated tone. Oh my god! Luffy interrupted with his sudden realization. I have like 2,000 brothers. Crocodile sighed and turned away in irritation. He's going to be dead soon anyway. Mugiwara. Smoker called. Luffy turned to him. You have the Den Den Mushy number of Edward Newgate? We're supposed to believe that? He asked. Luffy shrugged. Don't care what you believe, Smokey. He told him, and Smoker gritted his teeth in annoyance. Call me Smoker. He yelled at him. No. Never. I'd rather die. Luffy yelled back. Everyone just stared at him dumbly. Che. Whatever. Smoker sighed and leaned back. And now I'm bored. Luffy announced. Crocodile sighed too. Does he have like a degree in annoying people? He thought. I know. Luffy announced. I'll do impressions. Everyone groaned in annoyance, except Usopp, who was kinda excited, and Zoro, who was sleeping, somehow. First, I'll do a Whitebeard impression. Luffy announced. Usopp's eyes lit up in awe, and the rest actually looked at him, somewhat surprised. Luffy stood up now and took his sword out and lifted it high in the air with one hand. With his other hand he put one finger above his mouth, representing Whitebeard's mustache. Gururara! You think a little brat like you could beat me, at Crocodile Man? Luffy impersonated. Smoker's eyes widened. That was actually spot on. He thought. Everyone in the Marines who ever fought against Whitebeard's crew knew how Whitebeard laughed, and more importantly, how he addressed almost everyone younger than him as a brat. Cut that out! Crocodile yelled, startling everyone. Now! Luffy yelled, completely ignoring a fuming Crocodile. Red-haired Shanks impression. Red-haired Shanks, everyone thought. Luffy pretended to fall on the ground. Oh man, I have such a hangover. Ouch. Ben, give me something for the hangover. He said in a pretend pained voice, and he massaged his temple. A few of them actually snickered. Crocodile nearly bit his cigarette in half in irritation at his antics. Next? Big Luffy tried to say. Arara, I see you're having fun, boss. A flowery voice interrupted. Nico Robin stepped into the room and giggled silently to herself. Crocodile glared at her. Damn woman, Crocodile! A familiar voice yelled. Vivi ran into the room and tried to attack him with her weapons, but it was completely useless. Crocodile didn't even bother to dodge, as his Logia defense allowed him to completely disregard the attack. He forcefully seated the princess. It's time for the party, and Miss Allsunday? He asked. Robin replied. Operation Utopia is starting. Operation Utopia? Nami asked. Crocodile turned his back to them and laughed. Hey, stop that! Luffy yelled. Crocodile continued laughing. Stop, or I'll do another impression. Luffy yelled. Crocodile's eyes widened and he quickly quieted down. Vivi stared in disbelief at how easily Luffy got Crocodile to stop. Robin giggled, but then looked at Luffy. He felt her eyes studying him. He doesn't seem concerned. He behaves like he's the one in control. She thought. What exactly is going on here? What are you planning to do here in Arabasta? Vivi asked in outrage. Crocodile grinned. Shall I tell you what type of person I despise the most? Crocodile asked. It's those that place the happiness of their people above their own lives. Hypocrites! You plan to kill my father? You'll never accomplish something like that. Vivi yelled. Of course he could. Luffy thought. She's still way too naive. Even after, flashback, I quit. Luffy declared and sat down in the sand. All you want to do is to make sure nobody gets hurt. Aren't you just fooling yourself? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with not wanting for anyone to die? Nothing at all. It's just that people die. Luffy learned that fact the hard way. Many times. Crocodile proceeded to them their whole plan, laughing while doing it. So, you see, the love for this country will destroy his country. He concluded and laughed some more. Vivi and the rest were horrified. Miss Allsunday glanced at Luffy's face again. His expression hasn't changed. She thought. What is this? And do you know why I want this kingdom so badly? Crocodile asked her. How could I understand what goes on in your rotten head? She asked bitterly. She threw herself on the floor along with the chair she was bound on and struggled to drag herself on the floor. It was painful to watch. It's like Kizaru once said. Luffy thought as looked at her sadly. If you're not powerful enough or have help, you can't save anything. Not with determination alone. If she hadn't met us she'd have no hope at all. Thankfully, We're not defeated here. Smoker looked at his thoughtful expression with confusion. He should be screaming, yet he looks almost like he's expecting something to happen. Crocodile turned to leave and Vivi dragged herself behind him. Oh, Crocodile said as he turned around. You want to tag along, Miss Wednesday? She looked at him. We're on our way to Alyabarna as well, he told her. Now will you save 1,000,000 people or will you save them? He pulled out a key, but then dropped it intentionally into the hole in the floor, underneath which the Bananawi swam. One of them swallowed the key. Most of the Straw Hats panicked, even Zoro, who had by now woken up. Yet, when Robin's eyes wandered to Luffy, they widened inconsiderably. His expression still hasn't changed, she thought. He should be panicking, he should be screaming. Why is he looking like this as a part of some sort of plan? She glanced at Crocodile. He was still gloating at a desperate and enraged Vivi. He hasn't noticed. She was always better at reading people than anyone, given her hard past, but Crocodile should have noticed too. And yet he laughed away. Then he told them how he was responsible for the condition of the oasis of Yuba. She looked at Luffy again. He had his fist clenched and looked angry, but otherwise nothing had changed. Then they turned to leave. Crocodile, your plan will fail, Luffy told them simply in a matter-of-fact voice. You won't get this country and you won't get this stupid weapon. They turned around. They both stared at him with wide eyes. How does he know about the ancient weapon? As for you, he spoke and looked straight at Robin, who flinched slightly at his gaze. Don't be a bad girl. What is this? She thought as she regained her composure. How can he be so confident? He speaks like we are the ones in the cage. Then the den mushy rang. This helped her avoid any questions Crocodile may have had about his statement. Who is this? She asked. Is this getting through? A voice asked. Yes, we can hear you, she told him. Just spit it out. Crocodile yelled impatiently. Oh, now. I know I've heard this voice before, the voice said. Ahem. Welcome to the shitty restaurant. Crocodile's eyes darkened. Shitty restaurant, you say? He asked. It sounds like you remembered, the voice replied. I'm quite frankly flattered. Crocodile seemed to remember something as he was quiet for a few seconds. Bastard, who are you? He finally asked. Me? I'm Mr. Prince, the voice announced. I see, Mr. Prince. Where are you? He asked it. Now I can't tell you that. If I did, you'd come to kill me. But it remains to be seen if you can kill me. I'm not foolish enough to slip information out so carelessly as you, Mr. Zero. Crocodile was almost shaking in quiet rage. Then a gunshot and a scream were heard. A man told them that he had caught Mr. Prince. Crocodile asked where he was, and after getting the information, they turned to leave, believing everything was well. After Luffy was sure that they were far enough away, he turned towards Vivi. Go get Sanji, Vivi, he told her simply. Water started leaking in at that point, but Luffy just stood there. Don't bother with the stupid bananas. It's Bananawi, Luffy, Usopp interjected. Whatever, Luffy told them. Just go and find Sanji, and when we're free we're going to stop a rebellion. But Luffy-san, it sounded like Vivi started. Have more faith in your nakama, Vivi, Luffy interrupted her. She nodded and smiled for the first time in a long while. Now go, he said. The group ran away on a sideways moving giant desert crab. They headed towards Alyabarna. However, Crocodile followed them and used his Sand Logia powers to try and grab Vivi. However, Luffy grabbed her and threw her back on the crab, and so Crocodile grabbed him instead. He landed awkwardly in a position where his head was almost where his crotch was. Heh, it seems as if the princess ran away from us, Robin commented. Meh, whatever. The agents in Alyabarna should be done with their work anyway. Contact them at once, Crocodile told her. I think your games have gone on for long enough, Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy picked himself up and stood up. Oh no, Crocodile, Luffy replied with a smile. My games have only just began. You shouldn't have made me angry, Straw Hat, Crocodile told him. Luffy laughed. Angry? I made you angry, Crochi? Trust me, I am way past angry. After all you've done to Vivi's country, Luffy replied in the same deceptively cheerful expression. And she, as naive as she is, wants to save every single life. And that's why she is always in pain. She thinks she can stop this rebellion without anyone dying. Without anyone dying? There are many stupid, mushy pacifists like that. Those who don't know the truth of battle. Do you agree with me? Crocodile asked. Yes, Luffy replied simply. Then Crocodile laughed. But fools like you are also beyond help. You shall be the perfect example. Those who become intimate with others will die because of it. I've left hundreds like that behind me. Then I guess that makes you pretty stupid, Luffy replied. Crocodile finally snapped and bit his cigar in half. Robin giggled. Maybe I should kill you too, Nico Robin. Crocodile told her. She giggled again. If that's how you feel, then do it. She suggested without fear, since she knew he couldn't afford to do that. She started walking away. And whatever happened to your promise to not call me by that name? It's a nice name, Luffy interjected. Even if it does carry a bounty. She turned around. Why thank you? She told him. Then she turned to Crocodile. I'll be heading to Alyabarna. Insufferable woman. Crocodile muttered. She glanced back at Luffy. He's facing Sir Crocodile of the Shichibukai, and he doesn't seem afraid. He seems confident even. She thought. Is he just an overconfident fool? Then again, his bounty is 70.000.000 berry regardless. I'll be observing from the distance. She left them alone and Crocodile and Luffy prepared to face each other. You know, now that we're alone, you can watch a few of my other impressions, Luffy told him. Crocodile's eye twitched, but he refused to lose his composure. He pulled something out of his coat and threw it in front of Luffy. It was an hourglass. I'll give you 3 minutes. Then I have things to do, Crocodile told him in his usual cold tone. Luffy smirked. You're being awfully confident, Croce, he replied. Luffy then hid most of his left hand in his desert outfit, showing only his index finger in such a way that it represented Crocodile's hook. Ah! He imitated as Crocodile's eyes darkened in rage. Worthless trash. Worthless tra. Desert spada, desert sword. Crocodile yelled, interrupting Luffy. A wave of sand approached Luffy, creating a giant line in the desert. Luffy sidestepped the incoming attack and whistled. Good eye. If you hadn't dodged that, you'd be saying more than just ow, Crocodile commented. Luffy laughed. Yes, I'd be saying ow 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 it hurts, he replied. Crocodile's eyes darkened again. He tried to slash Luffy with his hook, but Luffy dodged it by pulling his body a little back. Then Luffy tried to punch Crocodile, but he turned into sand and pulled that part of his body away. Crocodile reformed behind Luffy. No one can fight me here, in the desert, Straw Hat. You'd better give up on your life, he told him. He tried to slash Luffy with his hook, but when he dodged, he grabbed his neck with his right hand. Armament! Luffy murmured and delivered a strong punch in Crocodile's gut, preventing him from drying him up. It sent his foe flying a short distance away. Crocodile stopped. He looked at Luffy with wide eyes. A hockey user in paradise? He thought. I'd better not take this easy anymore. He formed his hand into some sort of blade. Desert girasol, desert sunflower, he announced and punched into the ground. Now try to get away from that. The ground beneath Luffy collapsed, and he dropped into the hole. The ground beneath him then turned into quicksand. He quickly started running up, to avoid getting buried alive. Then he sensed Crocodile approaching down, coming at him with his hook on his left hand and what seemed like some sort of blade made of sand. So, he's no longer underestimating me, Luffy thought. He dodged the hook. That's good. Barkon, Desert Crescent Blade, his foe announced. Should I try to block it? Luffy thought. Flashback. Impelled down jailers tried to shoot Crocodile. All their bullets passed through him. Idiots! Use prison bullets! Someone yelled. Crocodile used this as his cue. He lunged forward, extending his right arm. Barkon! He announced his attack. His arm turned into sand and he literally cut through 3 jailers with that sand. Swords or guns they tried to protect themselves with did not work. The jailers dried up almost completely, and immediately. Crap! Luffy thought and dodged the incoming trail of sand by barely a millimeter. Nice dodge. Crocodile complimented. It seems there is much more to you than I first thought, Straw Hat. But then Crocodile used his both legs to kick Luffy straight down into the center of the quicksand, while he used his devil fruit power to stay in the air. Immediately upon hitting the center with one of his legs, Luffy pushed himself into the air and used his sword to try and quickly get out of the hole. But Crocodile formed out of nearby sand in front of him just as he was about to leave the hole. Damn it. He's good, Luffy thought. Better than I remember from Arabasta. Luffy avoided the incoming kick and dodged his right hand, with which his foe was attempting to grab him with, no doubt to try and dry him. But then, his hook approached. Luffy knew that if he dodged the slash, Crocodile would probably get enough time to kick him back in. Armament. He murmured and reinforced his chest area with shiny black hockey armor. The hook hit him, but it was unable to damage him or his armor. Crocodile looked in surprise, but he didn't have too much time for that, as he saw his opponent pulling both of his fists back into the center of the hole. He's a devil fruit user, he thought, alarmed. His opponent did seem to be incredibly flexible, even for a boy, but he did not think that was actually because of a devil fruit. Goma Goma no, Luffy announced. Crocodile's eyes widened. Bazooka! Luffy finished and hit Crocodile straight into his chest. Said Shichibukai jumped slightly back to try and avoid the hit, but he was still sent flying into the desert. Luffy was finally free and jumped out of the hole with the quicksand. He landed in front of his foe. Crocodile coughed up a bit of blood and looked angrily at his young enemy. He's much more powerful than I thought. Well, it seems I shouldn't have underestimated you, Straw Hat Luffy. Crocodile announced. Luffy smirked. You're right. He told him. But it seems I made the same mistake, Royal Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile. And he meant it. Even using Saru, Crocodile was capable of keeping up with him. He may not have had the raw strength that Luffy had, but he definitely possessed a very powerful Logia devil fruit, and has mastered it very well. His foe's eyes traveled to the hourglass on the ground. The 3 minutes have long passed already. He scowled in both anger and irritation. Well, shall we finish this? He asked after a few seconds of silence. He put his right hand on his hook and pulled down the golden part, revealing the poisonous hook underneath. In fights between pirates, anything goes. Nothing is too dirty or unfair. The battle between two pirates is to the death. Crocodile continued, and as you could see, I'm not one of those fools who would be content to simply possess a devil fruit. I've trained it and turned it into a weapon. His right hand formed a blade. Luffy nodded. So have I, he replied. Crocodile's eyes widened slightly. Luffy took the thumb of his right hand and bit into it. Gear third, he announced and blew air into his thumb. Crocodile looked in shock as Luffy's right fist expanded in size. His opponent pulled his hand behind him and formed a fighting stance. This hand, Luffy announced. It's the hand of a giant. Crocodile looked at the hand in skepticism. That hand might be just for show, he thought. But I can't take the risk and get hit by it. Goma Goma no Giganto Pistol, Luffy announced and threw his hand on his foe. The hand approached fast, so Crocodile wasted no time, turned into sand and flew away with his powers, which increased his speed. Luffy pulled back his fist and turned it normal. Barkon, Desert Crescent Blade. Crocodile shouted and Luffy jumped into the air, avoiding the malicious slash. Crocodile smirked and reformed above Luffy and tried to impale him with his hook. Luffy dodged the hook, but then Crocodile grabbed his hand and used his powers to dry it out. Luffy screamed and quickly punched his foe away with a hockey-infused punch. He activated his Zoro and lunged at the water that he had long since accidentally dropped on the ground. He quickly drank a bit, and his arm returned to normal, but Crocodile wouldn't let him rest for long. He reformed behind him and tried to impale him, but he dodged it. However, the poisonous hook still gave Luffy a flesh wound. Ah. This battle is over now. The poison will start to spread all over your body now, Crocodile told him. True to his word, Luffy started feeling pain, but to his relief, it wasn't as bad as he thought it'd be. So, some of my poison resistance is still there, Luffy thought and grinned. It's not as good as it was after Magellan, but it seems it'll still manage to protect me a bit. Why are you smiling, Mugiwara? You're going to die now, Crocodile told him. Luffy laughed. It's not over until I drop dead, Crochi, he told him. His foe's eyes darkened. Stop calling me that, he yelled at Luffy. He simply laughed. Make me Crochi, Luffy told him, smirking smugly upon saying the last word. Crocodile opened the palm of his hand. A very small sandstorm formed in it. Sable's sandstorm, he announced and threw the tiny sandstorm at Luffy. The sandstorm grew larger and larger, pulling sand from the surrounding desert. As the sandstorm pulled him, Luffy immediately jumped high in the sky and allowed the storm to carry him up until he emerged at the top, high above Crocodile. He extended his arms and grabbed a rock in the desert and pulled himself to it. Immediately upon landing, Crocodile appeared behind him, slicing through his cardigan and again slashing him. By moving his body a bit forward, Luffy avoided any major damage from the slash, but more poison spread through his body. Armament, he announced, pulled his right hand back, twisting it around as he did and turned towards Crocodile, who was behind him, by twisting his body in such a way that would be unnatural to anyone without a rubber fruit. Goma Goma no Rifle. The attack hit Crocodile straight in the gut and sent him back, flying. He stopped himself after a few meters and put his hand in front of his mouth. He coughed up lots of blood. He looked at Luffy. Damn, this is bad. He thought. If this goes on like this, I won't be able to hold on long enough for him to collapse because of the poison. Why are you even fighting? He asked aloud. It's for someone else, isn't it? Why are you fighting for someone else? Why wouldn't I? Luffy asked with a smile. I don't know what happened to you to make you think caring about others is worthless, but my nakama mean everything to me. My dream has no meaning without them. Crocodile laughed then. Then you're about to lose your meaning, Mugiwara. They are probably already dead, or will be soon. He told him. Luffy laughed. My nakama are strong enough to defeat your agents, Crocodile. He answered. His foe smirked. Ah. Even if they do, even if the war somehow stops, even if both me and my partner are defeated, everyone else will still die. Crocodile announced. Ah. And do you know why, Mugiwara? It's because if you're going to tell me about the bomb, don't waste your time. Luffy interrupted and grinned. Crocodile's eyes widened in horror, and his mouth parted. What? He asked quietly. He looked as if his mind had just collapsed. I know about the bomb, Croce. And I've already told Smoker and my crew about it. Luffy started. Crocodile stared at him in disbelief. Flashback. Luffy turned to Vivi, while they on top of the crab. Vivi, he begun. She turned to him. What? She asked. When Crocodile and his partner were leaving, I heard them say something about a bomb. He told her. With my hockey, when they were in the corridor. He quickly added when she tried to say something. It's probably in Alyabarna, somewhere where lots of soldiers will be, like near the plaza. What? She yelled. I'm thinking about that clockwork tower that my friend Shanks told me was nearby. Luffy lied. You should stop that from happening. She nodded. Although she looked very surprised, she didn't say anything else. Also, I've told Smokey the same thing and asked him not to attack us in that note. Luffy added. You what? Everyone yelled. Relax, Luffy told them. He's a good guy. He'll keep his promise. Then Luffy saw the golden hook approaching. I even know where it is and about the timer. Luffy added, but how Crocodile tried to say. You lost the moment Vivi met me, Crocodile. At the second we became friends, your plans crashed and burned completely. Luffy interrupted. As for how, Croce? I have friends everywhere. Luffy lied, but not quite. It was true Luffy had or would have friends everywhere, but said friends were mostly only that and would not help him against their own organization. However, Crocodile wouldn't need to know that. His eyes widened again. Mr. 2 misses all Sunday. He thought. He remembered Luffy's and Robin's interaction and Bon Clay's gloomy mood when he was told he had to fight them. Why, you bastard! Crocodile yelled and ran towards Luffy and attacked him. His foe dodged his hook and his attempt to impale him. Armament. Luffy murmured and delivered a heavy punch into the gut of the frenzied sand pirate. Crocodile struggled to keep up and coughed up some more blood. It's straight into impel down for you, I'm afraid. Luffy told him. But don't worry, I think we'll meet again. Then I'll be able to yet show you more of my impressions. Crocodile gritted his teeth and clenched his fist in fury. Why is he still standing? Isn't he affected by the poison? He asked himself. Luffy used his observation haki and noted that Robin was watching from the distance. I knew it. He thought and grinned, but then he was interrupted from further thinking by an enraged Crocodile, who once again tried to kill him. Luffy kept dodging every attempt, infuriating him further, and then Crocodile used another one of his sandstorm attacks. Luffy avoided it again, but at the top of it, Crocodile was waiting, bearing a slasher smile. This is the end for you, he announced, and slashed Luffy across his back with his hook. He gritted his teeth in pain. I screwed up. I didn't use armament fast enough. Luffy thought. He was still fine, of course, but he was in a lot of pain. But despite of that, he grinned. No, exactly the opposite. Luffy replied. This is the beginning. Armament. He murmured and pulled both of his fists back. Desert La Spada, desert blades. Crocodile yelled and formed 4 desert blades out of his sand and threw them at Luffy. Goma Goma no Bazooka. Luffy announced and snapped his arms forward. He managed to hit straight through the blades, as if they were nothing with his haki-infused power. His 2 arms hit Crocodile straight in the chest. The Shichibukai, unable to last any longer, fell down on the ground. He landed near the hole of quicksand that he himself had created. Luffy landed on the ground near him and watched at him for a minute. We'll meet again, Crocodile. I hope you'll change until then. He thought. I never expected this to happen. A soft melodic voice announced. Luffy turned around and saw an astonished-looking Robin. So you've returned, Nico Robin? Luffy told her. Now what should I do with you? She crossed her arms, perceiving his words as a threat. You may have defeated Crocodile, but power and speed mean nothing to me, Monkey D. Luffy. She told him, with slight panic in her voice, but she didn't use her power. Don't be a bad girl now. Luffy told her. And you can't break rubber. You'd better not try. Luffy then felt another aura approaching. I've found you! A male voice announced. A warrior with white paint on his face and white clothes with black symbols on them approached. It was Pell, but then he noticed Crocodile on the ground, unconscious, and looked at Luffy, who was observing Mr. All Sunday with her arms crossed. Said woman looked very nervous for the first time he had seen her. And you aren't strong enough to keep me down long enough to suffocate me. Luffy told her, ignoring Pell, who looked from one to the other. He was in control. The whole time. Robin thought. She dropped her hands from her stance. It would seem I'm at your mercy then, she said with a slightly shaken voice. Pell looked at her in surprise. He was astonished by how easily the boy had gotten her to admit her defeat, and by using words alone. Yes, Luffy confirmed. But don't worry. As long as you stay a good girl and help me end this war, nothing bad will happen to you. What? Pell yelled. How can you say that? Don't you know what she did? Luffy looked at him. She did bad thing, yes. But all this was his doing. Not hers. He told him and pointed at the fallen warlord. The warrior gritted his teeth, but then sighed in resignation. You had your own reasons to comply with Crocodile. Luffy asked Robin. What were they? Robin sighed. There was no point keeping anything from him any longer. Protection. And the chance to see the Poneglyph of Arabasta. I'm searching for the real Poneglyph, she told him. Luffy nodded. I can offer you both if you want. But first, we three need to go stop a war. Luffy announced and picked up Crocodile with one of his rubber hands. Let's go. Don't do it! Someone yelled. Vivi and the rest of them looked up to see Pell approaching, carrying 3 figures and another hanging from the hand of one of them. They stopped what they were doing, which was trying to blow up the palace, and looked at the approaching people. After a few seconds, Pell landed. Thank you, Pell? A very well-known voice announced. The Birdzoan nodded but then collapsed in pain on the floor, just as they were about to dismount. Pell! Vivi yelled in shock. Don't worry about him, Miss Wednesday. He's just tired. A melodic voice announced. You! Vivi screamed. The guards took up their arms in alarm. Miss All Sunday, she helped us get your father, so don't be angry at her, Vivi. Another voice said. Then the 3 figures stepped towards her. It was Nefertari Cobra, Nico Robin and Monkey D. Luffy, who was dragging someone with his elastic hand. He's right, Vivi, the king told her. She simply nodded, but then she took note of the man Luffy was dragging. Luffy-san, is that? Yes, that's Crocodile. Luffy interrupted and threw him towards her feet. She, along with several royal guards, gasped in awe and disbelief. He gave me a little trouble, but I kicked the crap out of him. Luffy sighed. Get some sea-stone cuffs and put them on him, otherwise he'll be a threat again, once he wakes up. Luffy told a random guard. The man nodded and ran off somewhere. Luffy then turned to Vivi. Have you found the bomb? Vivi shook her head. I came straight here. Didn't have much choice, you see, she told him. But I did tell the other guys. What bomb? Cobra asked in shock. Robin turned to him. Crocodile put a bomb in the Clockwork Tower. It's planned to go off soon, she told him. He, along with the guards, looked in shock. I've also told the Marines, Luffy added. But I don't trust them, so I'll go to the Clockwork Tower then. Pell told from behind them. Luffy turned and nodded. Take Robin here with you. She can help you with any guards, he told him. Pell looked at him skeptically and then at the king, who nodded. Then he shrugged and also nodded. She got on his back and they flew off. Luffy-san! You can't trust her, Vivi yelled once they disappeared into the distance. Luffy shook his head. She won't dare betray me. I have what she wants, he replied. She killed Igaram, Vivi yelled. Everyone looked at her in shock, including the king. No, Luffy told her, startling everyone with the information. Igaram is alive. Vivi looked at him in shock. She made it look like he died. I wanted to tell you, but if Crocodile knew that he was alive, she'd have no choice but to actually kill him, Luffy told them. Then he turned and walked towards the soon-to-be battlefield. But there's no time to think about all that, he finally said. There's bigger things to worry about. He pointed toward city, from where the rebel army was fast approaching towards them. That rain would be very handy now, Luffy thought. A royal guard finally arrived with sea-stone cuffs and restrained Crocodile. Then Luffy felt a presence approaching. Vivi, a voice said. Koza! Vivi shouted upon seeing him. Listen, Vivi! He interrupted. Who was it that stole the country's reign? Crocodile, she said and pointed at the fallen warlord. The rebel leader's eyes widened in shock. This country's hero? He was the one behind everything? He asked. Crocodile was never a hero, Luffy told him, and everyone turned to him. He planned all of this, but he doesn't even want the country. Everyone looked at him in horror. What? Vivi yelled. So why did he do all of this? Luffy looked at her. He wanted the ancient weapon Pluton, he told them. He turned then to the king, who looked at him, shocked. You know of this weapon? Cobra nodded. Its location is supposed to be inscribed on the poneglyph underneath the palace. It's what the royal family is protecting, he told them. Luffy nodded. Mrs. Allsunday searched for that stone as well, but for a different reason. That's why she helped him, he told him. Then he walked past them and picked Crocodile up again. Let's go stop a war. Koza looked at him. Sorry, but who are you? He asked. Luffy turned to him. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate, he answered. Everyone gasped. They didn't know yet. A pirate? Koza asked with narrowed eyes. What's a pirate doing here? I'm the one who brought Vivi back to Arabasta, and I'm the one who beat up this Shichibukai right here, Luffy told him. Koza turned to Vivi. Is that true? He asked her. She smiled and nodded. Let's go now. Luffy interrupted them. The more time we waste, the more people may die. They quickly nodded and went after him. Luffy, Vivi, Cobra and Koza all walked down the stairs that led to the palace. Fly the white flag, Vivi yelled. Everyone looked up. That's right, the king yelled in confirmation. Everyone drop your weapons. Royal Army, if we do that, what'll become of the country? One of the royal guards asked. Then they noticed who was walking beside them. That's Koza. What's the rebel leader doing alongside them? A royal soldier asked in shock. Listen to them, he yelled. We no longer want victory or war. This battle must end. They looked at him shocked, very surprised by his words. I'll inform the rebel army that this battle is meaningless. The entire thing was caused by this man here. He yelled and pointed at Crocodile. Luffy lifted the Shichibukai and put him into a near-standing position, and used his arm to make Crocodile wave with his hook at them. Crocodile? They whispered. Please fly the white flag, he once again asked. I beg of you. They did as he said and took up white flags at the front. The approaching rebel army stopped upon seeing that. Rebel leader Koza also took one and stepped at the front. The other three were behind the royal army. This battle is over, Koza announced at the front. Rebels, calm your anger and throw down your weapons. The royal army no longer wishes to fight. Is that true? One of rebel soldiers in the front asked. Presumably he was one of the people in charge. Yes, the leader confirmed. Then, someone in the ranks of the royal army took out a pistol and fired at him. Luffy noticed this. With Crocodile still safely in his hand, Luffy activated his Zoro and just in time, he intercepted the bullets. He repelled them somewhere in the air. He glared at the one who did this and the man fell down. Koza San. Multiple rebel soldiers yelled, as it appeared that he was hit. The leader turned around and noticed his savior. You, he whispered in shock. Then Luffy jumped down from the platform that Koza and he were standing on. He stepped in the middle between the two armies and threw Crocodile on the ground. He turned sideways, so that he had the royal army on his right and the rebel one on his left. Who is that? Multiple voices asked from both sides. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, he announced. I'm the one who brought Princess Vivi back to her country, and I'm here to stop this war. Luffy-san, Vivi whispered with tears in her eyes somewhere in the background. The king looked at her and grabbed her arm and smiled to her. You have found a great friend, he told her. She nodded and smiled. This man, Luffy continued and pointed at the fallen enemy. Royal Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile, is the man who caused this war. This caused quite the commotion between the soldiers. They were in a state of disbelief. But Crocodile-san, this country's hero, our savior, can't be. Shut up, Luffy yelled and interrupted them. They all put their attention back on him. He used that dance powder thing to make this country dry. Many eyes widened upon hearing this. He and his group Baroque Works are the reason this war even began. He announced. It was their plan all along to have this country fight, but I defeated him and my crew defeated his agents. They started whispering amongst themselves again. If anyone wants to fight any longer, Luffy announced, and pulled out his sword. Sorry, Shanks, but I'm stealing your line here. Luffy thought and grinned inwardly. Then fight me. I'll take you all on. He finished. The soldiers gaped at him in disbelief, as well as Koza, Cobra and Vivi, despite already knowing that Luffy was very strong. They couldn't believe what their eyes saw and their ears heard. Luffy-san, Vivi thought to herself as she looked at him, positioned between the two armies. If not, then everyone drop your weapons. You have no reason to fight anymore. He added after a few minutes. The men looked at each other and after a few moments started dropping their weapons. Luffy could see that even the agents started dropping them, not daring to go against the man that they learned had beaten up the man, who they now knew was their boss. Then Luffy sensed another presence among the crowd, a distinctly different one. He saw Ensign Tashigi and 2 other Marines trying to make their way through the rebel army. The soldiers moved out of their way upon seeing the Navy insignia. After they made their way through the crowd, Tashigi looked at Luffy with uncertainty. Luffy nodded to her. He's all yours, he told her. She nodded and looked at the unconscious Shichibukai. A Baroque Works ship carrying dance powder has been captured, she announced, gaining everyone's attention. Leader of the secret organization, Baroque Works, Royal Shichibukai Pirate, Sir Crocodile. By order of the Marine Headquarters, acting with the authority of the world government, in accordance with the Naval Enemy Seizure Clause, you are henceforth stripped of all titles and privileges granted to you by the government. Luffy grinned. She turned his attention to him now. Straw Hat Luffy, she began. You're a pirate too, but you saved this country, so I thank you. She bowed her head. This earned gasps of surprise, both at learning that Luffy was a pirate, and because of a Marine thanking a non-Shichibukai pirate. Did you get rid of the bomb? Luffy asked her. She lifted her head in surprise. She nodded. Then he was the one who bowed his head. Then I have to say thanks too, he told her. She looked at him in total surprise, as did many of the onlookers. Now listen up, he yelled out. As of today, I'm putting Arabasta under the protection of the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. If anyone dares to do anything like this in Vivi's country again, I'll beat them up like I beat up Crocodile. Luffy-san. After a while, the soldiers of Arabasta were in for another shock, as soon after rain started falling again. After a while, Igaram also arrived, carrying the child survivor from Nanohana, who confirmed everything Luffy and Koza said. Hey guys! Luffy greeted cheerfully. The Straw Hats lying on the floor grunted in greeting. Luffy approached them and sat on the floor next to them. You look beaten up, he commented. That's because we were. They yelled at him with sharp teeth. Luffy scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Sorry. He apologized insincerely. Anyway, when you guys can move, we're invited to the palace. They're preparing a feast for us, so that's why you're so happy? Nami asked him. Luffy laughed. Well, partly. Because of that and because of how cool I looked when I stopped the war, Luffy announced. What? Everyone yelled. Luffy stood up and pulled out his sword. Yeah, the royal army was on the right and the rebels were on the left. I had Crocodile lying at my feet, and I was like, if you guys want to continue fighting, I'm kicking all your asses, he announced and raised his chest proudly. Really? Chopper and Usopp beamed. Luffy nodded. You're so cool, Luffy, Chopper told him with stars in his eyes. Luffy laughed embarrassed. The rest of them looked shocked at Luffy. Why, you actually did that? Zoro asked. Luffy nodded. And I looked awesome, didn't I, Robin? Luffy asked and looked behind him. I'm sure you did, a flowery voice announced. Nico Robin stepped up to Luffy. Everyone tensed up. Ah, you weren't watching? Luffy asked with a disappointed voice. She shook her head. Luffy, what's Miss All Sunday doing here? Zoro asked. Everyone was now standing, gripping their weapons. Nico Robin here is part of our crew now, Luffy announced. What? Flashback. Hey Vivi, King, could you guys take me and Nico Robin here to see your poneglyph? Luffy asked. They were met with shocked stares. Luffy-san, you can't be serious. That stone most likely tells about the ancient weapon, Vivi shouted. I have no interest in weapons. I only wish to see the Rio poneglyph, Robin told her. Cobra looked at them skeptically. Even so, it's too dangerous, he said. Luffy shook his head. Nico Robin is on her own now. I don't think she can do much with the information if she's alone, he replied. She nodded. Well, I guess then it wouldn't hurt. Cobra replied. A few minutes later, Robin stood in the chamber underneath the palace and looked at the large stone, known as the poneglyph. She spent a few minutes reading the writing on it. Luffy, Vivi and the king kept their distance and looked from the corridor. When she turned around, Vivi and Cobra were startled. She had tears falling down her face. She looked completely defeated. Ah, Robin. Luffy thought sadly. It wasn't it. She said simply and looked at the ground. It tells the location of Pluton, like I thought. This was my final and only lead, but it isn't what I hoped it'd be. What did you want it to be? The king asked. The Rio poneglyph. Out of the poneglyphs existing in the world, it's the one stone that tells the true history. The true history? Vivi asked. What is that? It tells about the missing period of time. The true about the void century. She told her. Luffy nodded. Shanks told me about this. Luffy lied. Everyone looked at him. Everything from that period has been covered up by the government. But he didn't tell me what happened. Shanks? Robin repeated. But how could he know what happened? Nobody knows. Luffy shook his head. Shanks does. He told them. But he said that if I want to know, I should find out on my own. You don't mean red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors? Robin asked with a wide-eyed expression. He can't mean Cobra began. Yes. Luffy interrupted. He ignored their shocked expressions and looked at Robin. Your dream is to learn of the void century? He asked her. She nodded. What a foolish dream, Luffy told her. She looked down on the ground again. But nowhere near as foolish as mine. He finished and grinned. She looked at him with a shocked expression. You have nowhere to go, is that right? He asked her. She shook her head sadly. Then come with me and my crew. What? She asked quietly. Vivi and Cobra looked at him. We all have really stupid and impossible dreams, Nico Robin. You'd fit right in. Luffy answered. I don't know what to say. Robin told him. Luffy grinned. Just say yes. He shouted. She smiled. But is it really all right? She asked. I was your enemy. I helped Crocodile. Luffy shook his head. That's all in the past now. He told her. Besides, you helped us save Vivi's country. He's right. Vivi interjected. Robin looked at her in shock. You, she whispered. Vivi simply smiled. All right, Monkey D. Luffy, I'll join your crew. She replied after a moment of silence. That's a good girl. Luffy answered. Could you please stop calling me that? So there, that's what happened. Luffy told them. Also, could you show them your cool powers, Robin? She crossed her arms and 2 hands grew out of Luffy's hat, one on each side. Shishishi. See, I'm Chopper now, he said. Chopper and Usopp looked at him and started laughing, despite being in a bad condition. Sanji, of course, wasn't even attempting to oppose her joining, but Zoro and Nami looked at her nervously. You're not going to convince me so easily, Nami announced and kicked the ground. Robin looked at her smugly. By the way, I have some of Crocodile's jewels, she announced and pulled out a small bag. Nami's eyes turned into berry. I love you, big sister, she shouted and quickly took the bag. Everyone's sweat dropped. So much for not being convinced easily. Luffy thought to himself and grinned. Now the only one remaining was Zoro, but Luffy knew she'd prove herself to him in battle. Now let's go to the palace, guys. I have an interview waiting. Luffy chirped out. Interview? Everyone repeated. They started getting up again. Yes. Robin confirmed. It seems the Arabasta newspaper wants an interview of their savior. Luffy laughed cheerfully. Everyone's sweat dropped. You're enjoying this way too much, Luffy, Zoro yelled. Luffy scratched his head sheepishly. Why wouldn't he? Robin asked. He's a hero now after all. Hey now! Luffy told her and pointed her sword, which was still in his hand, in her direction. She flinched slightly. I'm not a hero. Everyone looked at him weirdly. What are you talking about, Luffy? Nami asked, bewildered. Of course you are. Luffy sheathed his sword and huffed like he was terribly offended. Do you even know what a hero is? He asked them. They just stared at him. Let's say you have a piece of meat. A hero will share his meat. But I want it all for myself. That's how he describes a hero. Nami asked herself. A few of them laughed. Now let's go. I want my meat. And my interview. And I need to call Whitebeard already, Luffy announced. Robin looked at him wide-eyed. You were serious about that? She asked. He nodded. Of course. My brothers Ace and Sabo are part of his crew, and Ace gave me his number," Luffy told her. "Are they Fire Fist and Blue Gentlemen?" she asked. Luffy nodded. Wow. For one to have such connections to the crew of not one, but two Yonko. Robin thought. The Straw Hat Pirates then finally all stood up. Luffy wordlessly assisted Zoro, who seemed the most damaged, while Robin proceeded to carry in her arms the cute little Chopper, much to his panicked protests and Sanji's jealous sulking, and helped the also very beaten-up Usopp, much to the protests of the navigator, who claimed she was more damaged. But she calmed down when Sanji supported her, with a heart in his eye. A few minutes later, in the palace, after entering the palace, the royal guard immediately noticed how beaten up the crew was, so they got them to a guest room with several beds in it. The exhausted crew members immediately fell down into their beds and a few of them dozed off, most notably Zoro and Usopp. Chopper didn't allow himself to rest, however, as he wanted to treat all their wounds, but then the Arabasta doctors arrived and made him their first patient. Luffy looked proudly at his nakama, but then he suddenly fell on his knees, making the others panic. Damn poison. Forgot about it, he thought. The doctors tried to get to him, but he motioned them to stop. But Luffy, they have to treat you, Chopper yelled with tears in his eyes. Luffy looked at him. It's fine. I only forgot to take the antidote to Crocodile's poison, he told them. Everyone looked at him as he sat on the floor and took the black box from his pocket and opened it. He took a tiny bottle from it, opened it, and drank. How could you forget that you were poisoned, moron? Nami yelled at him. Luffy just laughed. Oh! Luffy exclaimed, startling everyone. He bumped himself on the head. Do you guys have a den mushi here? I need to call Whitebeard. The doctors looked at him with wide eyes. Then one of them nodded. You should ask one of the royal guards to get one for you, he told Luffy. He nodded and stormed out. After a few minutes, when the doctors were already gone, except Chopper, he returned with a plate and a den mushi on it. Is he really going to do that? Robin asked herself. Luffy-san! Someone yelled. He turned around and noticed Vivi. Is everyone alright? Yes, everyone's fine, but I'd like to call Shirohige now, so everyone be quiet and close the door, Luffy commanded. She did as he said and sat on one of the beds. Luffy sat on the sofa and put the platter on the table next to it. Robin and Nami sat next to him. Now remember, this is a conversation between two captains, so be quiet, he ordered. Luffy pulled out a paper from his pocket and called the number on it. Hello? Moosh, he greeted. Hello? A bored-sounding voice asked. Who is this Iwa? Ah, the Phoenix guy. Luffy thought. Is this the Moby Dick, the ship of Yonko, Whitebeard? He asked aloud. Yes, it is, Iwa, the man replied. Everyone in the room gasped. My name is Marco, 1st Division Commander. Who are you, Iwa? I can't believe this, Nami thought. 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy replied cheerfully. Luffy? The man repeated, but then he realized something. Ah, you must be Ace's and Sabo's brother, right? That's right, Luffy replied. So why are you calling, Luffy? Marco asked. I'd like to talk with your captain and Sabo, Luffy told him. The line was silent for a moment. Sabo! Come here, why? The man yelled. What is it? Another voice asked. It's your brother, Iwa, Marco answered. Ace? The voice asked. No, Luffy, Marco replied. Luffy? Who gave him this number? The voice stuttered. Ace, Luffy answered to them. Then they heard someone walking and picking up the den mushi. Hi, Luffy. How have you been? Sabo finally asked. This time his voice sounded louder, as he was talking directly into the device. I'm good, Sabo. Great, actually. I just beat up Crocodile and we're about to celebrate, Luffy replied. CC Crocodile? Sir Crocodile? Of the Shichibukai? Sabo stuttered. Yep, Luffy replied. Is that surprising? He could hear Marco chuckling in the background and Sabo trying to say something. How the hell did you beat Crocodile? He finally asked. Luffy laughed. I used water, since he's a sand logia. Then I punched him a few times. Shishishishi, he replied. Robin narrowed her eyes suspiciously. He didn't use water. He didn't have to. She thought to herself. So why is he lying? And then I claimed Arabasta as my own, Luffy added after a moment as Sabo didn't seem to be able to say anything. What? Everyone except Vivi and Luffy yelled. Shishishi. You guys are all so funny. Why are you so surprised, Sabo Marco? Luffy asked. Oh, and I stopped the war in Arabasta. I basically stood between the two armies, and told them I'd beat them all up if they continued fighting. It was so cool. Then everyone was startled to hear uncontrollable laughter from none other than the 1st Division commander. Marco, stop it. Stop it. Why are you even laughing? Sabo yelled. Ha ha ha, sorry Sabo, but you and Ace are complete wimps compared to this guy. Marco replied. Luffy grinned and laughed. Shishishi. Thanks. Prepare to see my bounty double, Sabo. He told them. Oh, which Shichibukai should I beat up next? Is Gecko Moria anywhere near Arabasta? Don't even think about it, Luffy. Sabo yelled, while Marco roared in laughter in the background. And you? Don't encourage him. Is he serious? Nami thought. I thought Crocodile was scary enough. Luffy is so cool. Chopper thought and looked at his captain in admiration. So how have you been doing, Sabo? Is it true Blackbeard killed a crew member? Luffy asked. This sobered them up immediately. Marco's laughter stopped. Almost. He replied somberly. Luffy's eyes widened. Thatch is alive? Luffy thought surprised. I actually found Thatch just in time, before he bled out, you all. Thanks to you, I might add. Marco finished. Every Straw Hat member gasped in surprise at this new development. Thanks to me? Luffy repeated in confusion. Yes. Sabo told me about some kind of weird warning you gave him when you were a kid, you all. I remembered about that and teach and got a really bad feeling, so I went to check on them. Turns out you were right, in his case. Marco replied. So, you're saying Blackbeard is a big, fat, ugly guy with bushy chest hair that likes pies? Luffy asked in a deadpan voice. Yes, actually, you all. Marco replied. Why pies though? I hate pies. Luffy replied. So, is he going to make it? Marco sighed. Too soon to tell, you all. Thatch is still fighting for his life. He replied. I see. But why does Ace think he's dead? Luffy asked. Marco signed once again. When he saw Thatch lying in a pool of blood, he assumed the worst and stormed off. He replied. I hope he recovers soon. Luffy told him. Thanks, I hope so too. Marco replied. Now Pops is resting, but I can take the Den Mushi to him if you wish. Okay. Luffy replied. See you soon, Luffy. Sabo yelled. Luffy smirked. Sure. He answered. Don't tell me, he really is going to speak to the great Whitebeard, thought Nami in shock. They heard the sound of walking and then Marco knocked on the door. Luffy-san, you should be careful how you speak to him. Vivi thought, nervous. Come in. A loud, booming voice announced. This startled the two sleeping Nakama awake. What's going on? Usopp and Zoro asked at almost the same time. Captain San is going to talk to Whitebeard. Robin told them. Really? They both asked. Usopp seemed scared as hell, while Zoro seemed excited. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Zoro thought and grinned. Pops, I have someone who wants to talk to you. They heard Marco say. Someone else groaned in annoyance. I thought I told that red-haired brat to stop calling me and come in person. Whitebeard commented. This is definitely Edward Newgate. Robin thought in shock. He refers to red-haired Shanks as a brat. Usopp thought in panic. What has Luffy gotten himself into? It's not red-haired Yua. It's Ace's and Sabo's little brother, Straw Hat Luffy. The one with the incredible first bounty. Marco told him. Luffy smirked proudly. Hey, old man! Luffy yelled. The entire Straw Hat crew cringed at this. Give me the Den Mushi, Marco. Whitebeard said calmly. Hey, brat. He greeted after a few moments. So you're the little brother? That's right. Luffy replied. So why are you calling? Do you want to become my son like they have? Whitebeard asked. The Straw Hats were shocked. He's so quick to offer him to join the crew. They thought. Luffy laughed, much to the horror of some of his crew members. Luffy, don't provoke him. Please don't provoke him. Thought Nami and Usopp while nearly praying. Chopper just thought Luffy was super cool and looked at him in awe, while Robin had a troubled expression. Sanji and Zoro just smirked. No, the Pirate King can have a captain. Luffy finally replied, and this caused the Navigator and Sniper to become even more scared. There was silence from the other side for a moment. Gururara! Pirate King ne? Whitebeard asked. You are one cheeky brat, aren't you? And you have one really big dream. Shishishi, I guess so. Luffy replied to him. Nami and Usopp sighed in relief. So why are you calling me brat? he asked. I wanted to thank you for taking care of my brothers. Especially Ace. Do you know about Luffy began? Yes. I do. Whitebeard interrupted. But it's no problem, kid. They are my sons now, Luffy grinned. That's good. Luffy replied. I'm really glad they found their place. Especially Ace. He was really messed up as a kid because of, How so? Whitebeard asked. What are they talking about? Thought everyone. Well, Luffy began. Ace was really nasty when I first met him. I'm often told I have no manners, but he was much, much worse than that. This information shocked the ones that met Ace, that is, everyone except Robin. He had no manners at all. Even worse. He actually spat at me when we first met, without even knowing anything about me. Luffy told him. No way. Nami thought with her eyes wide. There's no way Ace was like that, all because of that. Sable wasn't as bad, but he had his problems too. So that's why I'm glad you gave them a family. Luffy finished. I see. Whitebeard replied quietly. There's one thing I'd like to ask though. Luffy told him. What is it? The Yonko asked. If we meet Blackbeard, Luffy began. What should we do? There was silence for a few moments. If you meet him, don't fight unless you have to, brat. The Yonko warned. This will be settled by the Whitebeard pirates, so don't interfere. Your brother will handle it. I see. Luffy replied, but inwardly he cursed. I'll do as you asked. Good. I hope we meet soon, brat. Whitebeard said. Luffy smiled. I have a feeling it'll be sooner than you think, old man. He replied. Gururara, cheeky brat. The Yonko replied and hang up. Luffy sighed. Damn it. Luffy thought. Now it's unavoidable. What the hell was that? Nami yelled at him. What? What did I do? Luffy asked her. Why did you talk to him that way? He's the strongest man in the world. She continued. Nami, stop yelling. Shiro Hijasen hates wimps. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the TheVictor for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.